have no part of us.
Well, I guess that's all I need now, Fielding.
I wish I could help you more, Inspector.
You've supplied me with a magnificent motive for Jesse Caswell's murder. That is, if I can find the murderer. And in this case, it's not easy. Well, Sam, let's run along. Good night, Fielding.
Good night, Inspector.
If you don't mind my cutting in, Mr. Fielding.
Not at all, Detective Crook.
I'm wondering why you didn't ask the inspector how Jesse Caswell was murdered.
Why,
It may be because Mr. Fielding is devoid of curiosity, Sam. Good night again, Fielding.
Good night.
Hope I didn't put my foot in it, Inspector Hearthstone, but it just ain't natural for a guy not to ask how somebody was bumped off, unless he already knows.
Fielding is a man of good reputation, Sam.
So were plenty of others who got the chair, Inspector.
Let's get back to headquarters. Our radio appeal may have brought results.
Well, Inspector, you were on the beam.
Yes?
There are two parties waiting outside asking for you. Say they got all the answers about the murdered public stenographer, Jesse Caswell.
Ask them in, Sam.
Come in, Mr. Barnes.
I am Angus Barnes, Inspector Hearthstone. Meet my wife, Sarah Caswell Barnes.
Sarah Caswell Barnes?
Caswell was her maiden name, Inspector.
We just flew in from Canada, Inspector, and we heard your radio call by accident at the airport terminal.
You've got the wrong slant on that murdered woman. Jessie Caswell is not old Ezekiel Caswell's heiress.
Well, what makes you so sure of that, Mr. Barnes?
Because my wife, Sarah, here is the heiress. She is Ezekiel Caswell's granddaughter.
Then why didn't you claim the fortune before this?
Because we didn't know there was one, Inspector.
The first we heard of it was a week ago, Inspector Hearthstone. A friend in Canada told us he'd seen an ad in the newspaper looking for Grandfather Ezekiel's heirs.
So we hustled on to New York right away to find out about it. The lady, the public stenographer who was murdered, was only the old man's niece.
And your wife, being the granddaughter, would naturally be the real heiress, first in line.
That's it. Just to make sure of things, I brought my birth certificate with me. Here it is, Inspector. I was born in Ottawa, Canada, 1921.
Strange that Canadians would come to New York to claim the fortune of the Canadian-born Ezekiel Caswell.
What? Well, we thought this the place to come.
May I have your birth certificate for a few days, Mrs. Barnes?
Oh, couldn't you take a picture of it instead, Inspector? I don't like to leave it out of my hands. My mother always kept it in the family Bible.
Sam, here's an order. Have this birth certificate photographed and return the original to Mrs. Barnes.
Okay, Chief.
If that birth certificate is legitimate, Mr. Barnes, your wife probably is the heiress to a great copper fortune. Since Jesse Caswell is dead.
What do you mean by that, Inspector Hearthstone?
I mean you and your wife have a motive for murder.
Motive for murder?
And I mean, too, I have no proof you two just arrived here from Canada by plane.
But we did.
Of course we did.
We'll have you completely checked, Mr. and Mrs. Barnes. I'll tell you frankly, your story doesn't ring true.
Here's your birth certificate, Mrs. Barnes.
Give it to me, not her, Detective Cook.
Sam, please have Mr. and Mrs. Barnes taken to the Elton Hotel and made comfortable there.
Listen here, you can't arrest us.
You can't do this to us.
I'm merely detaining you. Good night.
Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Barnes. I'll have Officer Smith take him over, Inspector.
Hello, operator. Give me Officer Smith, quick. Smith, Detective Sam Cook is turning a couple named Barnes over to you. When you get them outside, have the boys snap a few good pictures of them and send them to the Chief of Police at Ottawa, Canada.
Barnes are on their way, Inspector. What's the idea of taking pictures of the birth certificate and holding Barnes and his wife?
One of the signatures on Sarah Barnes' birth certificate was written with green ink.
Oh. The same color Jesse Caswell's phony suicide note was signed with.
And the same color, Sam, that was in the murdered gangster's fountain pen when he was shot to death beside Jesse Caswell.
Wow. I guess that's beginning to tie things together nice.
Come in.
Telegram for Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, thanks. To Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad. Regarding radio broadcast for relatives or friends of murdered Jesse Caswell. I am dead woman's brother. Arrive your office tomorrow a.m. Signed, Jonas Caswell.
Brother. Where does it come from, Inspector?
Montreal, Canada, Sam, and I have an idea it will give us the line that leads to our killer.
Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the terrifying letter murder case continues in just a moment. America is really strong for CBS Radio's 2-hour parade of music. Every Friday night on most of these same stations. Hits from the big shows. Music from vaudeville's best days. Tin Pan Alley's best numbers, new and old. That's what you have waiting for you tomorrow night. The orchestras of Alfredo Antonini, Ray Bloch, and Paul Weston play the tunes. Earl Wrightson, Jimmy Carroll, and Georgie Price head 3 great singing casts. Robert Q. Lewis throws open his waxworks, all bringing you 2 solid hours of pleasure tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Don't miss a minute. And now, back to Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the terrifying letter murder case. Inspector Hearthstone's investigation of the incredible double murder of Jessie Caswell, public stenographer, and Adam Ackers, gangster, in her office, has revealed this. Jessie was apparently heiress to the vast mining fortune left by her uncle in Canada. But Sarah Barnes and her husband appear in Hearthstone's office declaring Sarah is the heiress, which makes them highly suspect. Just as Inspector Hearthstone ordered the Barnes held, he received a wire stating that the murdered woman has a brother, Jonas, and he is coming to see Hearthstone. It is now the following morning, and while awaiting Jonas Caswell's arrival, the inspector is called on one of the greatest sources of information known to the police, a stool pigeon. Detective Sam Cook is ushering one in now, saying,
Here's Bozo Sparks, Inspector.
Morning, Bozo. I suppose Detective Cook told you what I wanted to see you about?
Yeah, sure, about Jessie Caswell's murder.
Got any ideas, Bozo, on how Adam Ackers, the trigger man, got into her office and was killed beside her?
Funny, ain't it? After bumping so many off himself at so much ahead, Ackey got himself bumped off.
Well, somebody paid him to put the heat on Jessie Caswell, to make her type and sign a suicide note in her office. And then that person killed him to eliminate all evidence.
Well, I'm not saying I know anything personal, Inspector Hearthstone, but the grapevine talk is, well...
Get on with it, Bozo. Remember, the only reason you're walking the streets free is that you're useful to us.
Okay. Well, as I was saying, the talk is some guy from Canada offered Ackers $5,000 to bump off the Jessie Caswell dame, forgetting his price for a trigger job was only $100. And Ackey naturally took the guy up.
What was the Canadian man's name, Bozo?
If it was a choice between telling you and a chair, Inspector, I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Thank you, Bozo. That'll be all.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Inspector. Bye.
Oh, it wasn't much, Sam, but it helps. And... Hearthstone speaking. All right, send the man in. Sam, the murdered woman's brother is here. Let him in.
Okay, this way, mister. I'm Detective Cook.
I'd like to see Inspector Hearthstone, please.
I am Inspector Hearthstone, and you're Jonas Caswell.
How do you do, Inspector?
How do you do?
You got my wire? Who killed my sister, Jessie?
Well, we're not quite ready to make an arrest yet, Mr. Caswell.
We got a couple of pretty hot suspects.
That's encouraging, Detective Cook. Thing I can't understand is why anybody would want to murder Jessie. She was just a public stenographer. Why would they want to kill her?
The enormous Ezekiel Caswell fortune. Why else? Jessie was the heiress, wasn't she?
My sister Jessie wasn't heiress to anything, Inspector Hearthstone.
What's that?
Our uncle, old Ezekiel Caswell, died years ago. I always understood he'd left most of his great copper fortune to a lot of charities.
When did you last see your murdered sister, Mr. Caswell?
Matter of 10 years, I'd say. Back when she left Canada and came to New York to open up a public stenographer's office. But take my word for it, she was no heiress, Inspector.
You're her brother and ought to know. I suppose you want to claim your sister's body.
Yes. That's why I really came here. Would it be asking too much if Detective Cook helped me make arrangements? I don't know too much about New York.
Oh, gladly, Mr. Caswell.
Not on me, sir.
Well, before you leave, Mr. Caswell, you asked who killed your sister.
I understand you're not sure yet.
We have a man and wife under arrest this minute.
What?
Mr. and Mrs. Angus Barnes. The wife, Sarah, claims she's the granddaughter of Ezekiel Caswell and heiress to his millions.
Angus Barnes? And Sarah Barnes? Oh, that's ridiculous. They're imposters. They have to be.
People like that often turn up, Mr. Caswell, when the lure of a missing heiress to a fabulous fortune is broadcast. I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Inspector. Detective Cook. Remember, I'll depend on you as you promised.
Well, Inspector, I guess he's got something about Barnes and his wife being imposters. The Ottawa police just reported that their whole story, including that birth certificate, looks strictly phony so far.
Sam, our next move is to get back to our first suspect in this case.
You mean that scrub woman, Lizzie Ackers? The stepmother of the gangster who was killed along with Jesse Caswell?
This report from Officer Smith reveals definitely that far from not seeing her gangster stepson Adam Ackers for years, he was actually seen walking up to that same office building with Lizzie every night. We'll hop into the car and go and talk to Lizzie now. Don't tell me again you weren't lying, Lizzie.
Well, suppose my stepson Adam Ackers was walking into the office building with me. What difference does that make, Inspector?
You are going to tell me the truth or be jailed this minute.
Oh, if I didn't tell you everything, it was because I was scared. Oh, what do you want to know, Inspector Hearthstone?
I want a description of the man or woman who paid your stepson $5,000 to force the murdered Jessie Caswell to type a suicide note just before she was killed. And you are going to tell me.
All right, Inspector. I'll tell you.
Now, with all his evidence assembled, Inspector Hearthstone is ready to close in on the murderer of Jessie Caswell, a pretty blonde public stenographer and missing heiress, and the trigger man, Adam Ackers. The scene is police headquarters, and we hear Inspector Hearthstone saying to Detective Sam Cook,
Now, Sam, watch this.
Right, Inspector?
Take this folder. It contains the death chair evidence we wanted.
Yes, sir.
And hand me each piece instantly I ask you for it.
Gotcha.
Now, you've got all these people outside?
Every suspect, Inspector, each one in a separate room.
Good. Bring in Angus Barnes and his wife, Sarah.
Mr. and Mrs. Barnes, come in.
What do you want with us, Inspector Hearthstone?
Yes, what?
You'll soon find out. Our first police report from Ottawa, Canada, implied you were both imposters. Then we sent your pictures there.
Our pictures?
Sam, bring in Mr. Jonas Caswell.
Jonas Caswell, come in now.
What's that? Jonas Caswell? Well, whoever said we were imposters lied.
Slow down, Mrs. Barnes. Here's Jonas Caswell, Inspector.
You? Angus and Sarah here. I thought you were dead.
You thought they were dead, Jonas?
That's why I told you anybody claiming to be Angus and Sarah Barnes were imposters, Inspector. They were supposed to be lost at sea. And good riddance.
Then you think, Jonas, that they killed your sister, Jessie Caswell?
You're a better judge of that than I, Inspector.
Why, you...
Quiet, Angus. Now, Jonas, why do you say the death of these two people, Angus and Sarah Barnes, would have been a good riddance?
Look up their record in Canada, Inspector. One dirty business after another. Terrible reputation.
You're a liar.
Quiet, Mrs. Barnes. Now, Sam,
Yeah, Inspector.
give me the second police report from Ottawa on Angus and Sarah Barnes.
Here you are, sir.
It shows both you, Angus, and you, Sarah, to be people of uncertain character.
Then the cops in Ottawa are liars.
Sure, they're liars. Give me that report.
This is the last time I'll tell you and your wife to shut up, Barnes.
Now give me that letter found in the murdered woman's flat. Thanks, Sam.
That's the letter Jonas Caswell sent his sister, right, Inspector?
Jonas, this letter advises your sister Jessie that a man named Fielding, a lawyer, who approached her about being the heiress of Ezekiel Caswell's fortune, was trying to take advantage of her. In short, to stay clear of him.
That's correct. Fielding was trying to swindle her. My sister Jessie was only a public stenographer. She wasn't any too smart.
A proper protection for a brother to give his sister, Jonas. But now, Sam, bring in the office scrubwoman, Lizzie Ackers.
Who's she, Inspector?
One moment, please, Jonas.
You want me now, Inspector?
Lizzie, there are two men in this room. Look at them carefully.
I am.
Was this man, Angus Barnes, the one who paid your triggerman's stepson $5,000 to force a suicide note from the public stenographer, Jessie Caswell, before she was murdered?
No, Inspector. I told you that before. It's this guy over here.
Ah, I wanted to be sure, Lizzie. Well, Jonas?
You know what, Hearthstone? You're more clever than I gave you credit for.
Hands up, Jonas Caswell.
Don't be dramatic, Detective Cook. I know the game is up. Yes, I killed my sister Jessie. Took a plane from Montreal, did the job, flew back, and then wired you, Hearthstone.
Telling you, Inspector, this guy's the coolest murderer we ever took in.
When a $50 million fortune is at stake, you've got to be cool.
The electric chair isn't, Jonas Caswell. I arrest you for the murder of your sister, Jessie Caswell. And I'll give you credit for supplying me with one of the nastiest murders in my career. Take him, Sam, and charge him.
Who gets the $50 million, Inspector? Old Ezekiel Caswell's fortune.
Well, that's not our affair, Sam. But poor Jessie Caswell was never the missing heiress. She was murdered because her brother mistakenly thought she was.
Right again, Hearthstone. My mistake. I wanted to get the fortune instead of letting my sister get it. I, as nephew, was next in line. I didn't know Sarah Barnes, the old man's granddaughter here, was still alive. Ha! So she gets the money. Would have gotten it whether I killed Jessie or not.
Yes. It looks like Sarah Caswell Barnes gets the fortune whether she deserves it or not. And you, Jonas, get the electric chair.
And thus, Hearthstone of the Death Squad writes solved in the files of the terrifying letter Murder Case. The part of Inspector Hearthstone was played by Alfred Shirley, written by Frank Hummert, directed by Henry Howard, and is a presentation of CBS Radio.
Here comes McBride. Necklace insured for $100,000 stolen from Beverly Hills residence of Cyrus Chandler.
San Francisco police checking reports. Sean O'Hara, former gambler in town. Quote, on business, unquote.
Parole board reveals Jimmy Severn, convicted jewel thief, has violated parole, gone into hiding. Police Department.
Hello, my name is McBride, Rex McBride. And in room 414 Trojan Hotel. Better send a policeman over. There's a man here in my room, and he's pretty dead.
Out of the pages of Cleve F. Adams' popular novels, NBC presents an exciting new detective series. Here Comes McBride, starring Frank Lovejoy.
Hello.
Mr. McBride, I'm Susan.
Hello, Susan.
This is Mr. McGillicuddy, the hotel manager.
Hi.
Mr. McBride, 2 minutes ago you telephoned down to the desk. Susan here took your call. You said you wanted a policeman.
That's right.
Why? I mean, if there's been a disturbance of any sort...
Come on in here, both of you. Take a look, that guy in the chair.
Well,
Wouldn't you want a policeman?
he's dead.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, fine. What a great time to keel over.
Why, that's Mr. Seven.
The dead man?
Yes,
Who's Mr. Seven?
Mr. Seven in 514.
Well, look, he isn't in 514 now. He's in 414, and 414 is my room. That's what I wanted to see the policeman about. Maybe better sprinkle a few smelling salts on poor Mr. McGillicuddy here.
Oh, my, I almost forgot. Mr. McGillicuddy. Mr. McGillicuddy. Well, don't just stand there. Get some water for him.
Not me. I've already got fingerprints on the doorknob, the light switch, and the phone. That's enough.
All right, I'll get it myself.
You say this dead guy lived in 514, huh? That's directly over this room?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you better stay here and give McGillicuddy a little artificial respiration. I'm going upstairs and take a look. Where do you think you're going? Well, upstairs, if it's all right with you.
It isn't.
Well, that's too bad. Now, suppose you keep your big nose out of...
My big nose belongs here. Police.
Oh. Well, my mistake, Captain.
Your mistake again. It's Lieutenant. Lieutenant Orsatti. That's your room you just came out of?
Yeah.
And it's also the room
Where the dead man is.
Yeah. Come on, mister. As soon as we're through in there, I want to talk to you.
Well, McBride, we've got your room all tidied up for you again. Now, do you care to add anything to your story?
There's nothing more to add, Orsatti. For the third time, I went out to dinner tonight. I left word at the desk I'll be back at 8. About 5 after I came up to my room, opened the door. There's this Severn sitting in the chair stabbed. That's when I phoned the police.
You were going upstairs when I stopped you. Where were you heading? Back to his room to see if you'd left anything?
Look, if you're trying to insinuate I killed Severn...
You're a pretty likely suspect right now.
Oh, sure. I stabbed Severn up in his room, then carried his body down here so nobody'd suspect me. Sounds real logical, doesn't it?
You'd either be pretty stupid or pretty smart to work it like that. And I don't think you're stupid.
Oh, thank you.
McBride, that suitcase in the corner is yours, isn't it?
Yeah. And somebody slashed the side of it.
I noticed that. I also noticed a gun in it.
It's mine, and I have a license for it, Orsatti.
You like to hunt, maybe, huh?
I'm an insurance detective.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't see. I came to Frisco on a...
San Francisco.
Okay. I came here on business.
You're from L.A.?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we heard you were in town. What kind of business are you here on?
I don't have to tell you that.
We got a complaint from a guy named Chandler about you, Cyrus Chandler. He claims you've been following him and his family.
Oh?
Isn't that the same Chandler who reported the theft of a diamond necklace down in Los Angeles?
That's right.
You know, I don't get it, McBride. If you're trying to recover the necklace, why are you following them?
Did I say I was following them?
Wait a minute. You maybe figure one of them faked the theft to collect the insurance.
Look, Orsatti, I'll make a deal with you. You worry about the dead man, I'll worry about the Chandlers and their necklace.
The Chandlers happen to be our worry right now, too.
Oh, how so?
This ward of his, what's her name?
Celeste.
Yeah, she's pretty wild.
Oh, yeah, she's pretty wild.
Already she's gotten herself into a couple of scrapes and bars. It's cost Chandler plenty to get her out of them.
Well, I guess she hasn't changed.
Oh, yeah, and another thing. There's a gambler named Sean O'Hara came into town a few days ago. We've been keeping an eye on him. You know O'Hara?
Uh-huh.
Didn't Chandler's wife used to run around with him?
Did she?
Yeah. I wonder if Mrs. Chandler lost money to O'Hara. Interesting thought, isn't it?
You're talking, I'm listening.
Okay, play it your way. So a guy named Severn turns up in your hotel room dead. By the way, how'd you happen to get a room in this joint anyway?
You ought to read the papers. There's a convention in town. I couldn't get any reservations. Cab driver told me the Trojan Hotel wasn't too bad. He was so wrong.
McBride, maybe you're telling the truth, and maybe you're not. Sooner or later, we'll find out which. We'll want you at the inquest, and in the meantime, don't be too hard to find. You know, San Francisco's a nice town. Stay in it.
Isn't the Regis Roof sort of an expensive place for a poor struggling detective to take a girl to dinner, Mr. McBride?
Expense account, Susan.
Oh? What item do I come under?
I think it's something.
I'm sure you will.
I could put it under special occasions, maybe. Isn't every day I find a dead guy in my room and meet you.
Oh, poor Mr. Seven. I'm afraid the Trojan Hotel is not a very nice place.
How did you ever happen to get a job in a joint like that?
Oh, I don't really work there. I'm just there part-time. See, I work for a bookkeeping service, and the Trojan Hotel is one of our accounts. As far as I'm concerned, the company can cross it off their list any time. Except Mr. McGillicuddy. I've always rather liked Mr. McGillicuddy.
Yes, does he faint often?
Oh, now that's not fair. He's just... Say, do you know that man over there? The stocky, gray-haired man at the corner table. He hasn't taken his eyes off you all through dinner.
His name is O'Hara. Sean O'Hara.
No? Who's he?
Gambler and assorted other enterprises. You name it, he's done it.
Sounds interesting.
Oh, yes. He's that all right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. McBride.
Oh, yes, waiter?
I believe you asked at the desk about a room at this hotel.
Yeah. They told me no soap.
You may have one now if you like.
Well, I like, but how come?
Mr. Sean O'Hare is turning his room over to you.
Well, that's very kind of Mr. O'Hara.
He wanted to know if you step over to his table for a minute.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Susan.
O'Hara must be quite a friend of yours.
Yes, he must be. I had... Well, it looks like the party's complete. The Chandler family just came in.
And who are the Chandlers?
Oh, they're some friends of mine. I'll be back in a minute, Susan.
All right.
Excuse me, please. Thank you.
McBride.
Well, Mr. Chandler and Mrs. Chandler. This is a surprise.
Mr. McBride. Hello, Rex. Like to buy me a drink?
Oh, yes, later, Celeste. What are you people doing in San Francisco?
Well, I don't know about the others, Rex.
McBride, you deliberately followed us here.
Oh, me? I'm just here on a pleasure
I
trip.
warn you, if you persist in your ridiculous suspicions that any of us faked the theft of Mrs. Chandler's necklace, I'll...
Your temper is showing, Chandler. Mr. Chandler, Celeste, if you'll excuse me, there's someone I have to see. Sean O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Yes, Mr. Chandler.
Remember what I said, McBride.
I'll be seeing you.
Don't forget that drink, Rex.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So long now.
Delilah, I'm not going to stand for this any longer.
It is not my fault that he's following us, son. Are you sure that it's us he's following?
Well, hello, O'Hara.
Sit down, McBride.
I ran into an old friend of yours on the way to your table just now. Delilah Chandler.
I saw her.
Thanks for the room.
I didn't give it to you for nothing.
Yeah, I figured that. What do you want?
McBride, you're trying to recover the Chandler's necklace.
Where'd you hear that?
I got big ears.
Well, they don't show. Must be the way you comb your hair. So what about the Chandler necklace?
You work for an insurance company. They'd be glad to pay a considerable amount of money to get it back. Maybe as high as $25,000.
Those big ears are showing now, O'Hara. How'd you arrive at that figure?
Never mind. Close, isn't it?
Maybe. Trying to tell me you've got the necklace?
I think you know better than that. But I might be able to put you on the trail of it.
What do you get out of it?
Simple, $25,000. How about it?
I don't know. Have to have some time to think it over.
I can't give you much. 12 hours, maybe.
That ought to be enough.
Okay. Look, I'm running a little place down at the peninsula. It's an old house off by itself.
You got a layout there?
Small one. A couple of crap tables and a wheel. Here's the address. We'll be down there at 2 tomorrow afternoon. I think we can do some business.
No, it could be. Well, I better be getting back to my table.
See ya.
Oh, excuse me. Quite all right.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't hold my breath for that minute you were gone.
I'm sorry I took so long, Susan.
That's all right. As a matter of fact, I had quite an interesting time.
Oh?
Those 3 people who stopped you when you got up from the table had an argument after you left them.
The Chandlers?
Mm-hmm. They seem to think you've been following them, and they were pretty mad about it. All except the younger of the women. The one with the funny eyes, light brown. Sort of like a cat.
Oh, no.
No, but I mean. And she also had... well, they were strange eyes.
Yeah, that would be Celeste.
She didn't seem at all mad that you were following them.
Yeah, that'd be Celeste. She's Chandler's ward.
She inferred you'd been following her quite a while.
You wouldn't have to follow Celeste quite a while.
Oh, my. Here all this time, I thought you had brought me here to be with me.
It's a strong union. They demand pleasant working conditions for us. You want to dance?
Oh, it's sort of crowded. Why don't we go to my place? We could have a drink there.
You know, I've got a stronger union than I thought. Come on. Nice apartment you've got here.
Thanks. About the drink. What would you like?
Come here.
Scotch? Or maybe bourbon.
Keep going. You haven't come to it yet.
That's enough.
Sure you can't break that date tomorrow night?
I don't know. It's with Arthur and...
Arthur?
Arthur McGillicuddy.
Oh, you mean Fainting Freddy?
I like Arthur. He's very nice.
I'm sure of that.
Well, I think I'd better fix those drinks. Have you got a cigarette?
Oh, yeah. I think there's one left. Yes, here.
You call that a cigarette? Where have you been keeping it? In your shoe?
It's my last one.
And I forgot to get any this afternoon. Rex, there's a stand right across the street.
Oh, now, look. It's midnight. You're not going to send me out into that fog when it's so comfortable here, are you?
It'll only take 5 minutes, and I'll have the drinks ready when you get back. Besides, I think you could use a little cold air anyway.
Okay. I'll get the cigarettes, but I'll give you a clue. I don't think 5 minutes will make much difference.
Here you are, mister. 2 packs, 36 cents.
Okay.
Thanks.
Real fog tonight, huh?
Yeah. Seems like it gets worse every year. I'm thinking of installing radar.
Might be a good idea. Night.
Night. Hey,
car! Look out! Hey!
You feeling better now?
Yeah, a little. Except my head. How long have I been out?
Almost 15 minutes. I think you hit your head when you dove for the sidewalk.
Yeah.
That was really a close one. I didn't even see the car until it was almost on you. You know, guys who drive like that shouldn't be allowed out on a foggy night.
You happen to get a look at him?
No, he didn't even slow down. He was driving a green Nash, but I didn't see his face. Why?
Oh, no reason. Thanks a lot.
Well, where did you go for the cigarettes, Oakland?
Yeah.
I just about given you up. Rex, what's the matter with your head? Where have you been?
Oakland?
Oh, come on in and let me put something on your head.
No, I'll be getting along.
But, are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'll call you tomorrow. Oh, here's your cigarettes. I hope you enjoyed them, baby. They cost me some lumps. Okay. Well, Mrs. Chandler.
May I come in, Mr. McBride?
Isn't 8 a.m. a little early for tea?
I found out you were staying here at the Regis. I just had to talk to you.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. McBride, I know you suspect the theft of my necklace was arranged by one of us.
Well, no.
Well, as far as my husband and myself are concerned, it's not true. But as for Celeste, I'm not so sure.
Oh? Well, that's interesting. You never cared very much for your husband's ward, have you?
Well, she's caused us nothing but trouble. She's wild, she gets into scrapes, and we have to pay for them. And that's not the worst of it.
What is the worst of it?
She's been making a play for my husband, I'm sure of it.
Oh, really?
I don't know what it is with her. She's all twisted around inside. It's a complex. Everything I have, she wants.
Look, why are you telling me all this?
Well, because I think she took my necklace. And I want you to search her room.
You know, she might object.
She's not there now.
How come?
We don't know where she is. The last we saw her was about 11 o'clock last night. She's probably out on what she calls a party. Please search her room.
Well, I don't know.
It means a lot to me. I mean, if it would help clear things up.
Yeah, incidentally, you know anyone who drives a green Nash?
Well, no, I don't. Why?
Skip it. Okay, I'll take a look in Celeste's room. Have you got the key?
No, but I can get it.
All right. You go ahead. I'll stop by in about 10 minutes. Here, let me.
Thank you.
No.
Well, Mr. McGillicuddy.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What are you doing in the hall?
I came here to see you, Miss McBride, but I didn't know you were entertaining.
Purely business, Mr. McGillicuddy. I'll see you in a few minutes, Mrs. Chandler.
Yes.
Come in, McGillicuddy. What's on your mind? I forget to pay my bill when I checked out of the Trojan?
Mr. McBride, perhaps I arrived at an embarrassing time, but I must say it confirms my opinion.
What opinion?
That's what I came to talk about. Susan has apparently taken an interest in you.
Oh, good.
Susan is a nice girl, Mr. McBride. You may not be interested in that phase of her character, but she is a nice girl.
I'm sure of it.
I'm very fond of her. I've always thought that one day I'd ask her to... Well, what I mean is...
You're very fond of her.
But I'm not going to stand by and see her made unhappy by a man of your type.
My type? What is my type, Mr. McGillicuddy?
Just now was a perfect illustration. A lady leaving your room at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, that does look bad, doesn't
To say nothing of the notoriety you've gained in the matter of the Severn killing, I want you to stay away from Susan, Miss McBride.
Well, just for my own information, Galahad, what happens if I don't stay away?
I'm probably no match for you physically, but I warn you, I won't let that stop me. And I suspect you're more deeply implicated in that Severn killing than you admitted to the police.
Oh?
If you don't stay away and leave town as soon as possible, I'll keep at it until I find something which will incriminate you. And I'll stop at nothing.
You're really all out on this thing, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, this is really open house day. I guess I should have ordered some cocktail napkins.
Hello, McBride.
Well, Lieutenant Orsatti, how's the police department?
Come on. I'm taking you in.
You're taking me in? The Severn inquest is tomorrow.
I'm taking you in now.
Why?
Know a girl named Celeste?
Sure, she's Chandler's ward. What about her?
She disappeared last night.
Now, that's what I heard. Look, I don't know where she is.
We do. We located her this morning.
And why don't you ask her where she's been?
Wouldn't do us much good. She can't answer. She's real dead. Look, McBride, you're going to stay right here in headquarters until you open up. You were after the Chandler's necklace.
I still am.
You figured Celeste had faked the theft, and that she had it. You knew you'd have to push her around a little to get her to talk. You pushed too hard.
I told you once I didn't have anything to do with her death. I'll tell you again. I'll keep on telling you. Because it happens to be the truth.
Hey, Lieutenant.
What is it?
This woman I want to see.
Why, Susan.
What do you want?
I just heard about the Chandler girl being killed last night.
So?
I understand the time of death was between midnight and 1 o'clock.
What's all this got to do with you?
Just that Mr. McBride couldn't have killed Celeste Chandler. He was with me all evening up until almost 2 o'clock.
Well, wait a minute. You willing to swear to that?
Yes.
You know what the penalty for perjury is?
No, but I'm sure it's quite severe.
How about it, McBride? You telling the truth?
You heard the lady.
Okay. I guess you can go then. Both of you.
I don't get it at all, Susan.
I'd rather not discuss it.
I left your place around midnight for the cigarettes. I was gone almost half an hour.
I said I'd rather not discuss it.
And yet you told Orsatti that I was with you all evening. You really stuck your neck out for me, baby. You know that?
Yes.
Well, why?
Does it matter why?
To me, it does.
Well, because maybe it doesn't take more than one night and one date for a girl to... Oh, what's the good of talking about it?
You're a nice girl, Susan. You're real nice. McGillicuddy was right.
McGillicuddy?
He came to see me this morning. Told me to stay away from you.
Well, I guess I'll have to have a talk with Arthur.
Then maybe you shouldn't.
Yes. I'll tell him he doesn't have anything to worry about anymore. I don't ever want to see you again, Rex.
What are you talking about? Why not? Oh, now, wait a minute, Susan. You think I did kill Celeste, don't you?
I don't know what I think.
You think that I killed her, and yet you gave me an alibi. You're a strange kid, Susan.
Yes, let's just leave it at that. I'm a strange kid. Goodbye, Rex.
Now, wait a minute, Susan. Look, I've got to see Mrs. Chandler about a little unfinished business, and then you and I...
No, Rex, I mean it. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. McBride, I've been waiting for you. You said 10 minutes.
I got detained. You still want me to search Celeste's room?
Yes, more than ever now. They just told me about Celeste. If that necklace is in her room and were to be discovered by anyone else, there'd be a lot of terrible publicity.
Yeah.
Here's the key. I'll show you where her room is.
All right.
That's it.
216. You want to come in?
No, I'd better not. I'll wait for you in my room.
Okay, I'll check with you. No lights.
Okay, McBride, end of the line. Get out.
Look, with a head like mine, I don't feel like walking.
You don't have to walk far, just in the front door.
Who lives here?
This is just a nice, quiet place in the country. You'll love it.
Hello, McBride. O'Hara. Sean O'Hara, sure. I should have figured it.
Sit down. Where's the necklace, McBride?
Necklace?
The Chandler necklace. I want it.
You think I got it, huh?
You're playing it really smart, weren't you? Celeste squares her gambling debts by giving me the necklace, and then she hires Severn to hijack it from my strong box.
Severn, so his killing ties in after all.
And you killed Severn and got the necklace from him. Okay. So you're a smart boy. Now let's have it.
So it was Celeste who gave you the necklace. All along I'd pegged Mrs. Chandler.
You're wasting my time, McBride.
I should have spotted it. Mrs. Chandler used to run around with you. She told me Celeste had a complex about wanting anything that belonged to her. You, for instance.
You're a real deep thinker. So you can probably figure out what's going to happen to you if you don't turn over that necklace.
When you came to me last night with your phony deal, you weren't sure who had the necklace. You decided to pick up Celeste, roughed her up, trying to get her to talk, and you were too rough, she died.
Yeah. Okay, Al.
All right. Look, that's not going to do you any good. I don't have the necklace.
Could go on quite a while, McBride.
I tell you, it's not going to do you any good.
You know something? It's not going to do you any good either. Okay, Al, go ahead.
A pleasure.
Nine o'clock. How is he, Al?
Still out like a light.
Been out quite a while now. Okay, put him on the bed. We'll let him rest a while.
Okay.
You stay here with him. I'm going downstairs.
Right.
Oh, what's the matter, rugged boy? Not so rugged right now?
Not so rugged.
Too bad, too bad.
Look, can you get me something for these cuts? I think my hand is broken.
No, isn't that a shame?
No, really. Here, take a look at it.
I don't see anything wrong with...
Why, you... Hey, you stay there face down or I'll drill you with your own gun. Now yell for O'Hara.
Huh?
You heard me. Call O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Come on, Songbird. You can do better than that.
O'Hara!
See, you can. Here he comes. Now keep your mouth shut.
What's the matter, Al?
Feels awful, doesn't it, O'Hara? Well, Sonny, you've got O'Hara on ice. I think you can get the whole story of Celeste killing out of him.
Yeah.
As soon as I knew O'Hara didn't have that necklace, I realized that he wasn't the guy who killed Seven. If he had, he'd have gotten the necklace from him.
So where does that leave you?
With the guy who had the perfect opportunity to kill Seven and plant his body in my room. The guy who knew I wouldn't be back until 8 last night.
McGillicuddy, the manager.
Sure. He figured I was just a transient, so he thought he'd plant the body in my room. And he found out I was a detective working on the Chandler case, and he got worried. That's why he threatened me this morning and tried to get me to leave town.
You know, McBride, you've got a very annoying habit of leading us to empty holes.
What do you mean?
A little while ago, I came up with the same idea about McGillicuddy. But right now, it's not doing us any good.
Why not?
McGillicuddy's disappeared.
Well, I hardly thought I'd be seeing you again, Rex.
Well, I figured now you knew I wasn't a big bad killer, Susan. You wouldn't slam your door in my face if I came over.
Oh, I'm really sorry for thinking what I did, Rex. Oh, poor Arthur. I still can't believe he was capable of killing anyone.
From McGillicuddy? Neither could I at first. But it's pretty logical when you look back on it. He was in the perfect spot for it.
Now, how do you mean?
Well, anyone who runs a joint like the Trojan Hotel keeps his ears pretty close to the wall. He found out Celeste hired Seven to hijack the necklace off O'Hara, so he killed Seven and grabbed the necklace himself.
Well, I know it looks awfully bad for him, but I just can't believe it. I can't help hoping that he'll come out of hiding and clear himself.
He isn't hiding, Susan. He's dead.
What? How do you know?
Well, it's the only way it figures. McGillicuddy's been a weak sister all along in this. He finally got to the point where even you couldn't prop him up anymore, so for your own safety, you knocked him off.
I? Oh, Rex, you can't know what you're saying.
Keep your hands away from your purse, Susan. The gun isn't going to do you any good now.
Well, now you're not even funny anymore. I was just reaching for a cigarette.
There are plenty right there on the table, baby, the ones you sent me out for last night, so that your friend McGillicuddy could run me down.
That's not true.
Then when McGillicuddy missed, you figured the smart thing was to cover up. That's why you gave me that phony alibi for Celeste's murder.
Oh, Rex, please. You know none of this is true. It's just some horrible idea of a joke you have.
Well, I know Milton Berle.
But you've got no proof at all.
Look, you haven't had time to get rid of McGillicuddy's body, not as thoroughly as you intended to. He's supposed to have landed with a necklace, remember? So the chances are the body's still in your car, or Sade's looking that over right now. Susan, drop that gun.
I'm going out of here, Rex. No, stand still. Stand quite still.
Put the gun down, Susan.
Stay away from me.
Put it down.
I said stay away.
Sorry. Pretty.
Well, for crying out loud.
Your timing is lousy, Orsatti. You nearly got me killed.
How about her? Did you have to?
No. She's just taking a little nap. Well, don't just stand there with your bare face showing.
Did you find the body or didn't you?
Yeah, right where you said. Oh. Speaking of body, baby here really has one, hasn't she?
You got the soul of an artist, Sonny. And wearing a derby yet.
You have been listening to the first in a new mystery series, Here Comes McBride, starring Frank Lovejoy. The script was written by Bob Reif, based on the popular fiction characters created by Cleve F. Adams. The program was directed by Warren Lewis. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A Voice in the Night, a musical mystery story starring the internationally famous stage, screen, and supper club star, Carl Brizon.
For I bring a little white gardenia as refreshing as a day in May. You may wear it if you care, or toss it away.
Tonight you have a ringside table at the newest nightclub in town, the Golden Oriole. The lights are low, the music's soft. The audience hushes as into the spotlight steps the proprietor, a debonair gentleman whose forte is melody and mysterious adventure, played by that great entertainer, Carl Brizon.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you. Well, you all know here at the Golden Oriole, we always start with a request number. So, what would you like me to sing tonight?
Mission of the Rose.
Mission of the Rose.
The scale number.
The scale number. Oh, you mean all of a sudden my heart sings.
Yes, all of a sudden my heart sings. That's
all
the
right. But first let me sing the original scale number, which I sang in England, way back in 1930. But it goes like this. I know a little pussy, her coat is silver gray. She lives down in the meadow, she'd never run away. She'll always be a pussy, she'll never be a cat, for she's a pussy willow. Now what do you think of that? So meow, 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 meow. Well, then when I made my debut in the supper clubs here, I introduced for the first time in America the American version, which became so popular. All of a sudden my heart sings when I remember little things. The way you look and hold me tight, the way you kiss and say goodnight, the crazy things you say and do, the fun it is to be with you, the magic thrill that's in your touch. Oh, darling, I love you so, so much. The secret way you press my hand to let me know you understand. Wind and rain upon your face, the breathless world of your embrace, your little laugh and half surprise, the starlight gleaming in your eyes, remembering all those little things, all of a sudden my heart sings. Thank you, everybody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's your chance to dance yourself to heaven. Mr. Music Man, heavenly music, please. Say, Charles, has Miss Tony Wells arrived yet?
Yes, Mr. Brisson. She just came in. Table 26.
Thank you, Charles.
Well, good evening, Carl.
Oh, good evening, Tony. Oh, Tony, I don't know what I like better. The newspaper column you write or the hat you're wearing. Oh, it's beautiful. It looks like a crash landing.
Crash landing? Really, Carl, sometimes I think
No, you're never more beautiful than when you're angry to me. I like the way that pert nose of yours goes up in the air, and the way your eyes flash.
Oh, don't stop, Carl. What else do you like about me?
Well, I like that gown you're wearing. It's just the right color for... Here, Tony, that necklace. Where did you get it?
I designed it myself. You like it, Carl?
Do I like it? You know, it was a necklace like that once cost 2 men their lives and was almost the end of me.
Well, knowing you, I'll bet that someplace in the picture a beautiful woman was involved.
Strangely enough, there was a woman in the case.
You're on next, Mr. Brisson.
Thank you. Judy calls, Tony. Just one number, and I'll be back to tell you the whole story. Thank you, my friends, thank you. Well, isn't it lovely to see so many happy people here tonight? Well, of course, you all love music and crowded places. You all love people and such. And I love singing and smiling faces. Love to stay awake far too much. In fact, I don't care if I never go to bed. Never go to bed. Never go to bed. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed. 'Cause I'm having such a darn good time. Wow. I don't care if I never hit the hay. Never hit the hay. Such language. No, I don't care if I never hit the hay. 'Cause the night is such a fine old night. It must be somebody's birthday or anniversary, and that's a very good reason you should sing this song with me. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed. I never go to bed. I never go to bed. I don't care if I never go to bed. 'Cause I'm having a darn good time. I don't care if I never go to bed. Never go to bed. Never go to bed. Oh, I don't care. What will your mama say to that? Go to bed. 'Cause we're having such a darn good time. Thank you, everybody. Now, here's the orchestra with a number that comes from south of the border. Now, senors and senoritas, the dance floor is yours. Oh, here you are, Tony. Now, where was I?
Oh, you were just going to tell me about a necklace that cost 2 men their lives, and, of course, someplace in the story there was a beautiful woman.
Oh, yes. Well, Tony, this happened some time ago.
Oh?
It all began in my hotel suite. I'd just gotten home from the supper club where I was performing. I'd hardly taken off my hat and coat when someone knocked at my door. As I went to open it, I wondered who could be calling at me at 4 a.m.
Oh, Carl, I'm so glad you're here.
Kitty, what? Why, this is a surprise, and a most welcome one. Here. Why, Kitty, you're crying. What's wrong?
Oh, Carl, I've been a fool, such a fool.
Come now, it can't be as bad as all that. Sit here and tell me all about it.
All right. Carl, for the past 2 months, I've been employed as a social secretary by Mrs. Richard Wentworth.
Mrs. Wentworth? Oh, I know that old battle axe.
Well, tonight I went to a party, and, oh, Carl, I was wearing a necklace that wasn't mine.
You mean it was Mrs. Wentworth?
Yes, Carl, I borrowed it without her knowing, and I was robbed of the necklace. It's worth $30,000.
30,000? Boy, oh boy. How did it all happen?
Well, after the party broke up, friends of mine drove me to Mrs. Wentworth's estate. I'm living with her, you know.
I see.
I said goodnight to my friends, and I drove off. As I was looking in my purse for the key to the front door, 2 men suddenly appeared from nowhere. One had a gun.
Oh, and they took the necklace away from you?
Yes. One of them was tall, rather good looking, about 35 or so.
And the other man was short, husky fellow, about 40 or so, correct?
Correct. How did you know?
Kitty, don't you read the paper? Those two men have stolen $250,000 worth of jewelry in the past 4 months. They followed people wearing jewels and robbed them. But why haven't you gone to the police, Kitty?
But, Carl, think of what would happen then. You know Mrs. Wentworth. She'd say I'd stolen her necklace, and she'd put me in prison.
Yes, you're probably right.
So that's why I've come to you, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get the necklace back before she discovers it's gone, I'd be safe.
But, Kitty, if the police can't find those two men, how do you expect me to find them?
Carl, I have a clue.
You have a clue?
Yes. As the tall man pulled out his handkerchief to wrap the necklace in it,
Yes?
this fell out of his pocket.
Why, it's a timetable.
Yes, and look here, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
There's a circle drawn around the Albany Flyer, leaving Grand Central at 4 a.m.
And 6:20 is in circle.
Right.
That's the time the flyer arrives at Albany. What time is it now, Kitty?
10 minutes after 4. Oh, Carl, the train has already left.
Don't worry, Kitty. We'll see if we can't get that necklace back without anyone being the wiser. I'll get my car. We're going to Albany.
Look, Larry, just tell me one thing. Why are we taking this rattler to Albany?
Because the boss told me to.
Why, the boss told you to. Listen, who is the boss? That's what I want to know. For 5 months I've been working with you, and I still ain't never met the boss.
So what?
Look, I got a right to know who the boss is. You've turned over to him $250,000 worth of ice. Part of that ice is mine.
Shut up, you fool. Want everyone on the train to hear you?
Okay. But I'm not helping you pull another job until I know who the boss is. We're going to have a showdown.
All right, Mike. That's the way you want it. When we get to Albany, we'll have a showdown.
Carl, why are you tearing that page out of the telephone directory?
Because all the Albany hotels are listed here.
Oh.
Kitty, I want you to stay in this hotel room until I get back.
All right, Carl.
You mustn't worry if I'm gone for a few hours. It may take time to find them.
Carl.
Yes?
You will be careful, won't you? I couldn't bear to have anything happen to you.
Well, when you look at me like that, Kitty, I find it very difficult to leave.
Hurry back, Carl.
Hurry back? You bet I will, Kitty. We'll get that necklace back in a hurry. Then the two of us will pick up right where we left off.
Look, Larry, how much longer are we going to be cooped up in this crummy hotel room?
Relax. We won't be here much longer.
That's what you've been saying all day. Just what are we doing in Albany? That's what I want to know.
You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, when? Look, I want to meet the boss and get my share of the hawk we've been making.
Almost 6 o'clock. What about going out to the evening papers and some sandwiches?
First, I want to know what you're...
Maybe when you come back, I'll have some of the answers to the questions you've been asking.
You expecting a phone call?
I'll take a ham on rye and some coffee, and don't forget the evening papers.
Okay. I'll be back soon.
Ooh. Hello. It's good to hear from you, boss. Be careful. Don't mention any names on the phone. Yes. He's been asking quite a few questions. He wants to meet you. Don't worry, I will. There's a train leaving for New York in 20 minutes. I'll be on it. Yeah. I'll be waiting for you at the apartment. Right. Just leave everything to me.
Hotel Stanford.
Room 721, please.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Kitty. It's Carl.
Oh, Carl, I thought you'd never call.
Well, I told you it might take time to find them. But I found them, Kitty.
You have? Oh, Carl, that's wonderful. Where are you?
I'm calling from the lobby of the Empire Hotel.
Have you seen them, Carl?
I've seen just one of them, the short husky fellow. A few minutes ago, he went up to their rooms with some newspapers and sandwiches.
What are you going to do?
Kitty, get over here as fast as you can. We'll go up to their room together. If they don't return their necklace, I'll call the police.
Oh, Carl, do you think that'll make them get it back?
Well, if it doesn't, Oh, there are other ways to persuade him. Now hurry. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby.
Here are the sandwiches and the evening papers, Larry.
Put them on the table, Mike.
Okay. What did the boss have to say when he phoned?
Oh. So you know I got a call, huh? What were you doing, listening from the hall?
What if I was? I got a right to know what's going on.
Oh, of course you do, Mike, of course. What do you want to know?
Well, first of all, what are we doing in Albany?
The boss and me figured it'd be better if we had the showdown out of town.
Yeah, but where's the boss? When do I get to meet him?
I'm afraid never, Mike. You already know too much.
What do you mean by that? Larry, what are you doing with that knife?
You wanted a showdown, Mike, and now you're going to get it.
No, Larry. You know I didn't mean anything.
The boss and me have got enough, and we're quitting. But we can't afford to leave you around, Mike.
Don't talk that way, Larry. You know I never... No, don't I...
So long, Mike.
It's funny. They don't answer.
Perhaps they've left the hotel.
Well, they couldn't have passed through the lobby without my seeing them.
Oh, maybe there's a back way out.
Yes, that's quite possible.
Carl, what are you doing with those keys?
One of these keys, Kitty, will open just about any door. Here we are. Now, let's see. There.
Carl, look.
No, Kitty. You must get a hold of yourself.
But he's one of the men who robbed me, the short, husky one.
Yes, he's been stabbed in the chest.
Carl, is he dead?
No. I can still feel his heart beating. Oh, what a miracle that he's still alive. He's coming to. Wait.
Who are you?
My name is Brisson.
It was Larry Morgan.
Yes?
He knifed me so that him and the boss wouldn't have to share with me.
The boss? And who is the boss?
I don't know. He planned all the jobs. He gave Larry the orders.
And where is Larry Morgan now?
I heard him tell the boss over the phone that...
Yes.
He was taking the next train back to New York. He'd meet the boss at the apartment.
But what apartment? Tell me.
I don't know. He just said...
Yes?
Apartment... Carl, is he...
Yes, Kitty. He's dead. Tony, in a hotel room in Albany with a dead man on our hands. And Larry Morgan and the necklace gone.
Well, what happened then, Carl? What did you do?
You're on next, Mr. Brisson.
Oh, thank you. The rest of the story will have to wait, Tony. The customers want a song, and the customers are always right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Now, we have with us tonight a lovely young couple over there at that table. So they've just been engaged. May I wish them good luck by singing perhaps a slightly different version of The Bells of St. Mary's. At the porch of St. Mary's, I'll wait there for you in your soft wedding dress and its ribbons of blue. In the church of St. Mary's, sweet voices shall sing for you and me, dearest, the wedding bells ring. The bells of St. Mary's, I hear they are calling. Young loves, the true loves, coming from the sea. And so, my beloved, when Thank you. And now the floor is yours. So on with the dance. Maestro, let there be beautiful music. Now, where was it I left off, Tony?
You and Kitty were in a hotel room in Albany with a corpse.
Oh, yes, that's right. There we were with a corpse. And Larry Morgan and the necklace gone. For a little while, Kitty and I just looked at each other, too stunned to say anything. Then tears began to roll down Kitty's face. And in another moment, she was in my arms.
Oh, Carl, how will we ever get the necklace back now?
Kitty, before this poor fella died, he told us that Larry Morgan was going back to New York to meet the boss. Morgan left only a little while ago, so he must be taking the 6:18 train to New York, correct?
Yes, Carl, but it's already 6:25. That means he's gotten away from us.
Oh, perhaps not, Kitty.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, the 6:18 train is a slow one. I think that with some fast driving, I can beat that train to New York.
Oh, Carl, do you really think so?
Yes, we may have lost Mary Morgan for a moment, but we are going to pick him up again. The car is downstairs. Come on, my dear. We haven't a moment to lose. Well, here we are, Kitty. Track 14. And people are starting to get off now.
Oh, here they come, Carl.
Yes. Now, Kitty, stand behind me. We won't have our friend Larry Morgan to see you.
All right, Carl.
You see him yet?
No. Carl, there he is.
You mean that big fellow with the raincoat over his arm?
Yes, that's him.
Good. Now we're going to let Mr. Morgan lead us to his rendezvous with his boss. Come along, Kitty. Morgan's car is stopping. I better pull over on the curb before he sees us.
Carl, he's getting out of the cab and going up the steps of that brownstone house.
Yes, and now he's unlocking the front door. Now, Kitty, I want you to stay in the car until I get back.
Oh, but Carl, I want to go with you. After all, I got you.
Sorry, Kitty. There may be trouble. I want you to stay right here.
All right, you say so. Carl, have you got a gun?
Yes, I've got a gun. Now wait here, Kitty, while I introduce myself to Larry Morgan.
That you, Doc?
Good evening, Mr. Morgan.
Who the devil are you? How'd you get in here?
My name is Buisson, Carl Buisson, and I got in with this skeleton key. It's very handy sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah? Well, maybe I ought to teach you not to break
Easy there, Mr. Morgan, easy. I've got you covered. That's better.
Say, how do you know my name?
Oh, that's just one of the things I know about you. I know that last night you stole a necklace worth $30,000. And I also know that a few hours ago you stabbed a man to death in an Albany hotel room.
How'd you find that out?
And I also know that you're waiting here for your boss.
You're very clever, aren't you, Breeze?
Thank you.
You know a lot more than you should.
That's all a matter of opinion.
Do you think you're going to turn the boss and me over to the cops, huh?
I don't think so. I know it.
You know, Brisson, I knocked one guy off tonight because he knew too much. Another guy knocked off won't make much difference.
Oh, but it will, especially if that guy is me. Just stand where you are, Morgan.
Why, so that you can turn the boss and me over to the cops?
Stand.
I'm going to get you, Brisson.
Stand still or I'll shoot.
And you'd better shoot fast because I'm coming for you. Hey, why are you putting the gun in your pocket?
Oh, just because I intend to take you alive, not dead.
There's only one guy walking out of this house, Brisson, and that's going to be me.
Is that so?
Try this for sight.
Sorry, brother, but it doesn't fit.
Well, try it. Maybe this will fix you so you...
Drop that poker.
I'll drop it after I've split your head with it.
Drop it. I'll break your arm.
I'll see you if you...
Kitty.
Carl.
Kitty. Why, you've stabbed him. Why, he's dead.
Carl, I was afraid he'd kill you.
What on earth are you doing here? How did you get in?
I couldn't remain in the car knowing you were in danger. I found the door open and came in to find you both struggling for that poker.
But that dagger you killed him with. Where did you get it?
It was hanging on the wall. I just grabbed it. Oh, Carl.
All right, Kitty. You must get hold of yourself.
Carl was so afraid he'd kill you.
Oh, while I was, too. He sure was a tough customer. Oh, boy, do I wish I had a drink.
Oh, you sit there, Carl. I'll get you a drink.
All right, Kitty.
Here's some brandy. Drink it.
Thank you. Oh, gee, that helps. Now, let's see.
Carl, why are you going through his pockets?
Well, unless I'm mistaken, Morgan has the necklace in one of them. Here it is.
Good. Now that we have the necklace, don't you think we ought to get out of here?
Well, I'm afraid we can't do that, Kitty. We'll have to notify the police. And then, Lieutenant, Kitty came in to find Larry Morgan and me fighting. She saw the dagger hanging on the wall, got it, and stabbed Morgan in the back.
I didn't know what I was doing, Lieutenant. All I knew was that Carl might be killed. I had to do something to save him.
I understand, miss. I don't think you have anything to worry about. You say, Mr. Brisson, that Larry Morgan came here to wait for his boss?
That's correct, Lieutenant.
Didn't Morgan give you any idea who his boss was?
No, he didn't.
Well, with that fellow dead in Albany and Morgan dead, I guess we'll never know who the boss is.
You're wrong, Lieutenant. The boss is right here in this room.
The only one here besides you is this young lady. Say, you don't mean...
Yes, Lieutenant. The boss is a woman, not a man. And her name is Kitty Robert.
Carl, you can't be serious.
Oh, but I am, Kitty. Lieutenant, Larry Morgan fell in love with Kitty and also fell in with her scheme to rob wealthy people of their jewels.
That isn't true.
In 5 months, Larry, with the help of Mike Warner, turned over to Kitty $250,000 worth of stolen jewelry. Things started to get hot, so Kitty decided to get rid of them both.
Lieutenant,
Be quiet. Go on, Mr. Brisson.
Kitty thought out a very clever scheme. Larry Morgan was to kill Mike Warner. Then he, in turn, was to be killed by me as I tried to get back the necklace.
Lieutenant, don't listen to him.
She waited in the hall for a gunshot that would tell her that Morgan was dead. When she heard Morgan fighting with me, she knew something had gone wrong. She came into this room, got the dagger, and stabbed him to death.
I see.
Pretending all the time that she's done it for my sake. Right, Kitty?
You can't prove a thing.
No, Lieutenant. Unless I misguess myself, or... Kitty has a safety deposit box in some bank. And in that box you'll find $250,000.
Look out, Mr. Brisson.
When I recovered, Tony, I had a lump on my head, I tell you, like the size of an egg.
But, Carl, how did that happen?
Unfortunately, I had turned my back to Kitty.
Oh?
So she promptly hit me over the head with a vase.
You know, in a way, Carl, it served you right.
Oh, thank you very much. But believe me, I was glad to see the last of her.
But, Carl, whatever made you suspect that Kitty was the boss?
2 things, Tony. Her first mistake was when she said she'd found the door to Larry Morgan's apartment open. I knew that wasn't true, because I had locked the door when I entered the apartment.
Oh, then she must have had a key to the apartment.
Exactly. And when she went to get me a drink, she gave herself away completely. Without any hesitation, she went into the next room and found some brandy. It was then I realized she had been in the apartment before.
Oh, what happened to her, Carl?
Well, you better look up in the newspapers, Tony. And if you don't find it...
Yes, Carl?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to be embarrassed.
Oh, Carl.
For I bring a little white gardenia.
You've been listening to A Voice in the Night, starring the internationally famous entertainer Carl Brisson. Next week at the same time, over most of these mutual stations, Carl Brisson returns to entertain you with music and mystery in The Case of the Accidental Murders. This program is heard in Canada through facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder
OTR Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the world's great detectives of fiction and invites you to listen to the story of his most exciting case. Tonight, we meet Sir Henry Merivale, known to his host of friends as H.M., in the story, Death in the Dressing Room. Good evening, H.M. Tell me, you were with Scotland Yard for a long time before you retired, weren't you?
I was indeed, Mr. Knight.
And didn't I hear that you ran some sort of a secret department for them?
Well, there was nothing secret about it. You see, it was called the Department of Queer Complaints. All the crackpots were sent in to me. As a matter of fact, that's how I happened to be on the spot when this nightclub murder took place. You see, I was there investigating one of our queer complaints that didn't seem to have anything to do with murder. And, well, suppose I begin at the beginning, eh? You know how sometimes a nightclub will catch the public's fancy, a place to see and be seen at? Well, at the time of this story, the Orient Club in London was having just such a season, flourishing like the proverbial Green Bay tree. Tony Kaplan, who ran it, was a smooth, slippery customer, Piccadilly by the way of Times Square and Monte Carlo. And he did have one big drawing card, the star of his show, by the way, another Times Square product, Francine Rapport. She was a great dancer. On the afternoon of the day in question, Tony Kaplan was rehearsing Francine.
Francine, what's the matter with you? You're introducing this Javanese temple dance tonight. Come on, quit clowning and get with it, will you?
Oh, let's cut it out, Tony. It's too corny. Standing in the middle of the floor, waving your arms around like snakes. That went out with the art.
They'll eat it up. Listen, Francine, since when did you start masterminding your routines? You dance and leave the thinking to me.
Oh, yes? Well, maybe I don't like the way you've been thinking lately, Tony. And maybe I don't like the way you've been acting either. Where were you last night after the show?
Oh, nuts. Let's not go through that dialogue again. Put on another record.
Well, don't get any big ideas under that patent leather hair of yours. I got plenty on you, Tony, and I might use it. If you make me, see?
Yes, I see. Another thing I see is that I pay the orchestra to rehearse, not to referee a love match. Now, come on, let's try that ending again. Okay, fellas, okay. The Java number. Pick it up 8 bars from the finish. Okay, That's it, Fran. Now you've got it. A 1 and 2 and finish. Swell. See, I told you it'd be good.
Okay, but I still think it's right from the silo.
Now, let's try it with that blue spotlight.
Blue spotlight? Are you nuts, Tony? You know what blue does to me.
Look, Fran, it's gotta be blue. This number's supposed to be mysterious, see?
Oh.
All the lights out and just that blue baby spot on you. Don't forget you're covered from head to foot with those jewels.
You mean I'm covered from head to foot with that stinking oil?
All right.
I tell you, Tony, it gets all over me. When I finish, I feel like I've been in an oil well.
So what? You can wash it off after the number. Well, it's the only thing that'll make those cheap sparklers gleam. Now quit beefing, Fran. This number will knock 'em dead.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
I always do, baby. Okay, boys, from the beginning now, please.
Tony, can I speak to you for a minute?
Why, Paula, you can do more than that to me, beautiful. Come over here. What's on your mind, sugar?
It's that costume of Miss Francine. You know, it's just net. And with all those phony jewels on it, Tony, I won't be able to get her into it fast.
Oh, forget the costume, baby. Concentrate on yours truly for a change. You know, honey, you do things to me.
Mr. Tony, please. Not here. Someone will see you. Miss Francine, she's looking.
I'll let her look. I'm crazy about you, baby. You know that, don't you?
But Tony, Miss Francine...
Leave that to me, baby. Little Tony will fix everything. See?
You will make Paula the great dancer, no?
I'll do more than that. You'll have cars, jewels, furs, the works.
Careful, Tony. She's coming.
Stop that music. Stop the music. Say, what's going on here between you two? Paul, I told you to stay in the dressing room and finish my costume, didn't I?
Yes, ma'am. It was just that I wanted to ask Mr. Kaplan a question about it.
Oh, yes? Well, ask me from now on. You've been asking Mr. Kaplan a lot of questions lately, and he's been giving you an awful lot of answers.
Oh, come on, Fran. Can't a guy be polite to a nice little girl?
Not when he works so hard at it. You lay off, do you hear? Next time I catch her hanging around you, little Paula won't live here anymore.
All right. Now, if you'll take my advice, you'll put your other expression back on in the kind you got company. Don't look now. I think the white hope of the Forsyth fortune is headed this way.
Monty?
The kid himself, the heir to the Forsyth. I'm just about ready for the squeeze play. What do you think, Fran? Will the fish bite?
If he won't, I will. Why, Monty, how sweet of you to drop in.
Francine, I've got to see you now. I've got to talk to you.
Why, of course, Monty. I'm sure Mr. Kaplan can hold up the rehearsal for a few minutes.
Oh, why, certainly. Boys, suppose we run over that hula number.
Let's go to my dressing room. It's cozier there. Well, Monty, suppose you've come to talk to me about those letters again.
But, Francine, you don't understand. Those letters are very important to me.
But, Sugar, they're very important to me, too. They're so sweet. I've never had such letters before.
That's just it, Francine. You see, I'm in the diplomatic service. If those letters ever get out, well, I mean, they aren't very discreet. It would mean the end of my career almost before I started.
Yes, I see it. Wouldn't be so good if anybody else saw them. Well, I guess you can have them back.
Oh, Francine, you're wonderful. I knew you'd understand. I knew you'd give them back to me.
Give them back? Well, it amounts to that, I guess, but there's a favor I've got to ask of you in return, Monty.
Of course, Francine, anything.
Well, you see, I'm afraid I've been a bit extravagant lately, and I'm terribly hard up.
I see. Yes, I see perfectly. How much?
Now, don't be mad, Sugar. It's only £1,000.
£1,000? But that's impossible. I haven't that much money. I wouldn't know where to get it.
That's your business, Mr. Diplomat. Why, I'm giving you a bargain. That's because I like you so much. Why, just think what the Daily Comet would pay me for...
All right, you win. But I've got to have time.
Why, of course, Sugar. You can have plenty of time. Shall we say, tonight?
Tonight?
Yes, tonight. After my first show. The dough is to be in an unmarked wallet. And whoever brings it walks up to Tony Kaplan and says, I beg your pardon, you dropped your wallet.
Kaplan? So he's in on it, too. I might have known. A pretty little game.
Yes, we thought so, too, but now I'm tired of playing. So don't you forget. Bring that £1,000 tonight, or else. Make it after my first show, here at the Orient Club.
I'm sorry, sir, there are no tables.
What would I say, Armand?
Sorry, sir, we are entirely full.
Armand, please.
Sorry, madame, but you see. Oh, good evening, Sir Henry.
Well, Armand, you have my regular table, of course.
But of course, monsieur.
Ah, fine.
For Sir Henry Merivale, there is always the table. Right this way, if you please, monsieur.
Ah, you see, there you are, Matthews. Simple when you know how, isn't it? Yes. Come along. By Jove, Chief, I don't see how you do it. Don't you? Personality, my boy. Personality, only that.
Here you are, Sir Henry. Table 16 as usual.
Ah, very good, Armand. Thank you. Oh, here.
Thank you, monsieur.
That's very nice. Well, I got your message to meet you here, H.M. I must admit I don't know why we're here, sir. Are we, slumming? Why, not exactly. We're here, Matthews, because this club, the Orient, is run by two of the slickest crooks I'd ever had the pleasure of knowing. Really? Tony Kaplan and Francine Rapport. And because Scotland Yard has complaints about a new and highly ingenious racket they're presumably working.
pocket-picking in the futurist manner.
What? Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Let me explain. You see, a guest here with a good many drinks inside him seldom remembers exactly how much money he has in his wallet. Now, if that wallet is lifted and deftly returned minus £3, say, or a fiver, he simply assumes he must have spent it.
I see.
The method is harmless and very nearly undetectable, but the takings each week must be enormous.
Very ingenious.
Yes, isn't it? I say, there's an interesting-looking girl. That one in white at the next table.
What? Why, H.M.
Eh? Oh, no, I don't mean aesthetically. In this case, I mean professionally. She's just dropped a man-sized wallet on the floor. She seemed very nervous when she picked it up again. I wonder...
A man's wallet? What would she be doing with a man's wallet?
I'm sure I don't know, but I mean to find out.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The floor show's about to start.
Tonight, Francine offers for your approval for the first time a new dance. The Chavanese Temple Dance.
I say, Jim.
Yes?
Look, that girl in white we were just talking about. She's leaving her table. She's going into the bar. Follow her, man. Find out where she's going and report to me.
Right, sir. I say, bartender.
Yes, sir.
Did a lady in white just come in here?
Yes, sir. She went in there, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, you can't go in there, sir.
I think I can. Here. I'm a police officer.
Oh, police.
Yes. Where does that door lead to?
To the dressing room, sir.
Oh, I see. But the girl did go in there.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Out of my way, please.
Yes, sir.
Let me by, please.
Wait a minute. Not so fast, young lady. Would you mind telling me what you did with that wallet you put in your handbag a minute ago?
Wallet? Really? What wallet?
Now, look. I'm a police officer.
I see. One of those persons who have a good time here and then arrest the management for selling drinks after hours.
No, I have nothing to do with that. But would you mind explaining what you were doing with that wallet?
I suppose I'll have to. I picked it up off the floor.
Oh, picked it up?
Yes, it's quite true. Not being able to appreciate the charms of Miss Francine Rapport, which evidently stagger you men so, I went to the bar during her dance. On the way, I picked up the wallet. Naturally, when the lights went up, I wanted to find the proper owner.
Then why didn't you?
Well, what do you think I'm doing here? Miss Rapport, I understand, is part owner here. I'm sorry if the proper procedure is to stand on the table and shout that you've found a wallet. I thought of taking it to Miss Rapport.
Oh, I see. And, did you give it to her?
No, she isn't here. Evidently, she didn't come back here after her dance. Perhaps you'll be good enough to let me pass so I can take the wallet to Mr. Kaplan.
Now, just a minute, please.
Oh, right. You can come with me.
No, let's say you come with me. We're going back to Francine's dressing room.
No, I won't.
Come with me, I said. Is, this Miss Rapport's dressing room?
Yes.
Well, then. You'll soon find out if she's here or not, huh?
You see, I told her she wasn't here.
Yes, so you did. But, if you don't mind, I think I'll just make sure.
Wait, you can't go in there.
Huh? Well, who are you?
Paula, Miss Rapport's maid.
Oh, then, open the door. I'm a police officer, and I want to see her.
But you can't.
Come along.
Very well.
What's this?
Oh.
She's dead.
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it.
Murdered. Stabbed in the back with a pair of scissors.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Stay where you are, both of you.
And now, folks, the medley of dancing hits, beginning with the favorite of yesterday and today, Whispering.
Close that door, please. All right, now you. You told me your name is Paula. Miss Rapport's maid?
Yes, sir.
Were you here when Miss Rapport came back from her dance a few minutes ago?
No, I was not. I can prove I was not. She met me at the end of the passageway. Gave me a message to take her to Mr. Kaplan to come back and see her. I went and told him. I was out there. Mr. Kaplan can tell you that.
All right, steady. Paula, do you know where table 16 is?
Yes, sir.
All right, at table 16, you'll find a big, heavy-set man with a sandy, ruddy complexion. His name is Sir Henry Merivale. Ask him if he'll come in here right away, will you? But don't say a word about this to anyone else. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Can't I go now? Please, I can't stand looking at her there.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to remain where you are. See, this in our hand. Scrap of paper, Evidently left when the murderer snatched the rest of it from her grasp. Got to see you. Ever your adoring Monty.
Monty?
Oh, you know him.
No, I don't.
But you knew she was dead. Why didn't you tell me? You must have known I saw you come out of this room.
You think I'm insane. You'd only have thought what you're thinking now. But I didn't kill her. I came in here and I found her dead. All I wanted to do was to get away. I don't expect you to believe that. I probably wouldn't believe it myself if I were in your place.
Then, what about that wallet?
It's Tony Kaplan's wallet. You might as well know now.
Oh, you stole it.
No, I didn't steal it. He dropped it.
He dropped?
He dropped it, I tell you.
You still got the wallet?
Well,
You better let me have it.
Oh, here it is.
Thank you. 1,000 pounds.
What's going on here? Who are you?
Steady, Kaplan. Don't touch anything.
She's dead. Francine.
Yes, Kaplan. We just...
They got her. She was all I had. Who did it? Tell me. Who did it?
Easy,
I'll
Kaplan.
kill him. Who's that girl?
I came
What's she doing here?
Well, she told me she'd found your wallet.
Yes, that's right. Now, Mr. Matthew, you can clear up one thing. I mean about that wallet. Mr. Kaplan can clear it up. I saw him drop it. He can tell you who I am, too. He can vouch for me.
All right, Kaplan. What? Is this your wallet?
What wallet? Where? What are you talking about?
Does this wallet belong to you?
Certainly not.
Oh, I suppose you'll say that you don't know why I'm here either.
Madam, I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that Francine is dead. Dead, do you understand? I love Francine. I come in here to find her dead with a pair of scissors. And all you people can do is babble about a wallet. Oh, I don't know who you are. I never saw you before in my life. Did you kill her? Did you?
Did you?
I've done a lot of things in my life. To judge by the number of police in my club tonight, they think I've done a lot more. But I couldn't have killed Francine. I never left that orchestra platform from the time Francine was dancing till just a moment ago. 50 people will testify to that. Once in my life, I'm in the clear when dirty work's been done. This kind of dirty work, this kind.
What kind of dirty work, Tony?
Who are you?
Sir Henry. Oh, boy, Chief, am I glad to see you. Why, thank you, Jim.
Hello, copper. Come to run us all in?
No. Francine's maid told me. I've telephoned divisional headquarters about our unfortunate homicide here. They'll take charge. No, I really came to break up your newest and I think most ingenious racket. This wallet contains the blackmail money that Kaplan and Miss Rapport wanted from your brother for his letters to Miss Rapport, doesn't it?
No.
Crazy.
You were instructed to hand the money to Kaplan in public in the presence of witnesses in a wallet with a little speech. This is your wallet, isn't it?
It's not
You
true.
can't get away
You
with
went to
it.
give it to him by the orchestra platform, but at the last minute you lost your nerve, didn't you?
No, I
So you followed Francine in here and tried to fling it at her instead.
You're trying to trick me.
That's another one of their little games. Nice, safe blackmail. They used to pull that one in Paris.
You're going a little fast, aren't you, copper? You could get into trouble, you know, talking like that. Making accusations you can't prove out of nothing.
Not exactly nothing, Anthony. Monty Forsyth telephoned us, but then he lost his nerve and refused to set a trap. There was nothing else we could do about it.
Well, what else could I do? I had to get back those letters Monty wrote her. He won't help himself, and I...
Look here, Miss Forsyth. I seem to have made a fool of myself. Sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Matthews. You may not have caught a pickpocket, but how do you know you haven't caught a murderess? Look there at that piece of paper in Francine's hand. That's torn off one of my brother's letters, and our wonderful Mr. Kaplan knows it as well as I do.
I don't know what Francine was up to. About letters, that is. She wanted to sell some letters. That was her business. But if there were letters, where are they now?
Well, here's part of one at any rate. You know, strange what soft hands and arms Francine has. By the way, Miss Forsythe, did you get the letters?
No. I told you. She was dead when I got here. I was only here half a minute anyway. I haven't got any letters. Well, you can search me if you like. Kaplan had the letters. He probably still has them.
I never had any letters. Maybe your brother got him. Didn't this copper say he's here tonight? What's his alibi?
You know you really are a nasty bit of work.
That may be. We're none of us perfect, not even you. But you see, Miss So-and-so, you're in a jam, a bad jam. Now, I'm not in a jam at all. I didn't kill that poor kid. I couldn't have killed her. The coppers themselves will tell you I never left that orchestra platform at any time.
Is that true?
Yes, it's quite true.
See?
No, I don't see. All I know is that it cost Monty and me nearly everything we've got to scrape that money together. There must be lots of poor fools like us. The clever ones of this world have it all their own way, haven't they?
Oh, I think not, Miss Forsythe. No. Come in. Oh, it's you, Paula. Come in and close that door, please. Paula. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Maybe you have. I was at the Tin Hat Club 2-3 years.
No, I've never been at the Tin Hat Club. No. Haven't I seen you more recently than that?
I don't know.
Very well, we'll skip that. How many dressing rooms are there here?
2 besides this.
Any other principals aside from Miss Rapport?
No.
And the chorus girls, did they change in these rooms?
I'll answer any of your
I'm
questions.
talking to Paula now.
No, on the other side. Miss Rapp would not let them.
When did you last see Miss Rapport alive?
I passed here when she came back off the floor. She gave me a message for Mr. Kaplan.
Ah, so you have an alibi too, eh? Tony, you're a good dance director, aren't you?
Yes, I guess so. What's that got to do with it?
Do you suppose you could teach Paula here to do that temple dance, now that Francine won't be able to dance it any longer?
Oh, I suppose it. Look here, H.M., what are you getting at?
In fact, you've already taught her, haven't you, Tony?
No, certainly not.
Did you notice the dance finished 3 measures too soon tonight, Tony? Didn't that worry you?
Have you gone up your rocker?
I think not. Let me have a look at your hands, Paula.
My hands?
Yes, both of them.
If you're saying Paula had anything to do with killing Francine, you're wrong. She was out on the dance floor with me the whole time. 50 witnesses can prove it.
No doubt.
And if you're saying she's a pickpocket, you must be completely off your nut. What do you think you'll find in her hand anyway? Beeswax?
No, not at all. No, only oil.
Oil?
You're quite right. She was out on that dance floor the entire time. She's got oil on her hands and arms, Tony. How did she get it there?
Let me alone.
How should I?
I'll tell you. From the oil that was smeared on those jewels on her costume while she was on that floor dancing. Why was she out there dancing instead of Francine, Tony? Or shall I tell you that, too?
You're crazy.
Because Francine was in here, dead. Wasn't she, Tony?
No.
You killed Francine before the dance.
No.
Then you went out to the bandstand and Paula took Francine's place. You were sure no one would recognize her in that dark blue light with her Japanese headdress on.
No.
Paula, keep your trap shut.
Everybody assumed it was Francine, would swear they saw her alive. And everybody would swear they saw you out there all the time. A pretty alibi, Tony.
Yeah, that's right. I got a swell alibi, copper. Try and break it down.
Well, Paula, who is it to be? You or him?
No, I didn't kill her.
He'll rap on you, Paula. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I'll tell.
Why, you black-hearted double-crossing rat.
He did our Captain, or you'll get hurt.
He killed her. He killed her with scissors. He say you dance. Nothing happened. He promised marry me. I do nothing.
All right. Constable.
You call me?
Yes, Constable. Take them away.
Front you up, sir.
Yeah.
A nasty customer, Jim.
Right, sir. They both are. Well, it was lucky for you Paula didn't have time to wash that oil off her arms. You might never have caught her.
Yes, that helped. But it was plain from the first that there'd been a substitution of identities.
For the first, Sir Henry?
Yes.
Well, I don't see how.
Well, Jim, as you know, I have an eye for a pretty girl. But that's not all. Whatever you might say about Francine Rapport, she was a magnificent dancer. I didn't know who it was dancing out there tonight, but I knew it wasn't Francine.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual Series, which brings you each week one exciting case, one member from the select band of the world's great detectives. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you one of the best-known and best-beloved figures in all crime fiction, Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot, the man with the little gray cells. The story is The Tragedy at Marsden Manor, in which Poirot double-crosses a double-crosser. Tonight's detective was H.M. Merivale, played by Roland Winters. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adapted by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
It's Mystery Time. Tonight's Mystery Classics stars Laurence Olivier in The Suicide Club.
So he died after all. Was it murder and suicide? Or murder and accidental death?
Biddies, a shuffle of the cards. Then they were dealt out. And if you draw the wrong card, gives me the shivers. So I'm sure you'll listen as intently as I shall. It's that famous, chilling classic by Robert Louis Stevenson, now transcribed, The Suicide Club, starring Laurence Olivier.
This is the story of a frightening adventure. I do not propose to tell you my name, and after you've heard the story, you will perhaps understand why not. One night, in an oyster bar not far from Leicester Square.
What's on there? That fella doing over there? The one who's just come in.
Huh? It seems to be with those two commissionaires. He's got a dish of something or other, haven't they? Seem to be offering everyone something to eat.
Are they pies or something?
Oh, yes, they look like it. Some sort of tart, I think, yes. They're cream tarts. Cream tarts in an oyster bar. The fellow seems to be giving them away. I'm not surprised.
Well, maybe it's a wager or something.
Well, looks as if we're going to be offered some, too.
Will you do me the honor of eating one of these tarts? I can answer for the quality of the pastry. I've eaten 27 of them myself since 5 o'clock.
27? That's rather a lot, isn't it?
Matter of principle, sir. Every time my offer is rejected, I insist on eating the tart myself.
All right, then, Colonel. We'll help you out. On one condition. If my friend and I both eat your tart, you must join us for supper out.
That's a good idea. Well, I've several dozen still on hand, so I'll have to visit a few more bars before I've got rid of them all. If you're already hungry, gentlemen, I...
No, my friend and I will go the round with you. It looks a very pleasant way of passing an evening. Stupid.
Splendid. 2 tarts for the gentleman.
Delicious.
These are cold.
Well, there was obviously a story behind all this nonsense. My friend and I were anxious to hear it. We chose a little French restaurant in Soho, ordered a private room, very good meal, and champagne for the occasion. The young man ate surprisingly well, despite his rather sickly hors d'oeuvres. And over the dessert, we persuaded him to begin his explanation.
There's every reason why I shouldn't tell you my story. So perhaps it's fine to do so.
Good for you.
I come from quite a respectable family, you know, and I started life with quite a reasonable fortune. I had a lot of amusing adventures. Even fought a duel when I was in Paris.
Oh.
By the time I began to come to my senses, I had very little fortune left, and promptly fell in love. After I had nothing left to offer the young lady, I came to the sad conclusion that there was really nothing very much left to live for.
No.
I got rid of all the money I had left down to the last £80, which left me just £40 to get rid of during the course of today.
£40? What happened to the other 40?
That went for a very particular purpose. Well, I've spent a very amusing day getting rid of my last £2 from the cream tarts over which we met. And I wanted to close a foolish life in a particularly foolish manner, which you must admit I did.
Well, I shouldn't deny that, but what happens next?
Oh, I'm not complaining. And at least I'm not a coward. I've lived my life and enjoyed it. So now I simply have to get rid of it.
Get rid of it?
You mean kill yourself?
No. Who hasn't often thought of doing it? You know, young fellow, it's a curious coincidence, but at the whole of London, you went and picked on a couple of people in much the same position as yourself.
What? You mean you're ruined too? Is this very excellent supper a last extravagance as well? Like my green tart?
Well, near enough. And just to get rid of any slight disparity, let's put £5 here on the table to cover the bill, and have you a match?
Yes?
Thank you. Burn the rest. Like this.
What the devil are you doing? Don't be another fool.
Well, aren't we all?
Good heavens, haven't you got any money left at all now? Why didn't you keep your £40?
£40? Why not £40?
Oh, for that matter, why not 80? You must have done the best part of 100. Well, £40 would have been enough. But without that, no admission. They're very strict about the rules. Fine business when you can't even die without money.
I think you better explain yourself.
Do I have to? If you haven't the £40, what's the point?
Well,
I haven't had enough for both of us. If we really needed. I thought you were in the same straits as I was.
I seem to remember that you had £80 yesterday.
Yes, I had. You're not fooling me. You are as desperate as I am.
Huh? Bored with life, if that's what you mean?
Yes, indeed.
Thought I'd made that clear enough by burning my last money.
Perhaps you can afford to burn £100 or so.
Well, I'm no millionaire, if that's what you mean.
Well, here's to your health. And good night, my merry ruined man.
Oh, no, you can't get out of it like that. You tell me that you're desperate, and I accept the fact. Why should you have less confidence in me? In either of us?
Yes, right. Then you're not joking. You really are.
Like you, we've had enough of life. Haven't we, Colonel?
Yes.
Sooner or later, alone or together, we're prepared to put an end to it. Aren't we, Colonel? Yes. Well, now that we've come across you, and since you seem to be in a hurry, well, we can make it tonight just as easily. Why not all three of us together?
Yes, why not? That really goes for you as well, Colonel. Yes, certainly, provided you've something in mind. And you really can put up the £80 between you. Yes. 2, 10, 20, 40, 60, £80, a few left over. I shouldn't forget about the rest. £40 each is the entrance fee.
The entrance fee? Entrance fee to what?
To the Suicide Club. How it's managed or who started the club, I don't exactly know. But what I do know, I'm under the guarantee this. If you are really tired of life, both of you, I'll take you to a meeting of the club. And if not tonight, at least sometime within the week, you'll quietly cease to live.
And you say that you're a member of this club?
Yes, I paid my subscription today. I shall be going there in... What time is it? Yes, in half an hour. You've just got half an hour to make up your mind whether you're coming with me or not. If you were serious, then you've nothing to lose. I'll be back for your decision. In half an hour, gentlemen. Now, you have made up your minds, both of you. You don't want to draw back while there's still time.
No, I'm not in the habit of drawing back either of us.
Very well. We'll take a four-wheeler. Cab! Wait a minute, sir. Drive us to the address on this piece of paper.
Very good, sir.
After you, gentlemen.
Well, gentlemen, in certain instances, you'll appreciate that a certain amount of secrecy is called for until you're actually enrolled in the club. You'll forgive me if I take the precaution of blindfolding you both. Is that necessary? Yes, I'm afraid it is. You see, gentlemen, this is not a joke. The cab stopped at last in a dark street, and the young man paid it off. He took advantages of our eyes and invited us to follow him down an alleyway. He knocked at the door. The door was opened, and we were ushered into an entrance hall. The young man left us for a few minutes, and we heard voices. At last, an inner door was opened, and we found ourselves in the presence of the president of the club.
Sit down, gentlemen. I'm told you wish to see me.
We wish to join your club, sir. The Suicide Club.
Forgive me, gentlemen. You appreciate I have to take precautions. So you wish to join the Suicide Club. May I ask your reasons?
Well, I was a colonel till I was cashiered for cheating at cards.
And you, sir?
Sheer laziness.
Laziness? Hang it, you must have a better reason than that.
No, why should I have? I've lost all my money. Can't be bothered to make any more.
If I wasn't so experienced in these things, I should probably turn you both away. As it is, I happen to know suicide is almost always committed for the most frivolous reasons. Very well, then. If you are prepared to take the oath in the manner prescribed, you will be accepted as members. The oath, I need hardly say, is an oath of secrecy. We're careful to make it binding in the very highest degree. When you have taken the oath, if you're willing to do so, that is, then you'll be enrolled forthwith as members of the Suicide Club.
We have bound ourselves on oath to keep the secrets of the Suicide Club. Nothing could be conceived more passive than the obedience promise, or more stringent than the terms to which we had agreed. The man who broke that oath of silence could scarcely have a rag of honor or any of the consolations of religion left to him. We signed the document, but not without a shudder. The president received our entrance money, and without more ado, took us through into the smoking room of the Suicide Club. There we were introduced to our fellow members. This full muster of the club?
Oh, middling. By the way, if you have any money, it's usual to offer champagne. It keeps up a good spirit, and it's one of my little perquisites.
I shall have to leave that to you, I'm afraid, Colonel.
Yes, in this 4 bottles, with my compliments.
Thank you very much. Now, please make yourselves at home.
They looked about us with interest. Few of the other members were much above 30, and 1 or 2 were still in their teens. One man interested me intensely. He was probably upwards of 40, but he looked fully 10 years older. I've never seen a man more naturally hideous, nor one more ravaged by his excesses. He was partly paralyzed, and was the only man in the room who shared the composure of the president. I got into conversation with him.
So you are newcomers, are you? Well, perhaps I can help to set your mind at rest. I've been coming here regularly for 2 years now.
2 years? But I thought members could only expect to last for a week or so.
Ah, yes, but my case is peculiar. I'm not, properly speaking, a suicide at all. Merely an honorary member. I only visit the club once every 2 months or so. My infirmity, you know. And I pay a special rate. Even so, my luck has been quite extraordinary.
Luck? I still don't really understand.
Oh, no, of course not. An ordinary member who comes here looking for death, like you, returns every evening till fortune favors him. He can even live on the premises, quite cheaply. The president's company is worth the money in itself.
Indeed, I shouldn't have thought it.
Oh, but you don't know the man. The drollest fellow. What stories and what cynicism.
I take it he's a permanency like yourself.
The only permanency, really. So far I've been graciously spared, but I must go at last. But the president never plays, of course. He shuffles and deals for us and makes all the necessary arrangements. He's been running the club for over 3 years, and not a whisper of suspicion has been aroused. Quite astonishing when you come to think of it.
And he assists the members to commit suicide?
Yes, indeed. The whole thing's in his hands. You remember the case last week, the man who was accidentally poisoned in a chemist's
I
shop?
read about it in the papers.
Beautifully arranged. Though one of our president's less racy notions, but how simple and how safe.
You mean that man was one of the victims? I mean, one of your members?
Of course. Nearly every accident which you read about in the papers, in decent society, of course, is arranged for one or other of our members. Ex-members, I should
You'll have to forgive me, I'm still in the dark. You say that you've been lucky enough in lasting so long. I thought that the whole idea was to die as quickly as possible.
Naturally, but as I explained, I'm a special case. To me, the club is a sort of temporal intoxication. If I could stand the excitement, I should come here more often. As it is, I regard this as the ultimate in dissipation. I think I can say I've tried every other sort.
I can well believe it, if you'll excuse me saying so.
I'm flattered. Some people get their greatest excitement out of love or gambling or crime. To me, there's nothing so exciting as fear. In fact, you can envy me. I'm an utter coward. To such as me, the club offers particular excitement.
It does. I'm still in the dark. How is the excitement, as you call it, arranged?
Of course, I must tell you how the victim, I think that was your word, how the victim is selected every evening. But not only the victim, the other member who is to act for the club and becomes death's high priest for the occasion.
You mean they kill each other?
Why, yes. The trouble of committing suicide is removed that way.
You mean one of us maybe takes the decision to kill one of the others?
Why not? We should really be doing him a service he requires. Would you refuse to oblige a friend?
Well, since you say that the game is interesting and exciting, how is it played?
The members sit round the table and the president shuffles and deals the cards, one at a time to each member in turn. The member turns up his card, and I assure you, the suspense is almost unbearable. Exquisite.
One of the cards means that the member is to die.
Exactly. The ace of spades is the card of death.
And the card that turns him into a murderer?
We prefer to say, appoints him official of the night. That's another ace. The ace of clubs.
Now I could understand. Only too clearly. The man sitting by himself in the window, his head hanging, hands thrust deep in his trouser pockets, pale and sweating with fear. A wreck in soul and body. I could understand the cynical smile on the face of the president, the only one in the room who had nothing to lose by the game, who charged each man the price of his death or the hire of the killer. At last, we met again the man who had brought us to the club, the young madman of the cream tarts. Is this your first night here as a member? I take it that it is.
Yes, as I say, quite a few of my friends have been members in the past. That's how I came to hear about it, while they were waiting for their ace of spades. You may remember a certain baronet who was crushed to death by a falling wall last month.
Yes, I seem to remember him. Was he a member as well?
He brought me with him to the door the night of the accident. Nobody outside this room knew what really happened to him. I remember who obliged him was drowned in a boating accident the following weekend. I hope to be as fortunate.
On your first night? Isn't that rather unlikely?
Unlucky at love, you know. Lucky at cards. I lay you 5-1 that I draw the ace tonight.
I thought you'd spent your last sovereign on cream tart.
Oh, I'm sorry, of course I did. Well, wish me luck anyway.
Well, I wish you all that you wish yourself.
I wish you the same.
If it's your pleasure, gentlemen.
Well, this will decide it. One way or the other.
A pair of folding doors had been thrown open, and the whole room full of men began to pass into the next room. The gaming room itself was similar in every way to the one which we had left, except for the furniture. The center of the room was occupied by a long green table, at the head of which the president seated himself. In front of him was a pack of cards, which he began to shuffle and cut with careful deliberation. 13 members sat down at the table. My friend and I, between the young man and the semi-paralyzed honorary member.
Very well, gentlemen. For the benefit of our new members, each of you must declare the card that's been dealt to him before I deal the card to his neighbor. Is that understood?
Yes.
Very well, then. I will begin to deal.
Four of hearts. Knave of spades. 10 of hearts. Queen of hearts. 3 of clubs. 8 of diamonds. 7 of clubs. Knave of diamonds. Ace of hearts. What? No. No.
I must ask you to declare your cards, sir.
The ace of clubs. Yes, good. The ace of clubs. The card of the killer had been dealt to the young man of the cream tart. He dropped it on the table, his face whiter than the pasteboard. Then left his place at the table and stumbled back into the smoking room. The excitement around the gaming table was now electric. The killer was known, and somewhere among the remaining 12 was the victim. Hope, fear, envy, and abject terror shone from the watching eyes of the player. Striking contrast to the cynical smile of the dealer. 5 of hearts. King of spades.
4 diamonds.
The card had not been dealt to every member on the table. The president began to deal the second round. 8 of clubs. Queen of spades.
5 of clubs.
6 of diamonds. 7 of spades.
King of hearts.
2 of diamonds. And once again, the deal had come round to me. As I turned my card on the table, my heart was pounding in my chest. 10 of hearts. And now it was the turn of my neighbor, the honorary member. The ace of spades. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Game for the night was at an end. As we left the room, the president beckoned to the young man of the green tart. The man who had hoped to die was receiving his instructions as official of the night. A friend and I made our escape as quickly as we could. We hailed a hansom cab which took us back to our homes and back to some degree of sanity. Next morning, my friend came round to call on me after breakfast.
Well, have you seen it? In this morning's paper?
No. What? I haven't looked at the papers yet.
Then read this.
Mr. Bartholomew Malthus, well known in social circles, and Sir Andrew Flann were killed in a fall from the 4th floor window of the former's town residence. It appears that Sir Andrew had offered to assist Mr. Malthus up the stairs to his apartment, as the latter was suffering from the effects of a partial stroke. On emerging from the lift, it is thought that Mr. Malthus must have been seized with an attack of giddiness, which caused Sir Andrew to lead into an open window at the end of the corridor. It is thought that one of the gentlemen must then have stumbled, and that the other, in trying to save him, was dragged through the window in his turn.
The honorary member, and the young man with the cream tart.
So he died after all. Was it murder and suicide? Or murder and accidental death? I wonder.
Whatever it was, the world can spare them. Both of them.
Yeah. And only one thing lacking to make it poetic justice.
You mean the president?
Yes. The president of the Suicide Club. What is the ultimate fate of those other members of the club? Whether the club is still in existence, or whether the murderer whose brain conceives it came to a violent end in turn, that is something I shall never know. All I know is this, that I never read of a fatal accident in the papers now, without wondering whether it was an accident, or just one further member of an association of madmen. Madmen whose 40 pounds had been paid to join the Suicide Club.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, present Big Town.
Extra, extra! Here, Big Town Racket Expose! Press agent convicted! Screen star killed! Extra, extra!
Yes, Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, are proud to present Big Town. The story of fighting editor Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and Steve Wilson's story, headlined Murder in the Snow. When the blizzard fury of nature clashes with the murderous violence of men, deadly complications can ensue. And such is the case as a movie star and her press agent engage in a bitter quarrel aboard a streamliner approaching Big Town.
Get out of my compartment, Russ. Go nursemaid that so-called husband of mine.
Never mind, Vic Vance. That lush needs a keeper, not a nurse. It's you I'm worried about.
You never worry about anything but yourself, Russ Cooper. You and your press agent, 20%.
Well, I'm trying to earn it. Keeping you out of a messy scandal that'll ruin your picture career.
I know what I'm doing. I'm going before that federal grand jury, and I'm going to testify.
You're crazy, Linda. It'll ruin you.
Narcotics ruined several of my friends, and I've a notion they wrecked Vic's chances in pictures.
Oh, Vic's just a bottle, baby. You married to reform. You've got a Carrie Nation complex.
I've another notion you've got your finger in this, Russ. Get out of here. Mind your job, or you're fired.
Huh, fire me? Why, no one else would handle you. And you're going to need a press agent, but good if you stick your nose in this narcotic mess.
I need your kind of press agent like a hole in the head.
Maybe you'll get that if you don't lay off.
Don't you threaten me, you slimy ex-newspaper slug.
Listen, I know enough about your past to ruin you, baby.
And I know enough about your present to send you to jail. Now get out of here. We're due in Big Town in a couple of hours, and I've got a pack. Get out.
So you won't listen?
No.
You're going to shoot off your mouth?
Yes, and you better wire some of your old pals to scram. Close the door.
Okay, Linda. So long. You stupid dame.
Russ, what'd she say? What'd she say?
Come away from Linda's compartment door. What's the idea of hanging around out here in the corridor? I told you to stay in the lounge bar.
I had to know. I got to know. You know what this means for me if she squawks?
Yeah, I know, and it's a good thing you know what it means if she does.
Did you talk her out of testifying?
If you've been listening, you know I didn't. She threw me out.
What are we going to do?
You know what the boys told you before we got on the train.
I can't do it, Vic. I haven't got the nerve.
Work up the nerve. You've got what it takes in your suitcase?
No. Even then, I couldn't.
Listen, if Linda steps off this train in Big Town, you won't last. Think it over.
But how? In this compartment aboard this train?
You've been told. Frame a stick-up. Get rid of her jewels. Cut yourself up before you let her have it. There's a whole trainload of suspects.
The police will suspect me, hold me, question me. I couldn't stand it, Russ. I couldn't.
Cut it out. Get hold of yourself, Vic. It's the cops or the snow boys. Now get in there with Linda and make up your mind.
Say, boss, Miss Kilbine.
Say it, Harry.
How come we are hightailing it to the Big Town Pirate Cage so early in the evening? Is it not too soon for the night owls to be hooting it up?
Yes, Harry. But we just had a phone tip from our doorman pal, Boris Goodenough Nijinsky Pavlovich.
What's Boris got a tip on this time?
It seems some snowbirds have been warbling about a proposed murder and forgot all doormen have very sharp ears, Harry.
Yeah. Is it not amazing that people who should know different think that doormen, cab drivers and such like are just part of the general landscape?
Well, fortunately for someone, in this case, we hope.
Pirate cage coming up. Do I hack you right to the entrance like you were suckers? I mean customers?
Yes, Harry, but wait. We're not getting out of the cab. And don't mind the double talk, Harry. I don't want Boris spotted as one of our tipsters.
Jack, boss. Oh, there he is, coming to open the door.
Good evening. Welcome to the Pirate's Cages.
Good evening, Dorman. What kind of entertainment is your establishment providing this evening?
Entertainment's just what you like. Dining, dancing, and later funny fellas make with acts and pretty girls making with feathers like molting parrots.
Sounds dull.
What happens before the floor show or Dorman? Any interesting personalities?
Interesting personalities we got plenty of. Waiting inside.
What are they waiting for, Boris?
A train called the Sunlight Limited to arrive at midnight with a lady on board who had better be dead.
Oh, Steve, the Sunlight Limited from the west.
Who is the lady who should be dead, Boris?
Some movie lady who's coming to big towns to talk to some grand juries about snow. Only not like the kind it looks like we're going to get tonight.
Narcotics. That could be Linda Lane, the screen star. She's scheduled to appear before the grand jury tomorrow.
But two fellas I hear saying she won't go no place.
Did you get the setup, Boris? Are they set to get her on the train or here in Big Town?
On the train as it comes to Big Town, it is to happen, I think.
Steve, it's 10 o'clock. The Limited has left New City. There's no way of getting in touch with Linda Lane to warn her.
Yes, there is, Lorelei. The Limited stops at North Junction to change to an electric engine a little after 11 o'clock.
Oh, golly, yes.
Could you make it to the junction in an hour, Harry?
If the snow don't get much worse, boss.
We'll try it. Anything else, Boris?
Nothing else, Mr. Wilson. Only them fellers are still inside the parrots' cages, waiting for this something to happen.
Good. Phone Inspector Callahan of Homicide, Boris. Tell him exactly what you've told me, and he'll put a tail on them.
Good. Anything else, Mr. Wilson?
Yes. Ask him to meet us at Central Depot when the Limited pulls in at midnight tonight. Thus, acting on a tip from the ugly echo chambers of the underworld, Steve and Lorelei race out of Big Town in an attempt to prevent a murder. And for the exciting developments, we'll return in just a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Because of its purifying ingredient, Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Yes, and it's mild, safe, even for babies' tender skin.
No wonder Lifebuoy Health Soap is used in the homes of 40 million Americans.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson, Lorelei, and Harry the Hack as they drive out of Big Town in a blinding snowstorm to meet a streamliner carrying a woman passenger marked for death.
Say, boss, it's still 10 miles to North Junction, and this snow is getting thicker and feathers in a kid's pillow fight.
Well, take it easy, Harry. We have 20 minutes left to catch the Limited at the junction and ride it into Big Town.
And the train may be late. This looks like a real blizzard, and the wind is drifting the snow.
Yeah, I may have to stop and put on chains, and that'll take a couple minutes. We ain't got to spare.
Well, do your best, Harry. That girl on the Limited may not realize she's marked for death, and there's no way of warning her unless Callahan is able to contact the train through the railroad.
Steve, the killer must be on the train.
Yes. Or we'll board the Limited at North Junction and try to shut her up before we pull into Big Town.
If we make it.
Yikes! Snow drift. We're stuck.
Quick, Harry. Come on, let's get out and put on your chains.
Vic, for heaven's sake, stop pacing up and down the compartment like a cat on a hot stove.
Linda, why won't you listen to me? Why must you go through with this? Why do you have to testify before that grand jury?
Because the rats selling narcotics have been responsible for the death of 2 of my friends.
Oh, so what?
And I've a notion they've wrecked our
Oh,
marriage.
you're crazy, Linda. It hasn't.
You're a jittering idiot half the time. What's the matter with you if you're not a snowbird?
Linda, I'm not, I swear.
Then what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you now? You're not drunk.
I wish I was. I wish it would help.
Help you do what? What's on your mind?
Linda, please, listen. Listen to me. We're coming to North Junction in a few minutes. The last stop before Big Town. Now let's get off and take the next train back. It's the last chance.
Last chance for what?
To save your life. Maybe mine.
Rubbish. You've been listening to Russ, that slimy press agent.
He's right, Linda. They'll never let you get to Big Town to testify.
How do you know?
Because we've been warned.
They're bluffing.
They're not.
Besides, they can't get away with it.
They will.
The door to this compartment's going to stay locked until we get into Big Town Central Depot. And I'm being met by detectives from the prosecutor's office.
That won't save you. They'll get you anyway.
Let them try. And a gun. I've a permit for it, and I know how to use it. I didn't start pictures as Queen of the Westerns for nothing.
Linda, put that gun back in your jewel case.
Sure. But I'll have it ready for anyone that tries to open that door. Now, please get out of here, Vic. Go back to your own compartment and pack.
All right. All right, Linda, but let's have one drink together before I go.
I don't need a drink.
Well, I do. Please, Linda. For old time's sake.
Oh, all right, Vic. You sure need something. Mix us a couple, but hurry it up.
Okay. Okay, Linda. For old time's sake.
Oh, for heaven's sake, your hand's shaking like a leaf. Here, let me pour it.
No, Linda.
Why not?
This is something I have to do myself.
We made it, boss.
That's nice driving, Harry.
Oh, with a couple of minutes to spare. Uh-oh. Steve, look. There's another car here waiting for the limited.
Might be some local job.
No. Wait a minute. It's carrying Big Town's serial numbers on the license plate.
Can you see who's in the car, Steve?
No, the snow's too heavy, but the exhaust shows the motor's running.
Maybe to keep the heater going like I'm doing. Must be down to 0 outside.
Yes. And I think there are 2 men in the front seat.
Better be careful, Steve. If they're big town mobsters sent out here to board the train and silence Linda Lane, they may recognize you.
That can't be helped, Laura.
Train coming, boss. I just heard a whistle. What do I do?
Well, you've done your part, Harry. Just watch that car until the limited pulls out. Get the license number and phone Callahan of Homicide. If any suspicious-looking characters get aboard that train.
Check, boss. You and Miss Kilpine better get up on the platform.
You better hole up in a hotel till this blizzard blows out and the roads are cleared, Harry.
Yes, don't risk getting frozen to death in a drift, Harry.
Okay, Miss Kilpine, I would, the way it's piling up.
All right, Lorelei. Let's go.
Linda Lane's compartment is in this last car, Mr. Wilson.
Thanks, Brakeman. Will you keep an eye on that other passenger who got aboard at the junction?
Sure thing. I hope there won't be any trouble. We may have trouble enough getting into Big Town through this snow.
But surely they'll keep the main line clear, won't they?
Well, they'll try, but there's a couple of deep cuts that drift up bad. Well, I'll go up ahead and watch the guy that got on with you, Mr. Wilson.
What's Miss Lane's compartment number?
Room 6, next to the lounge.
Oh, thanks, Brakeman. Come on, Lorelei.
Steve, look who's coming along the corridor.
Russ Cooper.
Linda Lane's so-called press agent.
Ex-promoter of blackmail columns. Hello, Cooper.
What? Steve Wilson. Well, what are you doing on the limited?
We thought we'd drive out and interview your client on the way into Big Town.
Yes, Russ. Give her a good press and some well-deserved publicity for daring to name names in that narcotic investigation tomorrow.
Linda ain't talking to the newspapers.
I think she'll talk to us, Cooper.
What about? She hasn't got anything to say because she isn't going to testify before that grand jury.
Then why'd she come to Big Town?
Well, if you must know, it was my idea.
Oh, your idea?
Yeah, a publicity stunt to get her name in the paper. And your illustrated press fell for it like a ton of bricks.
Well, coming from you, Cooper, that has all the earmarks of a super colossal lie.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Your type of press agent wouldn't make an admission like that until you were over a barrel or had milked the situation of every line of publicity.
Well, it's the truth this time.
Oh, the truth has never been in you, Russ. You wouldn't have been kicked off the staff of every respectable newspaper that hired you.
I could sue you for that crack, Kilburn.
Oh, it'd be a pleasure. I'd love to get you on a witness stand under oath.
We'll try it sometime, but right now, beat it. Lay off Linda. She's sick. She's gone to bed and sleeping.
Sleeping less than an hour before we pull into Big Town?
I said she's sick, sleeping. Now get out of here and leave her alone.
She's liable to be a lot sicker if we do leave her alone. Now get out of the way, Cooper.
What are you talking about, Wilson?
I'm talking about nothing to you. Now get out of the way. Stop blocking the corridor.
Now, wait a minute, Wilson. Linda has a right to some privacy. I'm paid to speak for her.
Cooper, listen to me. This limited is a public conveyance. This corridor leads to a public lounge at the end of this car, and if you don't step aside...
Lay off, Wilson. You ain't talking to Linda Lane.
Let's leave that to Linda Lane. I'll get out of the way.
Like the devil I will.
Oh, look out, Steve.
Don't telegraph your punches. Now stop talking. This isn't going to be settled with fists.
What's the matter with you?
Let go my arm, Wilson. I'll sue you for assault. I'll risk it to find out why you're trying to keep me from seeing Miss Lane. Now, what's happened? Nothing. Lay off. She's upset. She had a fight with her husband.
Hold him, Steve. I'll go down to her compartment and see.
Keep out of this, Tilbury. Go on, Lorelei. I'll hold him. Get past if something has happened or is going to happen.
Just hold him, Steve. I'll see.
Lay off. Keep out of this. Now, hold still, Cooper. Keep out of what? How much do you know about the... I warned her. Then you know about the plan to kill her. No, I just heard rumors, but they're bluffing. Now let go. You're not acting as if you think this is a bluff. Now hold still. Lay off or you'll get her. She's already marked for murder.
How'd you find out?
Never mind. I heard, and now I'm convinced.
Steve.
Yes, what is it, Lorelei?
We may be too late. Linda Lane's compartment is locked on the inside. I pounded and called, but there's no answer, not a sound.
All right, Cooper. What's happened to Linda Lane? Where is she? I don't know, I swear.
Train. Something's happened.
Train doesn't matter, Lorelei, now. Talk, Cooper. Is Linda Lane in that compartment?
Is she alone?
I don't know.
Out of the way, please. Let me through.
What's wrong, Brickman?
I must be stalled in a drift and long cut. Let me through. I've got to set out warning flares to flag the second section. What's the matter here, Mr. Wilson?
Never mind, Brickman. I'll handle this. Go set your flares.
Okay, but you better watch out. The guy that got on at the junction is coming back this way.
Coming this way? Oh, Stevie, he may be a trigger man. What do we do?
Get back in the lounge, Lorelei. Come on, Cooper. If this is the gang payoff, you're going to be in the middle of it. Let's go. Lorelei. There is someone in this compartment moving around. I heard them. Now, watch the corridor for that other junction passenger.
Yes, I'm watching it, Steve, but please be careful.
Get back. I'm going to try and force this door. Stop it, Wilson. Stop it, you fool. Vic Vance is in there with Linda.
Linda's husband?
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
He's drunk. They've been having a fight. I didn't want it in the papers. Now leave him alone.
This is not the time to worry about your client's domestic relations. This is a matter of her life. Miss Lane, open this door. Answer me if you can.
Cut it out, Wilson. Leave them alone.
Cooper, I warned you. I'm sure you're trying to cover something. Now get away from the door. Stop interfering.
I won't. I'm trying to help you.
You're trying to keep me from getting in there. Keep away from this door.
Steve, the door. It's open.
Yes, now get back from the lounge, Lorelei.
It's Vic. He's got Linda's gun. I warned you, Wilson.
Shut up, Cooper.
Yeah. Shut up. All of it. Yeah. Vic Vance. Mr. Linda Lane. The ex-Mr. Linda Lane. Ex. Because I killed her. Because they made me kill her. Frame me. Cross me up. Use me to kill her, then cross me up.
Who crossed you up, Vic? Who made you kill her?
That rat over there. That press agent Rat Cooper.
He's lying, Wilson.
Lying, am I? Doesn't matter now. They'll hang me. How many more times can they hang me for killing Cooper?
Wait a minute, Vance.
Get out of my way, you. Get out of the way or I'll shoot him right through you.
Don't move from in front of me, Steve. He's crazy. He will shoot.
Yes? And if he's telling the truth, it's too bad. I can't let him do it.
Get out of the way, Wilson. Get out of the way. Let me finish this thing.
Thus, Steve is caught between a tragic and remorseful killer and his treacherous accomplice. And for the dramatic payoff, we'll return in just a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Yes, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors say.
We had people take daily baths with leading soaps. Then we measured the cleanliness and protection each soap gave. We found that Lifebuoy protects best. It does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Better than any other leading soap, Lifebuoy removes the invisible dirt that brings on BO. The purifying ingredient does it. And it makes Lifebuoy milder, too.
So remember, Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Yes, Lifebuoy keeps you fresh and attractive as no other leading soap can. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Steve Wilson aboard a stalled streamliner as he faces an hysterical killer in the deadly showdown of Murder in the Snow.
Get away from in front of that dirty press agent, Wilson. Get away, whoever you are.
Oh, wait a minute, Vance. Before you use that gun on Russ Cooper and the rest of us, are you sure you killed Linda Lane?
Yes. She's in the compartment, smothered with a blanket.
Why, Vic? Why did you kill your own wife?
She was going to talk to that grand jury. I had to stop her, or they were going to kill me.
Kill you? Who told you that, Vic?
Cooper. That rat behind you. Get out of the way.
No, Steve, don't. You'll shoot. Shut up, Cooper. Well, he will anyway, and the shots will go right through me into you.
Yes. Move, Wilson, or I will. Now.
No, wait, Vance. Just one more question. For the record.
Record? What record?
Why, the record of your trial, Vic.
Oh, there isn't going to be any trial. I'm getting away off this train. It stopped. It isn't moving.
Well, that's because of the blizzard, Vic. It's 0 out there. You'll be lost in that blinding snow. You'll freeze to death in the drifts that even stop this train.
Well, why do I care about death? I'm a dead man now. If the blizzard doesn't get me, the police or the narcotic ring will. Snow. If one kind doesn't get me, the other will.
Well, perhaps not, Vic. You see, you're not yourself. Not completely responsible.
Well, what's the difference?
There's the difference between imprisonment that may save you and death that is final and beyond recall. Now, give me that gun, Vic.
No. Don't you try to take it.
All right. Will you at least let Miss Kilburn go in that compartment and make sure your wife is dead or alive?
She is dead. Dead, I tell you. I tried to bring her back after I realized what I'd done to save my own rotten neck, but it was too late. She isn't breathing. She doesn't move. It's too late. She's dead.
Let me see. I've had nurse's aid training.
No, it's no use. I've only one thing left to do. Kill Russ Cooper for all this.
Steve, stop him. Stop him. Cooper, come back.
No. Let him go.
No. Stop shooting, Vic. You've hit him. He's down. I'll leave him to the law.
Keep away from me, Wilson. I'm leaving. Don't move, any of you.
Don't leave the train, Vance. You'll be lost out there, freeze to death, die in the snow.
Good. That's where I belong. Dead in the snow. Dead in the snow.
Oh, Steve. He will die out there.
Well, maybe it's best. Quick, Lorelei, get in the compartment. See if there's anything that can be done for Linda Lane.
Well, what about that other passenger, Steve?
I haven't forgotten about him. Get in the compartment and lock the door.
Right, Steve.
Steve, help me. He hit me in the stomach.
Stop crawling, Cooper. Lie still. We'll get a doctor if there is one on the train.
Help me. Hide me. Vic's coming back.
The brakeman coming back.
Hi, Mr. Wilson. Who just jumped out the emergency door?
Victor Vance,
Wait,
wasn't
he had a gun, ran down the embankment, disappeared in the snow. Well, what happened here?
Vance shot Cooper and may have killed Linda Lane, his wife.
What about the other guy that got aboard at the junction?
I don't know. He hasn't shown up.
Yeah, he acted kind of funny, and he was coming back through the train.
It's the mob. They've sent somebody to make sure. Don't let him get in this car. Stop him.
Oh, lie still, Cooper. Lie still, or it won't take another shot to finish you.
Steve, Vance was wrong. Linda Lane isn't dead. She's hardly breathing, but she's alive.
Brakeman, run up to the train, find a doctor if you can.
Yes, sir.
Well, wait. Steve, look. Coming down the corridor.
The guy that got on at the junction with you folks.
Don't move. Let him come.
Track must be cleared. They're calling me in. We'll be starting in a minute.
That's no help.
Hold it, Laura.
Hey, what are you folks doing? Playing games?
Yes. What do you want back here?
I want to know if there's any place a guy can get a sandwich and a cup of coffee on this doggone train.
Oh, no.
What's so funny, lady?
Sorry, we thought you might be here to kill someone. And if you'll wait a few minutes, I'm sure Miss Kilburn will make you a sandwich at the buffet bar.
Oh, yes, mister. With my own trembling little lily white hand.
So ended with the death of Victor Vance in the snow, the subsequent arrest and conviction of Russ Cooper and other members of the narcotic ring, and the complete recovery of Linda Lane, another exciting adventure in the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and Lorelei of the Big Town Illustrated Press. And now, before telling you about next week's Big Town story, here is Lorelei Kilburn.
Friends, you've heard tonight how Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Keeps you fresh and attractive 24 hours a day. Well, now, I'd like to suggest that you try Lifebuoy Health Soap in the big new bath size. Bath size Lifebuoy is generous and luxurious. And that lather, it's so mild and refreshing. I love it. And I know you'll love it, too. Just ask for the new bath size Lifebuoy. Thank you, and good night.
In this unstable world, America needs unity as never before. If divided at home, we appear weak abroad. So let's all work for a united America. Let's judge our neighbors as individuals, not on a basis of religion or origin. That's the way to a better America and a better world. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story of reckless driving, headlined, Death at the Wheel. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill. Next Tuesday night, same time, same station, you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, he's all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Death at the Wheel, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Extra,
Lever Brothers Company have amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with sodium. Developed a year ahead of time, new 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap.
Be sure to be with us again next Tuesday at this same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weist, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
In those places in this world where intrigue and danger go hand in hand, where death and disaster are the rewards of weakness, in such places will be found a man named Jordan. In a narrow street off Istanbul's Grand Bazaar, not far from the Mosque Walid Sultan, stands the Café Tambourine, run by a man named Jordan. The Café Tambourine, clouded with the smoke of Oriental tobaccos, crowded with humanity, alive with the babble of many languages. Ollie, Rocky Jordan's faithful man Friday, has just told Rocky, Duke, and Tony of a discovery made by his nephew, who is in the employ of a Spaniard named Chavez. At the home of Chavez, many strange things have been happening. Many trunks, boxes, and crates have arrived. Many strange men and women with Spanish, Swedish, and Swiss names, but with the accents of Central Europe, pass through the home of Chavez. Ollie's nephew reports that the boxes which arrive, labeled merchandise, contain money, gold, precious stones, art objects, things of great value, which are hidden in the basement. Rocky, intrigued by the possibilities of profit in this information, shows interest in further investigation. His theory is that Mr. Chavez has established a station for escaping Nazi war criminals. When the others leave, Rocky drifts down into the cafe. And when he sees an old acquaintance, an international crook rejoicing in the name of Triflis, he walks over to his table and says,
"Hello, Triflis. How's Tricks?"
Rocky, my friend. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. I haven't seen you for some time. Where you been?
Oh, I have been away. Making arrangements to enter a new business, Rocky. I am now engaged in that business.
No kidding. Anything legal enough to talk about?
Oh, Rocky. I'm afraid not. But a fine occupation. Very remunerative and no risk.
Sounds good. Making any money?
Rocky, you wouldn't believe it. Such money I have never seen. I think perhaps you would be interested.
Sounds very possible. What's the deal?
It is not within the law, Rocky.
Go on.
It is an operation which helps many people, people who are in danger.
Sounds better all the time. How about a breakdown on it?
I cannot talk here, Rocky. Tomorrow, perhaps, in your office. I need a partner, Rocky.
Okay. Tomorrow at noon. Be there.
I shall be there, Rocky.
It's a deal. Well, so long, Triflis.
Till tomorrow, then.
Hey, what's that big smile on your kisser for, Rocky?
I just had a talk with Triflis. He wants me for a partner.
Huh? Triflis teaming up with you?
Yeah. We're going to talk it over tomorrow noon in my office. And if he's mixed up in the deal I think he is, he's going to be mighty useful, Duke. He's my pigeon.
Anything you can tell me about?
Guess I can tell you what I think. Oh, brother, I'm weary. Let's sit down over here and have a beer before we turn in, shall we?
Sounds good to me.
Oh, Akim. Draw two, will you?
Yes, Effendi.
Boss, you look tired enough to call it a day. Why don't you turn in?
I'm going to in just a few minutes. Just want to relax a little bit before I hit the pad. You know, Duke, I think our little chum Triflis is going to be a great help to us.
Yeah. Well, it's about time Triflis was helping somebody. There's one guy that makes me sorry I didn't stay home and practice my piano lessons instead of learning to fight.
Triflis is a necessary evil, Duke. If it wasn't for people like him figuring out strange ways of making a dishonest dollar, we wouldn't have much fun.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Rocky.
Sure, I love guys like Triflis. They think they're so clever that it's like shooting fish to outsmart them.
What's the angle, boss? What's Triflis cooking up now?
Well, I tell you, Duke, since Turkey has declared war on Germany, there's a lot of embarrassment in certain circles. Know what I mean?
Yeah. This ain't a neutral country no more. And they're going to round up all the Krauts, huh?
Yeah, and the Japs. Now, the Japs are just plain out of luck because a Jap's a Jap. But the Heinies are in a little better shape. If they can get their hands on a phony passport.
Oh, that what Triflis is up to?
Sounds like it to me. Yeah, it all adds up, Duke. The dope we've got in this house where Ollie's nephew works. The whole thing. Nobody expected Turkey to declare war. The Germans who can get out of Germany, the rankers in the Nazi party, they've been shipping their money and their valuables into Turkey for months. Waiting for the day when they have to change their names and their nationalities to beat the war guilt trials. And the confiscation of the piles of dough they've stolen from the little people in Germany. Great little group, Duke. Fine little gang.
Yeah. We're going to take a shot at getting them, huh, Rocky?
Can you think of any more pleasant work?
No. Sounds like a job that could be enjoyed.
You know, Duke, these guys we're fighting here in Istanbul, they're the real heroes in this war. They're the guys that stood on balconies and shouted their lungs out, selling a lot of dummies on the fact that they were members of a master race. They're the guys that gave the orders to wipe out the population of towns like Lidice in Czechoslovakia. The guys that robbed the churches and looted the towns in every country the Huns occupied.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to get away with it.
Yeah. Now, while Hitler chews the carpet and orders the soldiers and the square-headed civilians to die defending their homes and their fields, these big shots are taking a powder. They know they're whipped. They know they're slated for a blank wall and a firing squad. Well, some of them will get away with it, but we'll take care of a few, huh?
The next morning, Rocky Jordan awakens with a feeling that something unusual is going to happen to him this day. A premonition of something unfinished. As his mind clears, he remembers that Triphlis will be at his office at noon. Triphlis, the nondescript hanger-on who has suddenly blossomed into a man of wealth. As he is struggling with his shirt, trying to get his broken arm through the sleeve, the door to his quarters opens, and Ollie, his faithful servant, says,
"What is the matter, Rocky? I heard such language."
I was just trying to get this thing...
Let me help you, Rocky. You are so impatient.
A great big boy like me having to be dressed.
Rocky, you cannot get that arm through your sleeve with the bandages on it. It's too big.
Yeah, we'll slip the sleeve then.
Yes, Rocky, I will.
Yeah, that does it.
Rocky, my nephew, the one I told you about, the one who was working as a houseboy for Senor Chavez.
Yeah?
He'll be here in an hour, and you said you wanted to talk with him.
Yeah, that's right, I do.
He is most anxious to talk with you. I hope it is not too early, Rocky.
Yeah, look, hand me that brown knitted tie there, will you?
Yes, Rocky. Shall I tie it for you?
Yeah. Gosh, I didn't know how much I used that left arm of mine. Hadn't any idea what a handy thing it was. Your nephew run across any more dope that sounds interesting?
I think so. Get your chin up, Rocky. I cannot see what I'm doing.
Oh, sorry, old man.
My nephew reports that 2 more visitors have arrived at the home of Senor Chavez. They arrived at dawn.
Come on. That tie must be all right. Let's get out of here and have a talk with your smart relation.
Here's your coat. Rocky.
What?
Where's the sling? You must have that arm in a sling.
All right, Doctor. It's over there on the dresser.
Oh, yes, here it is.
Thanks. I don't know what I'd do without you, Ollie. You've been more than a mother to me.
You're making fun of me, Rocky.
I don't know whether I am or not.
Hey, Rocky.
Oh, for the love of Mike. Come on in, Duke. I sure get a lot of privacy around this joint. What's the matter? Am I getting fat or something? You guys figure I'm getting too much sleep?
I just came up to see if you were awake, Rocky. What's he doing here?
Duke, I came to tell Rocky that my nephew would be here soon.
This joint is paved with good intentions. Oh, well. What's the occasion, Duke?
Well, I've been out around already this morning. I thought maybe you'd need some help getting into your duds with that broken arm.
Well, Ollie got me dressed all right. Where you been, Duke?
Over to the British Embassy. Talking to Major Pettigrew.
Oh, yeah? What do you have to say?
Well, I just sort of asked him what was going on now that there's a war on.
The people of Turkey are glad that we have finally declared war on the Axis. We have a fine army, one of the finest in the world.
I don't think that Turkey's planning on taking any very active part in the war. What did Pettigrew think, Duke?
He thinks the same as you.
Hey, Ollie. How about running downstairs and having the kitchen send up a little breakfast, huh?
Yes.
You had breakfast, Duke?
Yeah, I had one early, but I'm ready for another one.
I had mine. Shall I have 2 breakfasts sent up, Rocky?
Yeah, that's right. Bacon and eggs, over easy. And whatever else they have. But quick.
Right away, Rocky. As soon as I get that done, I shall go get my nephew and bring him here.
Okay, Ollie. See you later.
Reason I came back, boss. Pettigrew wants to see you.
He does? What about?
Something's cooking. Something that he thinks you can handle better than his outfit.
Oh, did he give you any hints as to just what?
Well, I tell you, Rocky. While I was talking to him, I just casually mentioned the fact that you were pretty sure that there were a lot of krauts here in Istanbul, passing as neutrals.
Yeah? Maybe you talk too much.
I didn't tell him anything. I was just seeing if I could get him to talk enough to do us some good.
Yeah, what'd he say?
Well, he thinks you're right. In fact, he knows you're right. He wants to work with you.
Oh, that's just fine. What do I want to work with him for? What do we need him for?
Well, don't jump down my throat. I didn't crack anything to him. All I know is that he's got some dope on a few people that he's suspicious of, and he's willing to let you use the information. Go talk to him yourself.
Okay, I will. And look, Duke, I'll do the thinking for this outfit. Don't be getting 9'5" when you're 5'9". I'll make the contacts and the decisions.
Okay, so I got out of line. I'll get back in.
That's good. Unless Major Pettigrew or any other authority of any country knows about what we're doing the next few weeks, the better off we're going to be.
Okay. Nobody's hurt.
Come in.
Rocky, when I went downstairs, my nephew was there waiting for me.
Yeah?
Senor Chavez had sent him to town on an errand, and he came by here. Can you see him now?
Yeah, I suppose so.
He is very excited, Rocky. He says that he has news of the utmost importance for you.
These are exciting days in Istanbul and at the Café Tambourine. With Turkey in the war against the Axis nations, many things are happening. And Rocky Jordan is going to be interested in an exciting new venture. Don't miss tomorrow's dramatic episode of A Man Named Jordan. A Man Named Jordan is written and directed by Ray Buffum and is presented every day, Monday through Friday, at this same time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Did justice triumph? The Mutual Broadcasting System presents another actual criminal case history from the files of the True Justice series, followed by millions of readers in the New York Sunday News and its syndicate. Tonight's case, the Unseen Murder Mystery. Crimes in modern fiction are usually solved by the masterminded super-sleuthing of some imaginary private detective. But in real life, in actual criminal case histories, such as are dramatized on this program, criminals are generally brought to justice through the diligence and intelligence of hard-working police officers, doing their routine work day by day until the solution is reached. This fact is borne out again in tonight's real crime case, the Unseen Murder Mystery. The scene is Des Moines, Iowa, where a police squad car races up to the entrance of a swanky hotel.
This is it, men. Standish Arms Hotel.
Nice day for the murder, Inspector.
Yeah,
looks like this is going to be quite a whodunit.
Well, it all depends on what we find, Herman. Oh, come on. Better get inside the hotel and have a look at the body.
That hotel manager sounded mighty excited on the phone.
They're always excited when they have a killing.
It's bad for business, bad publicity.
Go over to the desk. Find out what this is all about.
Yes, gentlemen?
I'm Inspector Curran from the Homicide Bureau. These are Detectives Waterbury and Herman. You the manager?
Yes, you got here quickly.
No time to lose in a case like this. Where's the body?
Room 218. We can go right up if you like.
That's why we're here. Let's go.
Certainly. The elevator's right across the lobby.
You discovered the body just before you called us?
Yes, 10 a.m. exactly. The chambermaid was making her rounds.
This chambermaid is available for questioning?
Yes, she's waiting upstairs.
Floor, please.
Second floor, Jim. These are the police.
You have just the one elevator?
This one and one in back, which is the service elevator.
I want to talk with you later, operator.
Yes, sir. I'll be around.
Be sure that you are, Jim.
Yes, sir. Second floor, gentlemen.
Room 218 is just down the hall, if you'll follow me.
Is that the chambermaid who found the body?
Yes, Inspector. Oh, Annie.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
These gentlemen are police officers.
Oh, detectives.
They'll probably want to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
You're the chambermaid on this floor?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
And I understand you found the body.
That's right, sir. I was making my regular 10 o'clock linen tour of the rooms. I opened the door of 218 with my pass key. And there on the bed. Oh, I'll never forget that sight, never.
Did you see anyone in the hall?
No, sir, no one.
The room was empty except for the body?
Yes, it was horrible, sir.
We may want to ask you some additional questions later. You'll be around?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, let's go in.
Nothing has been touched, Inspector. Everything is just as it was when the body was found.
Excellent.
Gosh, this place is certainly a shambles.
That's putting it mildly, Waterbury. The room looks as if it had been struck by a hurricane.
Somebody put up quite a struggle here.
And the somebody is doubtless that woman lying dead on the bed.
Bloody sight, isn't she?
Knife wounds. All over her throat and chest.
On her legs, too.
I'll have to wait for a complete medical examiner's report for details. But she certainly had a rough going over.
Inspector, I don't see any luggage.
Here's a woman's handbag.
Well, let's see it.
It's lying on the dresser. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Nothing much in it. Cosmetics, some cash. Let's see. $100, $50, $200.
That eliminates a robbery motive.
Yeah, that and the rings on her fingers.
Well, here's a social security card. Lily Grinnell, 5142 James Street, Des Moines. Waterbury.
Yes, sir?
Take this and check that address. Find out all you can about this Lily Grinnell.
Right.
Oh, there's a telegram here that may lead us somewhere. It's addressed to Lily Grinnell, 5142 James Street. It says, meet me, Hotel Standish Arms, Des Moines, 2:20 p.m. Saturday. Signed John.
Which is probably the name of the man we've got to find.
Yeah. Mr. Thompson, under what name was this woman registered?
She wasn't registered.
Not registered?
No, a man registered for this room 2 days ago. He paid cash for 3 days in advance.
We'll have a look at the register when we go downstairs.
Certainly.
When did the man check in?
Late Saturday night, shortly after midnight. The night clerk was on duty then. He's a new man, but he remembers the incident very clearly.
Oh, why?
Mostly because 218 was the only available double room in the house.
Double room?
Mm-hmm.
And this man checked in with someone else?
Oh, yes, another man.
Not this woman?
No, the woman arrived later. Last night.
I see she has a wedding ring.
What happened to the other man?
We don't know what happened to either of them. They just disappeared.
But how is that possible? Don't you keep a check on the goings and comings of your guests?
Usually, but when a guest arrives with no luggage and pays in advance, we have less reason for watching him. You see, we don't expect our guests to commit murder.
Naturally not. How about the man who registered? Can you give us a description?
I didn't see him, but I understand he was elderly with gray hair, walked with a sort of a shuffle. The elevator boy can give you the details.
Uh-huh. You have a service entrance, of course?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, there's always a possibility that the man we're looking for went out that way. Hammond.
Yes, Inspector.
You'll wait here until the medical examiner arrives. Then post a guard in this room and question the employees at the service entrance. Then meet me back at headquarters.
Yes, sir.
Waterbury, you'll talk to the hotel employees in the lobby. And particularly the elevator operator.
Right.
Well, there's nothing more to do here right now. Let's go downstairs and have a look at that register.
Here's the register, Inspector. Now, let's see. Saturday night.
You said after midnight. Wouldn't that be Sunday?
Oh, yes, you're right. Oh, here we are. Sunday, June 29th, 12:25 a.m. John... Oh, I can't read that last name.
Let me see. Neither can I. Looks like Stevens or maybe Stevens' son. What a scrawl. I notice he skipped 4 lines in the register. Looks as if he might have been drunk. Was he?
The night clerk didn't think so, but he thought the man's companion had a few.
They went up together?
Yeah. Then the companion, the other man, just vanished.
Well, I'm not much concerned about the other man. But I would like to find the man who signed this register. Mr. John Stevens or Stevenson or whatever his name is. You're positive you have no record of his checking out?
Positive.
Well, possibly one of my men may pick up something from one of your employees. I'm going back to headquarters and wait for their reports.
You were operating the elevator the night this man arrived?
Yes, sir.
Let me have the best description you can give of him.
Well, he was on the other side of 50, I'd say. Stocky, about 160 pounds. He had gray hair, and I remember he walked with a sort of a shuffle. He came in on Saturday night with this other guy.
And when did you next see him?
Well, last night, about 11:30.
Last night?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, he came down here to the lobby and then said he'd forgotten something and went back upstairs. And that's the last I saw of him.
Uh-huh. How did he look? Were his clothes mussed up?
No, you looked okay to me, but, well, he acted kind of funny.
In what way?
Well, his face was flushed, and he seemed sort of nervous. I remember he bumped up against the elevator door when he got in the car, but I thought he was kind of tight.
And you're sure you didn't see him again after you took him back upstairs?
Positive. I'm the only man on duty after midnight. He didn't come down in this elevator. Yeah, and if he'd come down the stairs, the night clerk would have seen him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all for now. But we'll need you as an identification witness when we find him.
You're the pastry chef?
Yes, Sheriff, but I don't want to get mixed up in this thing.
You're not mixed up in anything. This is a police investigation. We're trying to put a few facts together so they make sense. That's why I want you to tell me just what you saw last night.
Well, I was outside the rear entrance to get a breath of fresh air. Oh, the kitchen was awful hot.
Yes, go on.
Well, a little before midnight, I see a man leave the hotel by the service entrance.
Yeah, how did he look?
He was stocky, middle-aged. He's got the dark hair.
Dark hair?
Yeah.
You sure of that?
Sure, dark hair. I remember. He walked out the exit near the bakery.
A little before midnight.
I followed because I think he might be a thief of some kind. Well, he got into bakery supply truck and drove off. I guess the driver must have given a lift.
Ever seen him before?
No, I never seen before.
And you're sure he had dark hair?
Oh, sure, positive.
Well, thanks for the information. I'll be in touch with you again. In the meantime, don't tell anyone about our talk.
Later, at police headquarters, Inspector Curran and the two detectives sift the information they have obtained so far.
This case is a jigsaw puzzle if I ever saw one.
The evidence so far just doesn't add up, Inspector.
It's contradictory and confused.
That's putting it mildly, Herman. We've just sent out a teletype to all Iowa police asking for information on a middle-aged man with gray hair. And now you come in here and tell me the man who went out the back way at the hotel has dark hair. We don't know who we're looking for, but we're not even sure of his name.
I've got the medical examiner's report, Inspector.
Oh, good. Well, let's hear what it says.
The victim died at about 11 o'clock last night. He'd been dead about 12 hours when we saw the body.
Uh-huh. That adds up. I don't suppose there's any doubt as to the cause of death.
None whatsoever. 14 severe stab wounds. The examiner says he thinks the murder weapon was a long knife with a narrow blade.
I don't understand why 14 wounds and all over her body.
Possibly the attack occurred in the dark.
The report goes on to say that the wounds are sweeping incisions, not of too great depth. Apparently, the victim was slashed while she struggled, trying to get away. Let's see. Death probably instantaneous due to severed left ventricle. Oh, here's something of interest. 2 of her fingernails were broken off, and there appears to be skin tissue under these nails. The lab is testing scrapings from the nails right now.
Waterbury, as I've been listening to that report, I've developed a new theory.
Yes, sir?
You recall I said a moment ago that maybe the attack occurred in the dark?
Yes.
Well, possibly it's something else. Let's analyze what we have so far. We have a body with 14 stab wounds all over it, found in a room that was a shambles.
Yes.
We have conflicting descriptions of an elderly or middle-aged man, and we have a woman's handbag containing some cosmetics, about $200 in cash, a Social Security card, and a telegram signed by a man named John.
Yeah.
Well, that's all. To make matters more difficult, I found that the strip of tape at the top of the telegram indicating where the message was sent from is missing.
That's peculiar.
Yeah. Oh, let's look at the contents of this handbag once more. Huh? What do you see?
Rouge, powder, lipstick, eyebrow pencil.
Yes, but look at this eyebrow pencil case. It's empty. The eyebrow pencil is gone.
I don't quite follow you, Inspector. What does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything, Waterbury, but it's an indication. An indication that the man we're looking for, the murderer of Lily Grinnell, is blind.
You're listening to a dramatization of an actual criminal case history of a strange and fantastic murder, the unseen murder mystery, which resulted in one of the most remarkable examples of rapid and painstakingly smart police work in United States crime history. Justice was now on the trail of a blind man. At police headquarters in Des Moines, Inspector Curran continues his reasoning as to the murderer of Lily Grinnell.
Did you say blind, Inspector?
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but how is that possible? The man moved about freely.
And he had no seeing-eye dog. But don't forget that blind people often develop an acute sense of direction, as well as an ability to move about very well without the benefit of vision. I know it sounds incredible, but everything about this case is screwy.
Inspector, do you really think a blind man could have done this job?
Maybe it was two men, one with gray hair, one with dark hair. Here's my reasoning. In the first place, everything about the scene of the murder indicates that the man was blind. The furniture all messed up, the knife slashes all over the body. They mean that the killer had to feel his way. And the woman kept putting things in his path, but he kept finding her and kept slashing wildly.
But why didn't she scream? We've had no report that there was...
Probably too scared. Besides, a scream from her would have helped him to find her in the room.
But, Inspector, how about his hair? That's one item that has me stumped.
Well, you recall the elevator operator's story, Herman? He said he took a man with gray hair down the elevator last night.
Yeah, he did.
Well, he noticed the man's face was red. Thought he was a little tight. Said he bumped into the elevator door.
Yes, well?
Well, then he said he took the man back upstairs. The man said he had forgotten something. And no one saw him again. At least they didn't see a man with gray hair.
But where does all this lead us, Inspector?
My hunch is that the man used the missing eyebrow pencil to darken his hair, and the rouge to redden his face, change his complexion.
So the man seen by the pastry chef out of the service entrance was the killer.
Exactly. Well, what do you men think?
Everything fits. Well, it sounds logical to me.
So far as ultimate solution is concerned, it merely means that we add the word blind to our teletype wanted message. Waterbury.
Yes, sir?
I want you to check immediately at the address on this Social Security card. Find out all you can about the habits and friends of Lily Grinnell.
Right.
Herman, take this telegram to Western Union. Find out where it was sent from, even though that's missing from the message.
Yes, sir.
And while you men are working on those two angles, I'm going to get out a nationwide teletype asking for any information concerning this suspect. I have a feeling he'll try to get out of the state. And therefore, we've got to work fast to get him before he goes into hiding.
Police Department, John Stevens or Stevenson, questioning concerning murder of woman. Suspect in early 50s, approximately 160 pounds, has gray hair, sallow complexion, is blind. Please check all criminal records for information which might lead to apprehension of this man. Authority, Inspector Curran, Des Moines Police.
Yes? What is it?
You the landlady of this rooming house?
That's right.
Well, I'm a police officer.
What?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, certainly,
Don't
but
get
I'm not...
excited, madam. This is a routine checkup on one of your guests. I believe you had a boarder by the name of Lily Grinnell.
Had is correct. She left here on Saturday. She didn't leave any forwarding address.
You wouldn't mind answering a few questions, would you?
Oh, no. I'll be glad to tell you whatever I can. Won't you step inside?
Thanks. I have just a few questions.
The sitting room's right here, to the left.
Thank you.
Has anything happened?
All I want to know is what you can tell me about Miss Grinnell.
Yes. Well, I never knew if it was Miss or Mrs. You see, she got a telegram 2 days ago from a man asking her to meet him in a downtown hotel. I think it was her husband.
And why do you think so?
Well, one day he was here to see her. They sat right here in this sitting room. And I heard him tell her that he thought they were having a disappointing honeymoon.
What was the man like? Did you see him?
Not for a moment. He was about 50, with gray hair. I was surprised, because Lily was so much younger. She was a gay sort and interested in parties and kind of romantic.
Then she had other friends, other than this man you mentioned?
Oh, yes, she had many admirers. But somehow I got the idea she was married to this man. The last time he was here, he waited for her for several hours. She wasn't home.
Oh? Tell me about that. When was it?
Oh, it was the day she left. As I said, she'd had this telegram. And this man, that is the elderly man, he came in. And he waited and waited. And finally she came in. And they had a sort of an argument. And he asked her why she hadn't met him at the hotel. She seemed angry and she was anxious to get rid of her. So she told him she had a date. And she suggested that he registered at the hotel, saying that she'd join him after a date.
And this was last Saturday?
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Tell me, has something happened to Lily? Why are the police
This is a serious case, and I must warn you not to mention to anyone that I've been here.
Oh?
Do you understand?
Say a word, not a word to anyone.
While Detective Waterbury talks with the landlady of Lily Grinnell's rooming house, Inspector Curran and Detective Herman at police headquarters talk with the truck driver.
Sure, I drove that bakery supply truck away from the Standish Arms Hotel last night, but I don't know nothing about a murder.
Just tell us what you do know.
About what?
About the man you gave a lift to, the blind man.
I didn't know he was blind till after he got into my truck. I was about to start off, see, when this guy comes up to me and asks for a ride. I'm a nice guy, so I says, okay.
Tell us what happened.
Describe the man.
Sure, give me time. Well, like I said before to this detective here, the guy comes up and asks me for a ride.
When was this?
Oh, I'd say about midnight. Maybe a little before.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Well, he gets into my truck and I says, where to? And he says, the bus terminal.
Bus terminal?
Yeah, that's it. So I drops him there. And that's all.
Did you notice anything unusual about him?
Well, like I said, I found out he was blind after he got into my truck. And another thing.
Yes?
I noticed he kind of smelled of powder or maybe perfume.
The cosmetics.
What?
Never mind. Did this man carry a suitcase or bundle of any kind as if he were going on a trip?
Yeah. He had a bundle of clothes wrapped up inside a dark suit coat.
How was he dressed?
Oh, I remember he wore some sort of heavy white shirt and some dirty overalls. They looked like they had paint on them.
And doubtless had his regular clothes packed up in the bundle.
I wouldn't know, mister.
Well, thanks very much for the information. That's all.
You mean I can go?
Yes. And don't mention this conversation to anyone.
Don't worry, I won't. I don't want to get mixed up in no murder.
Show this man out, Herman.
Yes, sir.
And check Western Union again about the origin of that telegram.
Sure thing. They promised me an answer about now.
Inspector Curran.
Inspector, this is Captain Manchester, Los Angeles Police.
Yes, Captain?
I have your countrywide teletype on that blind man you're looking for.
Yes?
I think I know who he is.
That's the best news I've heard all day. Let's have it.
Well, from the description you give, I'm practically sure that this man is a convicted murderer named John Stevenson.
Let me have all you've got, please.
Well, back in 1934, this man, John Stevenson, was convicted of killing a young woman in a cafe brawl here in Los Angeles. He stabbed her to death and was given a life sentence.
Was he blind at the time?
No. Blindness came later. He lost his sight in prison after an illness. He was paroled after serving 8 years of his sentence.
Uh-huh. Anything more?
Well, our record shows several arrests for minor offenses, but not here in Los Angeles.
Where?
In and around Chicago.
Chicago?
Yes, that's his hometown.
This is beginning to make more sense every minute. Thanks, Captain. Thanks very much.
Not at all, Inspector. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Herman, Waterbury.
Coming, Inspector.
Waterbury back yet?
He just got in. Here he is now. Hey, Waterbury.
I checked the victim's address, Inspector. Talked to the landlady.
Uncover anything?
Merely a confirmation of what we already knew or figured out. And a confirmation of the fact that the killer and his victim were married, though not very happily.
That all fits in the story. Well, Herman, how about that telegram?
The Western Union has checked back. They say the telegram was sent from Chicago.
Chicago? That's all we need, gentlemen. All we need.
What's Chicago got to do with it, Inspector?
Everything, Waterbury. I just had a phone call from the Los Angeles police. They believe our man is one John Stevenson who was convicted of murder years ago, sentenced to life imprisonment, and then was paroled after he lost his sight in prison.
That's our man, Inspector.
The important information they gave me is that his hometown is Chicago.
And the bakery service truck driver said he dropped the man at a bus terminal.
You're ahead of me, Herman. My conclusion is that this killer will head for Chicago by bus, and is very probably on his way there right now.
Then we've got to work fast.
Right, we haven't a minute to lose. I want you two men to charter a special airplane. Fly to Chicago at once.
And cover all bus terminals.
Exactly. In the meantime, I'll phone the Chicago police a description of Stevenson and ask for their cooperation in covering the bus terminals. I'll give them instructions to pick him up on site.
That shouldn't be too difficult. There are probably not too many terminals with buses arriving from Des Moines.
Well, if you two men get going, you'll be there before John Stevenson arrives. So let's have some fast action.
The bus company said this was the most likely terminal for a bus from Des Moines, Waterbury. There's one due right now.
Of course, he might have stopped over somewhere.
Or he might have headed in the opposite direction. All we can do is sit tight and wait.
Here's the bus now.
That should be the Des Moines bus.
Well, let's see what gets out of it.
I beg your pardon, sir. I beg your pardon.
Water. Relief. It is. Water.
Waterbury, look.
Middle-aged man, dark hair, dark glasses.
With an overnight bag.
And a cane.
That man is fine.
Porter, where are you?
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
Give me a taxi, Porter.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Let's go, Herman.
Right.
And Porter.
Yes, sir.
Take care of this bag.
We'll take care of the bag.
And we'll take care of you.
Who are you? I can't see.
Police officers from Des Moines. Just walk with us.
You won't need a porter, Stevenson.
You can take that gun away from my back, officer. I won't offer any resistance. Where are you taking me?
You're going right back to Des Moines.
To police headquarters where you're gonna talk.
Talk? About what?
You can think that over on the way back to Des Moines.
Later, at Des Moines Police Headquarters, John Stevenson sits at the desk of Inspector Curran and talks. Talks while the three police officers listen.
And so, after I became blind in prison, I was paroled. Some friends contributed some money, and I had a little of my own. And I decided to start life anew. That's all, gentlemen. I don't know anything about this murder charge you're talking about.
We think differently. And the evidence speaks for itself.
We found a white bone-handled knife in your suitcase.
And the clothes you wore away from the hotel, working clothes, spattered with paint.
And the powder on your neck doesn't quite cover up the marks where she scratched you.
Laboratory tests of the scrapings of skin found under the dead woman's fingernails compare exactly with your skin.
And your hair isn't dark, as you'd like us to believe. Without the eyebrow pencil coloring, it's gray.
Light of disguise. Were you running away from the crime?
Yes, I was running away. I didn't know.
Didn't know what?
I didn't know what I'd done.
Now listen to me, Stevenson. You must realize that we've got enough evidence to clinch a murder indictment. You'd better get the whole thing off your chest. You'll feel better.
Yes, maybe I will. All right, here's the story. I met Lily in Chicago. She was a hostess in a restaurant. I became very fond of her, infatuated. I began to be afraid that I'd lose her, so I asked her to marry me, and she agreed.
You were married?
Yes, in Chicago. And then I realized that she didn't love me, that she'd married me for my money. What little I had. We quarreled, and she left me, came here to Des Moines.
She worked here?
Yes. I was very unhappy. I wanted to be with Lily. That's why I wired her, asking her to meet me here on Saturday.
But she didn't meet you?
No. I registered at the hotel with a friend of mine. Then he left, and I waited for Lily. Finally, she came. We got to the hotel about midnight and came up to the room.
And you quarreled? Again?
No. She said she was sorry that she left me, and she told me she decided to be a good wife and would stay with me. She left her boarding house, checked out, so we retired.
And go on, Stevenson. What next?
Next thing I remember, I awoke suddenly. I could hear Lily going through my pockets. She was going to rob me and leave me again. Something happened to me. I lost my head, I guess. I pulled out my knife and slashed at her. I slashed wildly all around the room. I found her several times, and then she'd go away from me. Then I'd find her and slash again. I don't remember what happened after that.
You know now. You killed her.
I wasn't sure. I have nothing more to say.
No need to say any more, Stevenson. As far as we're concerned, your case is finished. From now on, your fate is in the hands of the courts of justice.
John Stevenson had nothing more to say other than to plead guilty to a charge of murder in the first degree. And so it happened. For the second time in his life, he heard a judge sentence him to life imprisonment. He is now serving that sentence. Justice has triumphed.
Next week at the same time, the Mutual Broadcasting System will present another dramatization of an actual criminal case history taken from the files of the True Justice series appearing each week in the New York Sunday News and its syndicate. It is a case in which no two stories of the crime agreed with each other or with the facts. A case in which conflicting clues made a solution seem impossible. It's the case of the strange death of Mary Tavener. The dramatization you have just heard was based on an actual criminal case history. However, all names, characters, places, and dates were fictitious. These programs are produced and directed by Jock McGregor. They're written by Bryce Disk Jr. The narrator was Carl Caruso. Inspector Curran was played by Barry Thompson, John Stevenson by Philip Clark, and the landlady by Helene Dumas. Others in the cast were Ken Dania, Paul Nugent, Ralph Locke, and Humphrey Davis. The orchestra, conducted by Emerson Buckley, played music written by Richard DuPage.
Energine Shoe White and Energine Cleaning Fluid present Manhattan at Midnight. There are millions of people in Manhattan at midnight, and every one of them has a story. Listen.
Hey, Bud. Where do you think you're going?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, all right.
What do you want, copper?
I want you, little shot. You're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
For the murder of Harry Thomas.
Now there's a story from Manhattan at midnight. Manhattan, where millions of people seek fortune, adventure, romance. Tonight's story, brought to you by the makers of Energine, is the story of the Foster family, Peggy, Mickey, and Pa Foster. They live over there in that Lower East Side apartment. Right now, they're getting ready to celebrate Mickey's birthday.
Oh, hello, Daddy. You're a few minutes early.
Got off a little early tonight. Hey, I smell something good.
I smell it, too. You don't think somebody sneaked in here and roasted a chicken, do you?
No, nobody pull a trick like that on us.
Well, I don't know, though. Let's look around.
I'm getting warm.
Try the oven.
By golly, it is a chicken. Come on now, Peggy, out with it. What do we celebrate?
Why, Daddy, I'm ashamed of you. Have you forgotten about Mickey's birthday?
Oh, no. It looks like Mickey has. Where is he?
Oh, he'll be along. I told him to stay out for the afternoon. I didn't want him hanging around while I was cooking.
I suppose not.
And there was another reason. A boy was coming to deliver this.
Fountain pen. Gold band and everything.
Uh-huh. And look at the engraving.
Let's see. Mickey.
I was going to put some Pa and Peggy on it, but they wanted too much.
How much did it cost the way it is?
Never you mind now. You read your paper. Mickey will be here in a minute.
The answer to what I'm trying to figure out ain't in the paper.
Pa, don't go rushing on me.
Call it anything you like. We're ruining that boy.
Toss that piece of butter in here, will you, Pa?
He's not a boy anyhow. He's a grown man.
These are swell potatoes. They mash beautifully.
Fountain pens and chicken dinners. He's 20 years old today. It's about time he got a job and helped along here, the same as you've been doing.
Oh, leave him alone tonight, will you, Pa? I've got to report to the hospital right after dinner, and, well, it won't be nice if I have to leave you and Mickey fighting.
There won't be any fighting.
Put these on the table, will you, Pa? I asked Steve to come over to dinner, too, but he couldn't make it.
He's a nice boy, Peggy, that doctor of yours.
Oh, I'll be glad when he really is a doctor. An intern's life is no picnic.
What are you planning to do? Get married right away as soon as he passes his exam?
No, I don't know. I've been thinking maybe I ought to wait until Mickey can find himself a job.
You'll have a long wait then. Mickey's trailing with a bad crowd, Peggy. That bunch of no-goods who hang around Hannigan's. And he's ripe for trouble unless he finds a job that takes him off the sidewalk.
Oh, wait. No. Hello, Mickey.
Hello, sis. Well, you two look pretty guilty. What have you been up to?
Oh, Mickey. Sit down.
The buzzard is in honor of your birthday, Mickey. Isn't he a bird?
He was a bird, I hope.
And here, before you eat, this is from Pa and me. Wish him a happy birthday, Pa.
Happy birthday, Mickey. I hope you're working when it rolls around again.
Hey, this is all right. My name on it, too, Mickey, huh? Thanks, Peg.
Thank Pa, too. It's from both of us.
I don't want any thanks.
All you want me to do is get a job. Get a job. It don't make any difference what it is so long as it's a job.
That's not true, Mickey.
I was through a week ago and he was all hopped up about me getting a freight elevator job at Clancy.
Oh, I suppose that kind of a job is too tame for you.
Freight elevator. Mickey Foster, the indoor aviator.
And what's the matter with that?
Oh, come on now. Eat your dinner, both of you. I've got to run.
Thanks again for the present, Peg. I'll sign all my checks with it.
Oh, you hear that? That's what he learned from those sun dodgers in the pool room and on the corner. Signing checks. Not a nickel to his name.
And Scott says I can't make a crack around here without I'm out of order. What is this? I'm 20 years old and I haven't got any job. So what?
So, you're not making any effort to get one?
Did you ever hear of unemployment? There's millions
Yes, but they're not living under this roof. And your sister Peggy isn't working nights in the hospital to support them. And neither am I.
Oh, I was hoping there wouldn't be any of this tonight.
All right, let's call it off. What do you say, Paul?
Do whatever you like. I spoke of my piece.
How do you like that?
Get it, will you, Mickey?
Yeah. Hello?
Can I speak to Michael Foster?
Yeah, speaking to him now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michael. Happy birthday to you. This greeting comes to you via Western Union with the best wishes of Peggy and Pa. Good night, Mr. Foster.
City Hospital, drugstore. Can I help you?
This is no place to come to dinner.
Oh, what's the matter with it outside of it being horrible?
Well, the telephone's always ringing, and that electric thingamabob that mixes the milk drink sounds too much like a dentist drill.
I see, sensitive flower, Yours is a hard case, Peggy. It's going to take me years to even diagnose you.
Are you sure you're equal to the job, Dr. Burns?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I'm the greatest doctor in the world, but what's my opinion against millions of others?
You know, that's what I like about you, your modesty.
Well, who's going to cheer for me if I don't?
Well, I've got a thin piping soprano.
Ah, you.
Dr. Burns, my hand.
Yeah. Lovely, isn't it?
You're holding it much too obviously for a great physician.
Intern. Oh, gosh. I'll be glad when that's over.
Why so anxious? You're learning something every day. Or night, rather.
Oh, I like the learning part all right, but now that I'm near the end of it, I'm anxious to have it over with.
Oh, I can understand that. Accident ward and ambulance stuff is drudgery, all right.
Oh, it isn't that so much either. I suppose it's because I've known some interns who got black eyes in their private practice through some mistake or some slip they made in the hospital.
I have, too. But, Steve, you haven't made any slips, have you?
No, but the longer I'm here, the chance that one gets better, doesn't it?
Not with me around, it doesn't. Do you think I'd let you ruin my career as the future Mrs. Stephen Burns, M.D.?
Oh, Peggy, you're wonderful. You really are.
Not here, Steve. Quiet.
Oh, here's something I haven't told you that'll help us along a lot.
What?
I got your brother Mickey a job today, driving a hospital car and working around the garage.
Steve, you didn't.
True, though, yeah. Starts next Monday.
Oh, Steve, that's marvelous. Do you mind if I call him now? Is it definite?
Sure, go ahead. I'll be at the shop.
These emergency calls get me down.
Oh, I don't mind them anymore. What's it this time?
Street shooting. Man's on the sidewalk.
Keep that case open. What did Mickey say?
Oh, I didn't get him. Here we are.
Get back there. Get back. Let him through, please. Let him through. Get back. Give him some air, now. You the officer in charge?
Yes, Sergeant Newman, 23rd Precinct.
You tried first aid or anything?
Haven't touched it. I think it's a gone goose.
Oh, officer, push these people back, will you please, so the doctor will have some room to work?
Come on. Move away.
The head wound. He's out. Push that stretcher closer, Peters.
Keep moving, will you? Keep moving.
Give me a hand here, Miss Foster.
Yes, doctor.
Out of the way there.
Oh.
What have you got there, Peggy?
Why, it was, I was picking up my thermometer. Here, push aside there, will you please?
All right, get him in the ambulance.
What's his chances, Doc?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Hop in, Peggy.
Making your report right away?
Oh, yes, of course.
Just wanted to know. We'll have a man at the hospital to pick up whatever there is.
Okay.
He's bleeding badly.
I know. Go ahead, Peters. What are you acting so worried about, Peggy? You know this fellow?
No, but he's badly hit, and I don't like that.
We've been on a lot of ambulance cases together. I never saw you act like this before.
Well, this one seems worse than the others.
It isn't, though. Oh, why don't you let me in on it, Peggy? This isn't the only ride we're ever going to take together.
There's nothing to let you in on, Steve. I don't feel well.
The thermometer. You didn't drop it. But you picked up something.
His breath is coming very weak, Steve.
Yes. What was it you picked up, Peggy?
I won't tell you.
Peggy, it's between us. We've never had any secrets before.
I won't tell you, Steve. I can't.
There's just a moment now before the story of the Foster family continues. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's consider a case of impulse versus experience.
Now, if you were expecting company for dinner and you discovered a grease spot on the dress or light suit you were wearing, your impulse might be to slip into something else. But it would really be unnecessary to go to all that trouble. For here's what experience tells us.
The simplest thing to do is to remove that spot immediately with Energine cleaning fluid. And it's the practical thing to do, too. For the sooner you get after a grease spot, the easier it is to remove it perfectly.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and Energine will remove that grease spot perfectly. Make it disappear as completely as if you sent the whole garment to the cleaners. Energine won't disturb fast-dyed colors, won't leave a stain or telltale ring after cleaning. You just use it as directed on the can, and grease spots disappear as if by magic. So always use Energine the instant you notice a spot, on clothing, upholstery, or rug. It's easy and economical to keep things clean, if you're Johnny on the spot with Energine. And now, back to Peggy and Steve. They have brought the wounded man to the hospital, and now they're in a small office in the accident ward.
Prop yourself up on that chair there, Peggy, and pull yourself together.
I'm all right.
Here, drink this.
No.
Oh, go ahead. It's only water with a little pill in it to sharpen you up.
Thanks.
Now, if you don't feel a ripple of life along your keel in a moment or so, those pills are counterfeit.
I'm okay now, thanks.
Oh, fine. Then we'll proceed with the third degree.
Do we absolutely have to, Steve?
Oh, Peggy, darling, there's no secrets on a job like this. This fellow was shot, and I've got to make out a full report for the police.
A medical report?
No, not just a medical report. Anything we noticed that might assist them.
I can't assist them, Steve. Not in this.
Oh, Peggy, now, there, it can't be that bad.
It is, though. I should have told you in the first place, Steve. I would have, only I was so shocked and scared.
Of course you would.
There it is. Mickey's fountain pen.
Mickey?
Yes. Pa and I gave it to him yesterday for his birthday.
Oh, you don't have to worry about this, Peggy. There's millions of these in circulation.
Not with Mickey's name engraved on them, there aren't.
Oh, Mickey. Engraved right into the band. Yeah, it'd be easy to trace that.
You can see now why I didn't want to tell you.
Yeah, naturally.
And when he wasn't home when I called, that worried me, too.
I don't know what to say, Peggy.
You don't think for a minute that Mickey did this, do you, Steve? Do you, Steve?
Oh, there's the fountain pen. How about that?
I can't explain that away offhand, Steve, but... Well, there must be an explanation. You just admitted yourself there must be one.
Well, I suppose there is, Peggy, but... Well, that's a matter for the police to decide.
Oh, if Mickey's mixed up in a killing, it'll ruin him for life. Who are you, a doctor with a report to fill out, a routine report, to sit in judgment of Mickey?
Now, Peggy, don't go off half-cocked.
I mean it, Steve. It's circumstantial evidence. Anybody could have dropped that pen there.
Well, I grant you that.
Then for goodness sake, give the kid a break.
All right. I'll tell you, Peggy, I can do this. I can hold the report off until I see how the patient's condition is. If it's improving, okay.
And if not? If he goes?
If he doesn't recover, that puts a different light on it, Peggy. That makes it a murder case. And I'd have to go through the routine. The fountain pen and all.
Oh, Steve, we can't let him die. He mustn't die.
Now, pull yourself together, Peggy. Go see Mickey and find out what happened. Take the rest of the night off. I'll see that you're covered.
Oh, wait a minute, Steve. Where are you going?
I'm going up to the operating room and see if I can't help Dr. Hornbeck. He's probing for the bullet. It's very delicate, as you know.
You'll do the best you can, won't you, Steve?
Now, stop crying, Peggy. This is no way for a nurse to act. I'll pull this out of the fire if I can.
Good luck, Steve. I'll be back later.
Okay, Pa, that's my trick. Hey, it's Flo Nightingale, back from the battlefield.
Hello, Peggy. What are you doing home?
I came to see Mickey.
In that case, I mailed 100 aces.
Sit down, Peggy. Mickey came home early for a change. He's trying to beat me at peanut.
Trying, huh? 100 aces. What goes on with you, Peggy? Are you looking at me funny, or am I wrong for the first time this year?
Go on, play your card.
Mickey, I've got to talk to you.
Okay, go ahead. There we are, Pa. 40 pinochle.
Mickey.
What is it, Peggy?
Mickey, how long have you been home?
He stayed out about 2 hours after dinner. Why?
Where did you go tonight, Mickey, in those 2 hours?
Now, let me see. I had a date with a showgirl, and we went dancing. Then I got my tandem bicycle out, and we rode around a while.
And you gave her your new fountain pen, I suppose.
Oh, I see. You came home to make some trouble.
What's this about the fountain pen?
Mickey will tell you.
Well, Mickey won't tell anything about it.
Where is that fountain pen, Mickey?
I wasn't going to talk about this in front of you, Pa. But this is no time for sparing anyone's feelings. He hasn't got the fountain pen.
You know so much about it? Where is it?
The police may have it now. Because I found it tonight on the street under the body of a man who had just been shot.
What? Now, wait a minute. How's that again?
A man was shot. I was on the case. I found the pen we gave Mickey under the man's body.
That doesn't prove anything on me.
Mickey! Sit down there and tell me the truth about this before I skin you alive.
Don't bellow at him, Pa. Let him tell it.
I didn't do it. I didn't shoot anybody, I tell you.
There's been Fosters around here for a long time, but none of them ever got mixed up in a killing before.
I'm not mixed up in any killing. I don't know anything about it.
Let him alone a minute, will you, Pa? Now, don't go into a fit, Mickey. Or if you didn't do it, that's fine. But tell us what you did tonight.
I went to Hannigan's and...
There's one way to find out. Answer it.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mickey Foster.
That's me. Who's this?
Never mind who it is. They're going to pick you up for knocking off Harry Thomas tonight.
What are you talking about? Who is this?
You know what I'm talking about. You lost the fountain pen tonight. When the cops ask you what happened to it, you keep your lip up, see?
Why should I?
Got a sister, ain't you?
Yeah?
Wise guy, if you don't want nothing to happen to her, take my advice.
Listen, I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You heard me.
Now, wait a minute, listen. Hey, wait a minute. He hung up.
Who was it?
I don't know.
What did he want?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? Who was it?
Well, it was... I ain't saying.
Oh, some more of your shenanigans, huh? Now, listen to me. I've just about had enough of this.
Let him alone, Pa. Look, Mickey, we're only trying to help you.
Yeah, I know.
Then tell us what happened.
I don't...
You know this man who was shot. His name is Harry Thomas. Do you know him?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Well, what do you know about him?
Well, he's sort of a small-time racket guy. That's all I know.
Did you see him tonight?
No, I haven't seen him for a week.
Then how did your fountain pen happen to be lying beside his body?
Come on, tell the truth now.
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know nothing about it. I must have lost the pen somewhere. Stop picking on me, will you?
You'll end up on the hot seat, and it'll be good enough for you. Here, Peggy and I are doing our best to help you, and you sit there like a clam. What are you hiding?
I'm not hiding anything.
All right. I'm going back to the hospital.
I'll go with you.
Oh, no, you don't. You stay right here. You're not going out of my sight till we've got this thing cleared up.
Foster, what are you doing around the operating room? Thought you took the night off.
I did, but I have to come back to see about something.
I get it. Doc Burns has a big night, so you're back rooting for him.
Oh, don't kid with me, Kelly, please. Not now. How's he doing?
You'd be proud of him. He came in to assist Hornbeck at the start, but he's practically taken the case over. Working like he had a personal interest. Almost like the guy was his brother.
Yes, but the patient.
Well, they won't know for a while yet. They got the bullets, though. Yeah. Say, who is this Thomas that erases all this attention from you and Burns?
Oh, just another case, Kelly. Just another case.
Oh, don't look so innocent, Foster. Take off those false whiskers.
What do you mean, innocent?
The whole staff knows about you and Doc Burns. And it doesn't do a young doctor any harm to stuff his hospital record with miracles. So long. Careful. Lift the wheels up over that door, Jack.
Steve!
Oh, we tried everything to save him, Peggy, but it was no use.
Steve. Now what are you going to do?
Dr. Burns.
There's a detective here wants your report on the Thomas shooting, Dr. Burns. He says to bring down the bullets.
Yes. Tell him there's a fountain pen in my desk that is... Well, never mind. I'll be right down. Oh, wait a minute, Peggy. You were going to ask me something.
You've answered me.
This story of Peggy Foster, which continues in just a moment, is brought to you by the makers of Energine Shoe White as a contribution to your enjoyment at home this evening. Tomorrow evening or the next, you may find your enjoyment in dressing up and going out somewhere. And when you do, remember this. The white shoes you wear will be an even, smooth, brighter shade of white if you clean them with Energine Shoe White, the modern shoe white. You see, there's a noticeable difference between Energine Shoe White and the ordinary, old-fashioned white shoe cleaner. Look at a bottle of ordinary shoe white. You'll see that it separates into two layers, a thin, watery layer at the top and a loose, chalky deposit at the bottom. But Energine Shoe White never separates, either in the bottle or on your shoes. It's always a uniform, rich, creamy white, clear through. That means that Energine Shoe White spreads over your shoes easily, dries without caking or streaking, and leaves your shoes a smooth, even white all over. Tomorrow, get this modern shoe white that gives your shoes the smooth, brilliant white they need to match modern white styles. It's Energine Shoe White. And now back to our story of Peggy Foster. It's early next morning, and she's on her way to police headquarters.
Police southbound, St. Mary, read all about it. Hey, ladies.
Thanks. Do you know the way to police headquarters?
Down a block and over a block. Read all about it, young man. Read all about it. Look at that stuff they expect me to eat. Cornmeal mush with lumps like rocks. Milk out of a can. You got me into the stock. What do you got against me?
Nothing, Mickey. Try to believe that, will you?
Yeah, just told him it's my pen, that's all. Now here I am in the clink.
Now, if you'll only let me help you, Mickey.
Yeah, I know how you'll help.
Now, listen to me, you loudmouth little stoop. I had to tell what I knew about this case. That was my job.
Yeah, your job.
Now, look, Mickey, you're in a tight spot. I don't know whether you realize that or not.
You don't have to tell me.
You didn't kill Harry Thomas, did you?
No, I didn't kill him.
Then why don't you tell the police how you lost your fountain pen?
Because I got my reasons. Now go away and leave me alone, will you?
They're going to pin it on you, Mickey. You're going to jail for something you didn't do.
Stop yapping at me.
You can tell me what happened, Mickey. I promise I'll never tell another person in the world.
Yeah, I should believe that. You're the guy that turned me in.
You're trying to protect somebody, aren't you?
What's it to you?
I'll tell you what it is to me, Mickey. I love your sister. I love her more than anything else in the world. You go to the electric chair, and maybe that's what'll happen. She'll never get over it. She'll never forgive me. I'll do anything, Mickey, to get you out of this spot. Not only because I believe you didn't have anything to do with the murder of Harry Thomas, but for Peggy's sake. Now, do you believe me?
Yeah, I believe.
Then you'll tell me the whole story?
Listen, Doc, you gotta promise to keep your mouth shut. See, and it ain't for me either. It's for Peggy.
For Peggy?
Yeah. She's the reason I ain't been talking.
All right, you have my word. I won't tell anybody else, not even the police.
Okay, I lost a pen to a guy named Whitey Lewis. He's a cheap little racketeer, trigger man.
Yeah?
Last night he called me on the phone. Told me if I said anything about where I lost the pen, he'd get Peggy.
What?
And he would, too. He's just the kind, a real killer.
I see. Where does this Whitey live, do you know?
No, but once when I was walking down Front Street with some guy, he told me Whitey had a hideout flat in one of the houses there.
You don't remember the number, do you?
I think it was number 40 or somewhere about there. Why? What are you going to do, Doc? You ain't going to tell the cops.
No, but I'm going to pay a call on Whitey Lewis myself.
It's easy to get in, but hard to get out, hey, Doc?
I'd like to see Michael Foster, please. I'm his sister.
Peggy! Oh, Peggy, I've just been in to see Mickey.
That was kind of you after you got him in here.
I was afraid you'd take it that way.
It shouldn't make any difference to you from now on how I take anything.
Now, listen, Peggy.
Oh, why don't you go away and leave me alone? You've done enough damage. I know you have to turn the pen into the police. All right, you've done your duty. You've made a mess of Mickey's life and mine, too. So why don't you leave us alone?
All right, I'll leave you alone. But I hope maybe I'll be able to straighten this out for you.
We don't want your help, thank you.
If you want to see your brother, lady, you'd better come along.
All right, officer. Oh, Steve, you've ruined everything for us, everything. I never want to see you again.
Okay, Peggy.
All right, officer, come on.
Right through here. First cell on the right.
Thanks.
Hello, Peggy. Gee, I'm glad you got here.
Oh, Mickey, I feel like bawling seeing you in a place like this.
How do you think I feel? Can't you get me out on bail even?
No. There's no bail set. But I've got a lawyer for you.
Yeah, who is he?
He's a good man. Mr. Fitch. William Fitch. He'll be in to see you tonight.
Yeah, okay. Listen, sis.
What is it, Mickey?
Doc Burns was here a couple of minutes ago. Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him. What did he have to say to you?
Well, he talked to me for a long time, sis.
About what?
Oh, a lot of stuff about how sorry he was he got me in this spot, how much he loves you.
Oh, he loves me, does he?
Peggy, listen. He got me talking. He made me talk. I told him how I lost the fountain pen.
Well, why did you tell him and not me?
Well, he said he'd do anything to get me out of this spot, and now that's what he's trying to do. Peggy's going to get himself killed. Whitey will plug him, sure.
Mickey, what are you talking about? How is he going to get himself killed? Who's Whitey?
Whitey's the guy I lost the pen to. Whitey Lewis. He's a cheap, small-time gangster, but he's a killer. Whitey planted the pen on Harry Thomas, so I'd have to take the rap.
But where's Steve gone? Mickey, has he gone to see this Whitey Lewis?
Yeah, that's it, Peggy. He's going down to have a talk with him.
You mean he's gone down to see him alone?
Well, I guess so.
Where does Whitey Lewis live?
He's got a hideout at 40 Front Street or somewhere around there.
Mickey, why did you let him go alone? I've got to tell the police. This is Front Street, Sergeant.
Yeah, I know. 40 ought to be right around here.
This Whitey Lewis tip sounds like a wild one to me, Sarge.
Well, they said they're looking into it, so we're looking into it.
Well, here it is. That's the house. You better come inside with us, lady. I ain't suspicious. Just careful.
All right.
Where'd you say he was, on the second floor?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I guess this must be the entrance door. Come on. Let's go up. Doc, come on.
on, Joe. Let's bust this door down. Right. Come on.
He's in there. Steve's in there. Oh, hurry, hurry.
Stay where you are, coppers. Take it easy, Whitey. We got you covered. Oh, no, you ain't. Don't get in my way or I'll blast you.
All right, Whitey, you asked for it.
Killed him.
No, I don't think so. We won't have to use no bracelets on this bum.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't see him. Look there. A guy lying on the floor over there. Is that your boyfriend, lady?
Oh, Steve. Steve, darling.
Is he hurt bad?
I can't tell. Steve.
He's coming too.
Steve, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. He just grazed my head and knocked me out for a second.
Well, what'd you find out? Is this the guy that killed Thomas?
Take the gun. Compare the bullet from the wall with the Thomas slug. You have it. Oh, Peggy, I'm seeing triple. There's 3 Peggies. You never told me about this. How about those chocolate malts?
Coming right up.
Mickey will be buying them, huh?
Yes. You know, he's as delighted with that supply truck job as a kid with a pair of new red rubber boots.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Mickey.
Hi.
How's the demon driver?
Well. Say, the lieutenant told me to tell you there's a badge with your number on it down there anytime you get sick of doctor. He thinks you'd make a great stick.
Well, sure he would. He was good enough to get you off.
Well, how do you like your new job?
Well, Steve. Say, now that you people are going to sort of get together...
Who says we're going to get together?
Well, you are, aren't you?
Well, this is as good a way as any to start planning a honeymoon, isn't it, Peggy?
I think so.
As I was saying, now that you're getting together, you can help me with some of these invoice names. Steve, how do you spell, wait a minute, sulfanilamide?
Huh? Oh, S-U-L...
Oh, yes. T-H...
Hey, that's enough. If you're going to kiss your way through it, I'll be here all day.
And now, next week's story from Manhattan at Midnight. Every night, hundreds of small-town dance bands are playing in local dance halls, hoping for the break that will put them in some glamorous New York nightclub. Next week's story is of just such a band, Tommy Abbott's Melodies, a small-time orchestra which became famous overnight when it opened at one of New York's most exclusive nightclubs. Mary Taft, Tommy's lovely young singer, had much to do with the band's success. But Tommy forgot that. He hired Cynthia Manners, a society songbird, to take Mary's place. That's when the trouble began. Don't miss this exciting story of New York nightlife next Wednesday evening. The author of tonight's story was Frank Dolan. The original music was composed by Charles Paul. All names and designations of persons used in the course of this broadcast are entirely fictitious, and no living person is actually referred to or designated. Manhattan at Midnight is brought to you every Wednesday evening at this same time by the makers of Energine Cleaning Fluid and Energine Shoe White. This is Nelson Case, wishing you all good evening until next Wednesday night.
The makers of Kix, tasty, crispy corn puffs, food for action, and the makers of Clorettes, the new chlorophyll chewing gum that makes your breath kissing sweet, present Defense Attorney.
Ladies and gentlemen, to depend upon your judgment and to fulfill my known obligation, I submit the facts, fully aware of my responsibility to my client and to you as defense attorney.
And now we proudly present Miss Mercedes McCambridge as Defense Attorney. Martha Ellis Bryant chose law as a career, she accepted the challenge of defending the defenseless. Joshua Masters was one of the defenseless. Suspected of murder, he couldn't defend himself.
Your father told me his will left his estate to his 3 sons, but there won't be 3 sons to share it.
That's all right. We can divide it between the 2 of us.
I don't think so.
Why?
Because I talked to your father yesterday. He was afraid he'd be accused of killing David, and I told him if he was charged with murder, I would defend him. And I'm going to.
Yes, Joshua Masters was one of the defenseless. And we'll bring you his story right after this important message. But first, let's listen to a man who sings the blues because he doesn't take time to eat breakfast.
It's a shame to be a Nixie like me. I suffer from a lack of energy. Won't somebody tell me why I fail in everything I try? It's a shame to be a Nixie like me.
People who are always weary, always dreary are Nixies. So different from active, cheery Kixies. Kixies are men of action who eat kicks, food for action. Lively boys, girls, and grown-ups who always eat breakfast built around a bowl of kicks. How fine everyone feels, because Kix is an 83% energy food. Are Kix good? You bet. Crispy corn puffs so tender and tasty. Eat Kix, food for action.
Oh, it's grand to be a Kixie like me. Always feeling full of pep and energy. Every morning I eat Kix, so I'm never in a fix. Oh, it's grand to be a Kixie like me.
And now the curtain rises on Act 1 of tonight's defense attorney story. Wealthy Joshua Masters is in the law office of Martha Ellis Bryant.
Conducting an investigation is decidedly out of my line, Mr. Masters. I'm an attorney, not a private detective.
I understand that, Miss Bryant, but this is something I believe you could handle better than a private detective.
Well, I'm very flattered, but I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Your reputation for integrity is common knowledge, so I know I can trust you. You're always famous for proving people innocent. Now, one of my 3 sons is trying to kill me.
And you want me to find out which one is guilty?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, but what's more important, I want to know which 2 are innocent. You see, there's a lot of money involved.
Yes, well, how old are you, Mr. Masters?
68.
And your sons?
The oldest, 38. The youngest, 33.
Are they married?
No. All 3 like to consider themselves eligible bachelors.
Yes, I believe I've read about them in the newspapers.
I'm not proud of my sons, Miss Bryant. The parasites, waiting for my money, waiting for me to die, and one's trying to hurry it.
And you are a widower, aren't you, Mr. Masters?
Yes. My wife died in 1939.
And will your sons inherit your money?
As my will is now, the estate is to be divided equally among the 3 boys.
Well, specifically, what is it that makes you think that one of the boys is trying to murder you?
Well, I've got a weakness for speed. I like to go fast. In a car, boat, anything. I've got a foreign car. It's very fast. Are you interested in foreign cars, Miss Bryant?
Oh, well, not right now, Mr. Masters.
Yes, well, I like to get out on the freeway and open my car up once in a while. I started out the other day and got a flat tire. I drove into a service station to get it fixed. 1 lug bolt was holding the wheel on. The other 4 had been unscrewed, holding by 1 thread.
Well, of course, that is dangerous, but it could have been accidental.
Maybe. But I've got a speedboat down at the bay. I started to take it out one day when I noticed that the bilge was full of gasoline, and 1 spark plug wire was disconnected and hanging about 1/4 of an inch above the bilge. Now, if I'd touched the starter, it would have all blown up over the harbor.
Yes, of course it would. And you believe that these potential accidents were planned?
Yes, I do. There are other things, little things, but they all add up. Well, you know, my sons.
And you think that one of your sons is responsible for these occurrences?
Yes, there isn't anyone else.
No, that isn't what I mean. I mean, has it ever entered your mind that maybe more than one of your sons is involved?
Oh, I see. Oh, no, I never thought of that. Well, I hope it isn't true.
Oh, well, maybe it isn't true about any of them, Mr. Masters.
It's true, Miss Bryant. David, Ralph, or Gordon, any one of them is capable of killing me for my money.
Tell me, do you support them?
Yes, but I don't give them as much money as they think I should. I believe that wealth carries a responsibility, Miss Bryant. A responsibility to use it wisely. They just want to use it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Masters, there may be cause for your suspicions, all right? But I'm not going to hazard an opinion, nor am I going to attempt an investigation.
Oh, I see.
However, there is a private detective I can heartily recommend to you. His name is Ted Ruby, and he's in the Hartley building. I've used him on several occasions myself, and I know that he's very reliable and that he's well qualified for this sort of thing. And I advise you to go to see him. You can tell him that Martha Ellis Bryant sent you.
When did all this happen, Marty?
Just yesterday, Judd. So I sent him to Ted Ruby.
Well, Ruby will know how to handle him. At least he'll make some money on the deal. I'm glad you didn't take it.
Well, it wasn't in my line, darling. But I was sorry I couldn't help him. He's kind of sweet.
Yeah, he's kind of a screwball.
Why? Do you know him?
No, but I know quite a bit about him and his family. The boys are always mixed up in some scandal, always expensive to get out of, and the old man pays the fare.
Well, then the boys are worthless, huh?
You bet they are. But the story got out about how every time one of the boys had been in trouble, someone would give an anonymous contribution to some charity, a big contribution. I chased down the story for the Dispatch. It was old man Masters. Whatever the current scandal payoff cost, he'd give an equal amount to charity. Some screwy idea of dollar for dollar, good for evil.
We could use more screwy ideas like that, Judd.
Yeah? He gets tickets for speeding and goes through the same routine. He's just a screwball.
Yeah, but you haven't talked to him.
No.
I have. I like him. I'm sorry I couldn't help it. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Martha Ellis Bryant's office? Oh, yes, he is. Just a minute, please. For you, Judd. The Dispatch.
Oh, okay. Hello. Yeah, Steve. All right. Yeah, 1802 Sandalwood Drive. Yeah, I got it. Well, whose place is it? It is. Yeah, all right. I'll get right over there.
Get right over there. There goes our luncheon date, I bet you.
Yeah, Marty, there's been a killing at 1802 Sandalwood Drive. Got to get over there. You want to go along?
No, not particularly. Anyhow, I got a lot of work to do here.
Well, maybe you ought to go, Counselor. Do you know who lives at 1802 Sandalwood Drive?
No. Should I?
Yeah, you should. That's the home of Joshua Masters.
This is a real beautiful home. Huh, Judd?
Yeah, it is. I wonder if Josh Masters donated to charity an amount equal to the cost of maintaining this place.
Why should he?
Well, I just think it's a sin to live in a house this big.
Oh, such a sickness.
It's all right, Sergeant Press.
Okay. All right, get over there, those pictures. Yeah, right. All right.
Ah, hello, Judd.
Hi, Ed.
Well, Miss Bryant, this is a surprise. Was Masters a client of yours?
Well, he was sort of a near client.
What?
No, I'm just here with Judd, Lieutenant Leader.
Oh, I see.
What's the story, Ed?
One of those messy family affairs. Inside, Judd.
You got any leads?
Oh, you know, Judd. Arrest within 24 hours.
One of the boys, huh?
Yeah.
Which one? You know yet?
Sure we know. It was David.
Can I print that?
Well, sure. Why not?
Well, then you're going to arrest him right away.
Arrest who?
David.
Arrest him? How can we arrest him? He's dead.
Dead? I thought... Wait a minute, Ed. You mean that Josh Masters wasn't killed?
The old man? Well, no, it's David.
Then Josh Masters isn't dead?
Well, no. Should he be?
Well, according to percentage, yeah.
What?
Oh, nothing. You take it, Judd. It's your story.
Well, what happened, Ed?
Well, about all I'm sure of right now is that when Gordon Masters came into the library this morning, he found his brother David lying on the floor, dead. He'd been shot sometime last night with a .44 caliber gun.
You've found the weapon?
No. Medical examiner says it was a .44. And the old man's gun, a .44, is missing from the desk drawer. He says he can't account for it.
What do you think about it, Ed?
Well, like I said, we expect an arrest within 24 hours.
Do you know who it'll be?
Oh, come on. You know I can't answer that, Judd.
All right. Unofficially, Ed, not for publication.
Well, I think that Josh Masters knows where that gun is.
Has he got a motive?
He had a quarrel with David Masters yesterday. That could be a motive. The only fly in that ointment is the fact that he was always quarreling with one or the other of the boys.
Yeah, so I've heard. Where's Josh Masters now?
He's in the library. At least he was just a minute or so before you come in.
I wonder if he'd care to make a statement to the press.
I don't know. You can ask him. He's a free citizen so far.
Thanks, Ed. I think I will.
Yeah. Look around if you want to, Judd. I got work to do. See you later. Bye, Martha.
See you, Ed. Well, what do you think of this development, Marty?
Darling, Joshua Masters isn't the kind of person who kills anybody. He's just
Well,
nice.
Miss Bryant, I'm surprised to see you here. I was going to come down to your office.
Good morning, Mr. Masters. I came with Mr. Barnes. He's a friend. Judd, this is Mr. Masters.
Glad to know you, Mr. Masters.
I'm so very sorry about your son, Mr. Masters.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I can't feel more grief than I do. My sons have been a great disappointment to me, Miss Bryant.
Well, do you have any idea who may be responsible for this thing?
No, I haven't. I wish I knew. That Detective Leadus, he suspects me.
Did he say that to you?
No, he didn't need to. I know. Miss Bryant, if he should charge me with this, I'd like to have you as my attorney.
Oh, well, it's a little early, Mr. Masters. However, if you are charged with the murder, and if I believe that you're innocent, I'll defend you. Lieutenant Leadus's 24 hours are just about up. I wonder if he's made his arrest yet.
If he has, Josh Masters is here in the jail, and you've got a client.
Yeah. Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, good morning, Martha. Judd.
Hello, Ed. Anything new in the Masters case?
Yeah, we found the gun.
Hey, when?
Oh, about 10 minutes ago.
Well, who had it?
Josh Masters had it.
Are you sure, Lieutenant?
Yeah. It was lying beside him.
It was what?
Yeah. Josh Masters committed suicide with it at 8 o'clock this morning.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of tonight's defense attorney story. Don't breathe. Don't breathe a word until you chew Clorettes. Because Clorettes makes your breath kissing sweet. That's right, kissing sweet. Clorettes is the delicious new chewing gum that contains chlorophyll. Aha, that magical green chlorophyll you've read so much about. Clorettes with chlorophyll banishes most odors that make breath unpleasing. Clorettes makes breath sweet and wholesome in seconds. Chew Clorettes and your breath becomes kissing sweet, even after eating onions or garlicky salads, even after heavy smoking or telltale beverages. It's the chlorophyll in Clorettes that does the trick. And Clorettes is such a delicious gum you'll chew it for pure enjoyment. Everyone who breathes should chew Clorettes to keep breath always kissing sweet. So carry a package in pocket or purse. Get Clorettes today. Cloretts. Only 15 cents a box wherever chewing gum is sold. Chew Clorettes, the gum delicious. It makes your breath kissing sweet. And now we continue with Act 2 of tonight's defense attorney story.
Mr. Masters didn't think they were accidents, Lieutenant. He was afraid one of the boys was trying to murder him. He wanted me to help him find out which one it was.
Well, things sound more like accidents than plans as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, me too, Marty. Old people are always figuring that someone is trying to get them out of the way.
Joshua Masters was not suffering from a persecution complex, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Not only that, I couldn't get one direct answer from him yesterday.
You didn't catch him in a lie.
No, but I didn't catch him in a truth either.
Lieutenant, please remember he didn't know where his gun was. He might have thought one of the boys had it. Maybe he was unwilling to incriminate any of them.
He said he didn't know where the gun was, Marty.
Look, Martha, I like it this way. Joshua Masters thought one of his sons was trying to get him out of the way. For some reason, he figured it was David, and he jumps him about it. They argue, and Josh shoots him. Then, in remorse over having killed his son, he takes the gun and kills himself. Now, is that logic?
Makes sense to me.
If you didn't know Joshua Masters.
Oh, come on. You didn't know him till 2 days ago.
That's right. I talked to him for 15 minutes, and I got to know him real well, Lieutenant.
Oh, Martha, how could you?
All right. Will you grant that I am at least a fair judge of character?
Well, you always have been, so far.
Joshua Masters might have committed suicide, but he never would have committed murder.
Oh, look, Martha, it was his gun. We couldn't find it yesterday. This morning it's lying beside him. His fingerprints on the handle, the presence of powder burns on his head, and the angle of the bullet's path all point to his suicide. With the same gun that killed David.
That's strong evidence, Martha.
I know all that, darling, but it's too perfect.
And now your story about those so-called attempts on his life gives a motive for murder and suicide by Joshua Masters.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Have you found out anything about his will, about his insurance policies and things like that? What about who inherits the money?
Well, no, not yet. But that's standard procedure, Martha. I'm going to question the 2 boys about it now.
Ed, that isn't going to make any difference in the story, is it? I want to call the dispatch.
I don't think we'll find out anything new. Chances are the boys will inherit everything. Well, they should.
There isn't any doubt about what'll happen to the money now. Those 2 will know how to spend it. They always have.
Are you going to question them, Ralph and Gordon, separately, Lieutenant?
No. I'll call them in here together. You want to hear?
Yeah, I'd like to. May I?
You sure?
Ed, what about the noise of the gunshots? Didn't anybody hear it?
No. Both shots were in the library, and Josh Masters had it soundproof. He liked music, and he liked it loud. Collected records, you know. Nobody else could stand it, so Josh had his library soundproof and played his records in there.
That's the motive for killing him right there.
Not if the place was soundproof. Oh, Sergeant, you send Gordon and Ralph Masters in here, please.
Right.
Believe me, Lieutenant, the last thing Joshua Masters had on his mind when he was in my office was committing suicide.
You want me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I got a few questions I want to ask as soon as your brother gets here. Sit down.
Look, let's get one thing straight. Just because my father killed David and then shot himself is no reason for you to start tossing orders around here. You're in my home, and when I'm ready, I'll ask you to sit down.
Oh, little touchy, huh?
Why shouldn't I be? Just lost one brother and my father.
Take it easy, Ralph. Sensitivity isn't a characteristic of the police department, you know. What do you want now, Lieutenant?
This isn't a suicide until the coroner says so. And he won't say so until I finish my investigation. And I won't finish my investigation until you answer a few more questions.
That's all we've done for the past few days.
Well, we can wind this up today. Right now, I want to know who stands to inherit the most from the estate.
Why do you ask that?
Because I want to know.
Now, look, don't get out of line, Lieutenant. You might...
I can answer that, Lieutenant. The money was to be divided equally among the family. The 3 of us.
How do you know that?
Dad told me a long time ago.
The will hasn't been changed?
Well, not that I know of.
Did your father ever feel he was being picked on? Abused?
He certainly did.
When'd you notice it?
Every time we asked for a dime.
That's right. He's pretty tight with his dough.
From what I hear, you were pretty loose with it.
What have you got to do with it?
I'm Martha Ellis Bryant. I'm an attorney. Your father was a client of mine. Did you know that he had thought of changing his will?
Any change he made wouldn't hold up after killing David and committing suicide. Losing his mind, not capable of handling his affairs.
We can break any kind of a will now if we need to.
Oh, come on, Judd. They'll be dividing his clothes next.
Yeah, I could use some fresh air. See you later, Ed.
Yeah, so long, Judd. Miss Bryant.
Bye, Lieutenant.
Any court will overrule a will made by a man that killed his son and committed suicide.
Oh. Gordon Masters is really plugging that murder and suicide, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he's right, Marty.
I don't know. He sounds to me like a man with something to sell.
Or a man that's convinced of something.
Yeah, well, maybe. Can you take me back to my office, sweetie? I wish to ponder.
About this case?
Yeah.
Look, Marty, the police say it's suicide. Why don't you let it go at that? They've got powder burns, bullet angle. You just gave them a motive.
Yeah.
And you've got fingerprints on the gun to back up a suicide theory. Anyway, what are you doing in this case? You're a lawyer, not a detective.
You're right, darling. I am a lawyer. And yesterday I told Joshua Masters that if he was charged with murder and if I thought he was innocent, I'd defend him. And that was a promise.
Sure, but he's dead.
Yeah, but he's still charged with murder, the murder of his son, and he can hardly defend himself.
How far can you go with noblesse oblige?
My darling Judson, there are people whose goodness is apparent even in a short conversation. And I think Joshua Masters was one of those people. And I don't think he killed his son. And I don't think he committed suicide.
That's what I gathered.
Anyway, the fact that he's dead doesn't cancel my promise to defend him. I just wish I knew how to begin. And neither one of those fine, upstanding boys was concerned beyond the question of who inherited the money. Their father lying in the next room dead. And they're planning on how to break his will.
Yes, Marty, but that still doesn't make either one of them a murderer.
Either one of them could have killed David to get a bigger share of the estate and then killed Joshua to get the money sooner.
It's a good theory, Marty, but the police have a better one with evidence to back it up. Joshua Masters' fingerprints on the handle of that gun.
Somebody could have put his hand around that gun after he was dead.
All you've got to do is prove that, and the rest of your theory will hold up.
Yeah, well, there must be some way to prove it.
I never heard of a way, short of a confession. A little late for that. Marty, don't start wringing your hands over this case. It isn't that important.
I'm not wringing my hands, darling. I'm just trying to think of a way to... Hey, Judd, there is a way. Pull over to the curb.
Marty, for Pete's sake, let go of the wheel.
I'm sorry, darling, but listen. If I were going to put your fingerprints on this steering wheel... Now, give me your hand. Here, okay. I'd put your fingers around the wheel and I'd press, like that.
Yeah?
Right, now see what happens. Look there.
Hey, do you suppose it'd show?
I don't know. But I'll never be able to sleep if we don't find out. Let's go back. Fast.
Let's do. Burn 'em up Barnes, they call me.
Well, this is sure going to start something new in the checking of suicides, Martha. I just wouldn't have thought of it, but there they are, and they match.
Pretty obvious that Joshua Masters did not commit suicide, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, we came pretty close to making a bad mistake. If you and Judd had been 2 minutes later getting here, it would have been too late.
Why, was it that close?
Well, the coroner and I were agreed on murder and suicide. We were ready to turn the body over to an undertaker. Well, I'll get the sergeant and bring Masters in here.
Just a minute, Lieutenant. Suppose they were both in this thing together.
Yeah, that's something to think about, Ed. It could be.
Yeah, I guess it could. You got any suggestions, Martha?
Uh-huh. Why don't we get them both in? Then we can watch their reaction, maybe find out more than we know.
That's the way to do it, Ed. And the star reporter of the Dispatch will be in on the arrest.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martha. Have the sergeant bring him in. Sergeant!
Yes, sir.
Have Gordon and Ralph Masters come in here, will you?
Right.
Look, Martha, you want to handle this? It's your play, you know. I can be watching the trouble.
There could be trouble, too.
Sure. He's killed twice.
All right, I'll talk to him.
Say, how much more of this pointless questioning do we have to put up with?
Maybe they've decided it was suicide. Have you, Lieutenant?
Not yet. Miss Bryant here has something to say.
What's an attorney got to do with this?
Is this something to do with the old man's will?
Yes, in a way. That is, it will certainly affect the terms of the will.
What do you mean?
Well, your father's will left everything to his 3 sons, but there won't be 3 sons to share it.
Well, that's all right. We can divide it between Ralph and me.
No, I don't think so.
What?
I talked to your father 2 days ago, and he told me that he suspected one of his sons of trying to kill him.
He did?
Yes.
Well, that was probably why he killed David. He found out that he was the one.
Is that what you think, Ralph?
Well, what else is there to think?
Well, there are other things. I talked to your father again yesterday. He was afraid he'd be accused of killing David, and I told him that if he was charged with the murder, I would defend him.
What's this got to do with us?
He has been charged with the murder. He has been charged with killing David and committing suicide, and I am defending him. Because he didn't kill David and he didn't commit suicide, your father was murdered.
Who says he was murdered?
I say he was murdered.
You can't prove that he was. His fingerprints are on that gun handle.
Yes, they are. And you, Ralph Masters, put them there.
You can't prove that either.
Oh, yes, I can. When you pressed your father's hand around that gun to leave his fingerprints on it, you left your own.
My fingerprints aren't on that gun.
That's right, Ralph. They're not on the gun, but they are on your father's hands.
What?
On his fingernails.
You lie.
No, Ralph. She isn't lying. We checked him.
Is that true, Lieutenant?
Yeah, real true.
Ralph, you killed David and Dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him, and you would have too if you'd had enough nerve. Now, don't move anybody.
I got him, Marty. He's got a gun.
Right.
I said, don't anybody move. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. I'll kill anybody that tries to stop me. I think I'll kill you anyway, Martha Bryant. If it hadn't been for you...
What about the sergeant behind you, Masters?
What?
I got him.
Jimmy.
Good shooting, Ed.
Oh, thanks for turning him, Judd.
Lieutenant, is he dead?
Yeah. Yeah, he's dead.
First David and then Dad. Now Ralph. I'm the only one left.
Oh, all alone in the world with $1 million.
All right, let's get him out of here. Have a couple of patrolmen come in here, will you?
What is it, sir?
When Judd Barnes chose a lawyer as a girlfriend, he accepted the challenge of defending the defenseless girlfriend.
Yeah, it looked kind of grim there for a minute. You probably saved my life, Judd. Thanks.
Marty, you shouldn't put yourself in a position where you're exposed to danger like that, likely to get killed.
Yes, Judd.
Your business is defending, not apprehending.
Yeah, I guess it isn't very nice to put your friends in a position where they have to rescue you all the time.
It isn't that. I was glad to do it, and I know Lita's was, too.
No, I was kind of foolish. I shouldn't have done it.
No, it wasn't foolish.
Yes, it was. I didn't know Joshua Masters anything.
Yes, you did. A promise made is a debt unpaid.
I know, but after all,
If you didn't do things like that, you wouldn't be my Marty.
Now, which side are you on, darling?
I've been trapped again, so help me.
Judson, don't you know you can't win an argument with a woman? And when the woman is a defense attorney, hoo-ha.
You have just heard Defense Attorney, starring Mercedes McCambridge, with Howard Culver as Judd. Tonight you heard Tony Barrett as Ed Leadus, Dallas McKinnon as Josh and Gordon Masters, and Harry Bartell as Ralph Masters. Music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Defense Attorney was written by Jack Spears. The program is directed by Dwight Hauser.
Dolores trusted me, I trusted her. Hey, you think no? You look at me and you're saying in your mind, no, Reina, Lopez, Sanchez, Cortez, no, these people, extranjeros, foreigners, they're not like me, the great McCormick. No, they're too hot-blooded and jealous to trust so, to love so. See, but you are wrong. We are like you, as you, all kinds. They're good, bad, hating, and loving. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind that says murderer?
The indictment, a formal written charge of crime, as the basis for trial of the accused. Indictment. The drama you're about to hear is from New York City and is based on stories of the criminal law, with authentic procedures as detailed by Eleazar Lipsky, former Assistant District Attorney of New York. It is the Assistant District Attorney who directs criminal investigations, assembles facts and witnesses, builds the case to a just indictment.
Oh, come on now. Take it easy, boy. Easy now. Hey, you act like you've never been in the park before. Oh, now listen, Mutzo, will you stop yanking on the leash? Will you take it easy? Oh, gee. All right. Come here. Okay, so there are no cops around. Look, I'll take the leash off, okay? Now take it easy. There, go ahead. Bring yourself ragged. Boy, like a pup. A crazy pup. Oh, now what you got? Hey, what do you got, boy? Squirrel? Come on, go get him. Get him, boy. Oh, you crazy dog. Look, I don't want no old shoe. You keep it. Now what? Oh, you want to show me something, huh? You found something. No, all right, now, easy on the pants. All right already, now. What is... Oh, gee. Come on, get away. Get away from her, huh? Stay, sit. Oh, she's dead. Good dog, sit. Police! Hey, you kid! Hey, you! Baseball! Go over to the avenue! Get the car! Find the squad car! Stay back! Get the car!
McCormick.
Ed, Tom Russo. On the girl in Central Park yesterday.
Yeah, Tom.
I'm up at the 28th. I think we've got something coming up.
Do you know who she is?
They've got a fella named Rena. Reyna.
Peter Rayner. Think she might be his wife, Dolores. Been missing 2 days.
All right, take him over to the mortuary. I'll meet you there.
He came in with another girl, Ed. One Rita Morales.
Girlfriend?
Wife's cousin.
Bring them both. Let them both view the body.
Pobrecita, mi mujer, mi bebé. Dolores?
Was his wife.
Dolores.
Uh-huh. Mr. Reyna.
No, en este momento terrible. No, por favor, no.
He says, not now, senor, please. This terrible time. Let me talk to him. Let me answer whatever there may be questions.
You'll talk for him.
For now, yes, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Morales. I want to talk to you a little later, but for now, I don't think you can answer the question I want to ask him.
I am sure.
You are? All right. Why did he kill her?
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. There is a difference, a great big difference. Get relief with every single drop.
Yes, there is a big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. The medication makes the difference. Only Vicks cough drops are medicated with the exclusive throat-soothing ingredients of Vicks Vapor Rub. 2 delicious flavors, Vicks Regular and new Wild Cherry. Next time your throat feels raw and irritated from coughs due to colds, remember,
there is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops.
The medication makes the difference.
Yes, the medication makes the difference.
And for a stuffy nose, just 1 whiff. With a Vicks inhaler, and that miserable feeling of a stuffy nose goes in seconds. Use it anywhere, anytime. Vicks inhaler. All right, you worked that night at this hotel banquet as a waiter for the caterer.
From 7 to midnight. You can check this.
We will. Where did you go after work?
Home. To my house. She was gone.
Your wife?
Yes, but I was not worried. Not yet then.
Go on.
Well, I was not worried because often when I work nights, she goes dancing. Went dancing. Roseland.
Your wife went dancing at Roseland alone?
Often, yes. Why not?
You tell us.
Well, it's not like we had kids or anything. Why keep a pretty girl, a young wife in prison, cooped up in the house?
You trusted her?
Of course. Roseland, such places like that, they are muy respectable.
Very respectable? Why?
Well, they are for people who only want to go dancing. I know. I went there once. Strangers to dance with strangers. Yes, it's true. But the girls do not make the dates. There are rules. All is proper. The management is carefully watched.
Go on.
And which is better, Mr. McCormick? To suspect and to forbid, or to trust and allow?
And you trusted her?
I trusted her. She trusted me. You think no?
Go on with your story.
You look at me and you're saying a Reina, a Lopez, a Sanchez, a Cortez. No, these people are extranjeros, foreigners. They are not like me. They are too hot-blooded and jealous to trust, to love so.
Go on with your story.
See, but you are wrong, see? We are like you. We are all kinds, good, bad, hating, and trusting. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind? It was extremely respectable.
Get on with your story. What did you do when you found your wife wasn't at home?
I went to bed to sleep.
Next morning?
To see if Dolores stayed with Rita Morales.
She often do that?
Sometimes after dancing together.
She ever call and tell you?
There's no phone. Then I begin to worry. Rita worries. We report her to the police, missing.
That's right, Mr. McCormick. It's on the record.
All right. And would I do this if I had done the terrible thing you say?
If you didn't kill your wife, go on, prove it. Prove to me you didn't.
I did not. Now, it's as simple as that.
Were you in Central Park last night?
No. The last time I am in the park, in the summer, a long time ago.
Were you ever near that spot?
Spot?
Yeah.
Oh, where? No, never.
Raina, I'm going to give you a break. Would you mind if we sent your clothes to the laboratory for testing?
These clothes for testing?
For blood and such.
And the rest of your suits at home?
Do you have this right?
It's for your own benefit, Raina. If you're not guilty, finding them clean will be in your favor.
There. My keys. Take them all. These two.
These are all the clothes you have?
Yes. No.
Oh?
In my locker at the caterer's is my uniform and a pair of sports slacks. Nothing else. With my home keys, you have the keys to my locker. You have all.
All right, let's go on. You went directly home from the banquet.
Yes.
You found your wife missing.
I went to sleep. I woke up. I went to Rita's. We went to the police.
Is there anything going on between you and Rita?
How do you mean?
You know. Come on.
No. How does Rita feel about you?
There is nothing between us. Nothing. That's a terrible thing for a gentleman like you to say.
All right, just one more question for now.
All right, and then I go.
You'll sit in that room to think the whole thing over a while, sure. But for now, just one question. You know the question right now.
I know I have answered all the questions with the truth.
All right, work on this one then. Why did you kill your wife?
Not going to work, is it, Ed?
Oh, I don't know. I'll keep throwing it at him for his reactions.
Think he did it?
He could have. When are they going to have those tests ready?
Give him time. He had you right, though, didn't he? Oh, you taking him as typical, pigeonholing.
All right, I'll ask you. Don't you think he's a little too atypical, a little too broad-minded for an older man with a younger wife? A waltz-me-around-again nightlifer? She didn't sway dreamily in the arms of girls at those dime-a-dance dives, did she? No matter how respectable they may have looked to him. Okay, you tell me.
And you think he killed her?
Tom, how would I know? I wasn't there. I'm suspending judgment pending the ME's report and the tests on those garments. Maybe he's telling the truth, maybe not. I'll keep trying to shake him up until I'm convinced one way or the other.
Well, I get the same thing from the girl, Ed, and from relatives and neighbors, too. If anything, Rita was, well, aloof from Rita. Her friend was her cousin, Dolores. And Rita came out with the same pitch. Sure, Dolores liked to live it up, but Rita says Rayna happens to be a man in love with his wife and in trust with her. In trust, she says.
Yeah, great place to show your respect for your husband. Dance halls while the guy's working to pay for your fun.
Well, as for that, Rita says...
All right, Tom.
Well, Rita says a girl's safer on a dance floor than in a subway and farther off from strange men. And she's got something there, Red. Seriously. Are you going to hold Rayna?
As a material witness, if nothing else, certainly.
Okay. I'm inclined to believe his story.
Well, that's your privilege, Tom. It doesn't sound right to me.
Special Bureau, Russo.
28 squad detectives. Mr. McCormick there? Is that Central Park homicide?
Right here. You want to talk to him?
No, we're coming down. Guy just walked in. Fellow named Dave Campbell. Just walked in and confessed. Be right down.
What'd y'all check my clothes for?
For tests.
How's that, mister?
Tests for blood, body fluids.
Oh, you find blood, all right. I done it. I've been telling you.
Now, let me get this straight now.
Yeah.
You met her at Roseland. You dated her.
That's right.
You rode around in taxis.
Rode all around, that's right.
You made the rounds.
Bar after bar, lots of bars, that's right. And I remember clear as day. Last thing was we had Boilermakers. 3, 4 Boilermakers. A little old place on 125th, down near the railroad, you know.
You both had Boilermakers.
Oh, yes, sir. Bourbon Boilermakers it was.
What time was that?
Let's see. Last I remember it was about 2 a.m. in the morning.
2 a.m. All right, then what?
Why, then over to the park. Kind of loving it up. Uh-huh.
Did the girl offer any resistance?
Scratch me some. Right here, you see? I must have got mad. Drunk. I didn't know what I was doing. Drunk. Didn't know what I was doing.
Go on.
I just don't remember. But I done it, that's for sure. I know I done it. And I ought to go to the chair. I deserve it. I sure do.
Okay, Campbell, what did you do with the knife you killed her with?
Well, I throwed it down a sewer. I don't remember where. Just a sewer.
Was she still alive when you dragged her from the park bench into the brush?
Oh, yes, sir. She come with me from the bench willingly.
But she was drunk.
Oh, boy. Drunk on the hoot owl, uh-huh. And me too, boy.
Campbell, what did you do with the watch and rosary?
Well, I swapped the watch in for drinks next night. What's a rosary?
String of beads with a crucifix attached.
Oh, sure. I throwed it in the brush. I ought to get the chair. Well, what's them papers, boss? You going to sign me over for the jailhouse?
These are reports from the medical examiner and the police laboratory. And you, Campbell, you're a liar. You're a sick, infantile, exhibitionistic, masochistic liar.
No, sir, I done it. I
she
tell
was
you
drunk. The autopsy showed no alcohol in her stomach or brain.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up.
What's the matter?
You said you threw your knife away, but she was strangled. You said you dragged her from a bench. There isn't a bench within a half a mile of where she was found.
And she had no watch, and her rosary was still clutched in her hand.
But I was there. I done it. I swear. That's the truth. And I'm going to get the chair.
You're going to get 90 days for vagrancy and run out of town. That's all you're going to get. Sergeant, take him away.
So, leaves us with Rena.
Nope.
What?
Some reports. Read them and weep.
What? What reports?
Police lab. Went over every garment he owns. Trouser cuffs, interstices of his shoe uppers, jacket pockets, everything. Not a molecule of anything remotely resembling the earth or the vegetation anywhere near the spot marked X in Central Park. As far as we can prove, he was telling the truth. He was never there.
Turn him loose?
No! McCormick.
Tom Russo.
What have you got, Tom?
Rena on a skewer. I picked up Rita Morales in a pawn shop, Ed, trying to raise some money on a man's suit.
Rena's.
Traced the label clear back to a sales slip. Rena.
Get it over to the lab and come in. Oh, wait a minute, Tom.
Yeah?
Pick up the doorman from the Roseland. After the lab's gone over the suit, we'll put it on Rena and see if the doorman remembers him. All right, Rena, now. Why'd you do it?
I did not do it.
The doorman says you picked your wife up at 1 a.m.
Many men picked up many women that night at that place. He's wrong.
Rita had the suit you wore that night in her closet. You swore we had all your clothes.
I had forgotten. It was a long time ago. It's last summer, I think.
You said there was nothing between you. What were your clothes doing in her closet?
Perhaps my wife gave them to her for the poor.
Rena,
Senor?
you'd better confess.
Never. No, not even if you beat the lies out of me.
Not that I need a confession. I have the truth.
The truth I have told you. I did not kill Dolores.
You did.
No.
Rena, this is a report on what was found in your trouser cuffs.
I'm not interested. The truth is
the microscope and the spectroscope and botanical experts from New York colleges and 3 Arboretum saw it. That you were there that night.
Never in my life was I there.
You stand by that statement?
It is the truth.
I read you this. Sample submitted is identified as the seeds of an alpine grass. Pleuropogon sabinii.
Seeds, grass, these are everywhere.
Pleuropogon sabinii. Found only on Melville Island within the Arctic Circle.
Then it could not...
Shut up! specimens have been cultivated only in Central Park, Arboretum, and only one path of said grass genus is known to have reseeded, wild, in one certain area. Namely, Rayner, where you murdered your wife.
This is proof? No, I laugh. See, I scorn. Seeds a man can pick up anywhere, anytime.
I read further. Pleuropogon sabini is unique in that it seeds during only 2 days in this climate and on no others. The second of those 2 days, Rayner, was the day you dragged Dolores into the park and strangled her. What do you say, Rayner? Well? All right, you don't have to say a word then. The lies you've told already are enough. That you went straight home, a lie. That you never went to Roseland to pick her up, a lie. That we had all your clothes, a lie. That you'd never, repeat, never have been in that part of Central Park, a lie. Lies at every crucial point, crying out guilty knowledge.
Well, you have no witnesses. Nobody.
I have 45, and they add up to 1. Murder 1, and an indictment. All right, Rayner, why? Was it Rita?
Rita. Will you keep her name out?
Detective Russo, call in a stenographer. In just a moment, we will return to indictment.
I'm the Vicks Medi-Mist spray. Get relief. Try me today. Clear stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick.
Yes, Vicks Medi-Mist nasal spray. Just 2 quick squeezes. Open stuffy nose fast. You breathe easy for hours. You see, the antihistamine in Medi-Mist checks the sniffles and sneezes of allergies and head colds. Nose opens, head clears. And because Medi-Mist is antibiotic, it kills millions of germs that can cause infection, yet it never stings or burns. So why put up with that clogged up feeling of sinus or head cold? Get handy Vicks Medi-Mist nasal spray and open stuffy nose fast. You'll breathe easy for hours.
Clear stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick. Medi-Mist.
Where do you get 45 witnesses, Ed? I make it a half dozen. A doorman, reader, pawnbroker, medical examiner, a couple of botanists.
Plus 11 samples of Central Park soil, identical with the soil where Dolores was found, and on Rayner's trouser knees.
The seeds. I see, yeah.
28 seeds of Pleuropogon sabini. Seeds of doubt, death. Pleuropogon sabini. Common name, northern catchgrass. Family Polygonum aviculaire. It says here. Common name, knotgrass.
Knot?
K-N-O-T. As in hangman's. The chair will do just as well. The story you just heard was drawn from New York City and based on stories of the criminal law as detailed by Eliezer Lipsky, former assistant district attorney. The names of all persons and places were changed. Indictment is written by Alan Sloan, produced by Nathan Kroll, and directed by Paul Roberts. Nat Polan is starred as Edward McCormick. Jack Arthur is heard as Tom Rousseau. The Master was played by Sam Raskin. Peter Rayner by Mario Alcalde. Rita Morales by Bryna Rayburn. Dave Campbell by Frank Barron.
Halt! Halt or I'll shoot!
Johnny presents the Philip Morris Crime Doctor. Here comes Johnny, ladies and gentlemen, in his red coat and brass buttons. Johnny, stepping out of store windows and counters all over America to introduce the Philip Morris Crime Doctor program to all you people at home, as well as our men and women in service, wherever this program reaches them.
Hello, Phil. Glad I found you home.
Oh, come on in, Herb.
Hi, Lillian.
Hello, Herb. How's Triggs?
Oh, not so good. People don't believe it no more when you tell them you're hungry and ask them for a dime for a cup of coffee. All you get nowadays is a husky guy like you ought to be ashamed of himself panhandling. There's plenty of work in the war plants. That's what they tell you.
Ain't so good with us neither. There's a low.
I've been telling you right along, Phil. There's something wrong with the town when you can't walk into a store without being followed around by the dick.
You wouldn't believe it, Herb, how me and Lil work the stores all day today without picking up a single item.
He's telling you the truth, Herb. So if you came here to make a touch...
No, Lil. I don't want to make a touch for no dough. I thought maybe I could borrow something else.
What?
You and Phil keep a gun in the house, don't you?
Yeah. Me and Lil's each got a gun.
Would you lend me one of them?
Well, what do you want to do with it?
Use it?
Hey, if you're thinking of tying a stick up...
No, I ain't going to stick nobody up.
Well, then what do you want a gun for?
I'm going to kill a guy.
Not with our gun, you're not. Me and Phil ain't letting ourselves get in that kind of a jam.
Oh, you're a sucker, too, Herb. You get yourself into a murder jam.
Look, Phil, I've been waiting for this chance. 5 years I've been waiting for it.
5 years? It's a long time to carry a grudge.
Yeah? You'd carry it, too, all the rest of your life if somebody did to you what I had done to me.
Must have been awful dirty.
Was there a girl mixed up in it?
Yeah, sure was.
Wouldn't you know it?
Pulled a pretty good job at a pal of mine, Eddie Brookleaf. Swell Peter man. Though our safe wasn't made, he couldn't get into. We made a pretty good haul, and we got away clean. That's what I thought. 3 days after we pulled the job, I was walking along the street.
Hello, Herb. What's your hurry?
What do you want, copper?
The inspector wants to see you down at headquarters.
What for?
Don't ask me. My instructions were to pick you up and bring you in.
Now, wait a minute. They got nothing on me. I ain't done nothing.
Come along, Herb. Don't make any trouble.
I was just going to see my girl. You let me telephone her, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't.
Have a heart, will you, copper? It's her birthday today. I was just going to that flower shop over there to send her some flowers. Look, you can come in with me while I buy them. Come on, will you?
Okay. I'll go in with you.
Look, Inspector, I told you over and over and over again, you got the wrong guy. I was on my way to see my girl.
Yes, sure, Herb, I know. And you stopped off to send her a dozen white roses. When my men went to her house to ask her about them, she cleared out. Now, maybe you'll tell me the flowers weren't a signal for her to beat it.
They was for her birthday, that's all.
All right. Was she in on that safe job with you?
Look, I told you, Inspector.
Now, listen, Herb, you'll make it a lot easier for yourself if you'll tell me who pulled the job with you.
I didn't pull the job, Inspector. I don't know nothing about it.
And maybe you'll tell me also that you don't know how your fingerprints came to be found on the windowsill of the room where the safe was.
All I know, Inspector, is that I'm innocent.
Okay. You can tell it to the judge.
15 minutes is all you can have with the prisoner. That's the prison rule.
Gee, Herb, that judge certainly threw the book at you.
Yeah?
5 to 10 years.
Oh, it's okay, Claire. Well, with time off for good behavior, I'll be out in 3 years and 4 months. I could have got off with a lighter sentence if I'd peached on Eddie, but...
Yes, I know. They had me down at headquarters for 6 hours. They let me go because they had nothing on me.
Claire, you gonna wait for me?
I'll be waiting for you, Herb. Even if you served all the 10 years.
Okay. Okay, honey. And it's a lucky break for me that I left most of my share of the dough from the last job with Eddie, huh?
He sent me $5,000. I spent 2 for your trial. I got 3 left.
Okay, keep it. Let Eddie mind the rest for me till I come out.
I sent the $3,000 I had left back to Eddie, too. I'm going to work while you're away, Herb. Pulling jobs won't be so easy for you after you come out. You'll be on parole and have to report what you're doing.
Yeah, the girl was right. Just letting a guy on a parole ain't what it's cracked up to be. One wrong move and you're back in the clinic.
What I want to know, Herb, was the girl waiting for you when you came out?
Yeah, Lil. She was right there at the big house and the gate open for me.
Gee. I know a lot of guys who thought their girls would wait for them. You're the first one I know who found her there.
I knew she'd be there, Phil. She never missed one visitor's day to come up and see me. Going back to the small town where she come from and went to live with her married brother. I wanted to come to the city with me and get married, but no, she insisted that I go to the hometown with her. Not till I'd gotten on the train with her and we were riding along did she tell me why.
Don't you see, Herb? I don't want you to go back to the city in the old life. Now, nobody knows you where I come from, and you can start all over again.
Well, your brother knows me. What's he going to say?
I promised him we wouldn't get married till he had a talk with you.
Now, look, Claire. The first thing I got to do is see Eddie and get the money he's keeping for me. $38,000. That's enough to give us a new start.
Herb, we're not going to start with that money.
Why not?
I hate to tell you this on your first day out, but I haven't heard from Eddie since the day I gave him the $3,000 I had left over.
Well, you know where he is, don't you?
No, I don't. Said he'd keep in touch with me, but he hasn't.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean he skipped with my dough?
I don't know what to make of it. Gee, I thought he was the one person you could trust.
Well, haven't you tried to locate him?
I tried, all right. None of the old crowd has heard a word from him.
Oh. So that's how it is, huh? Well, if Eddie thinks he can pull a stunt like that on me, he's crazy. I'm going to find that guy, Claire. Yeah. It's the last thing I ever do. Well, hello, Sam. I was just going over to your house to see Claire.
Yeah, I know. Herb, I came over here to have a talk with you before you see my sister again.
Okay. Come in.
I'll give it to you straight, Herb. I've been talking to Claire. I've been trying to stop her from wrecking her life by marrying you.
Claire knows what she's doing. Besides, what business is it of yours?
I'm a brother, Herb. Anything she does reflects on me and my kids. If you have an ounce of decency left in you, you'd help me show Claire what a mistake she's made.
Claire and I love each other.
Herb, if I loved a girl and I was in your position, I'd want to give her a break. I wouldn't ask her to go through life with me at any rate till I make good.
I'm going to make good.
You've been out 3 weeks now. What have you been doing?
Well, I got a little matter to attend to. Somebody I got to find.
Yeah, Claire told me all about it. Suppose you do find Eddie Brookleaf. What are you going to do, Herb?
What do you do with a rat who double-crosses you?
All right, suppose you kill him. Where does that leave Claire? Don't you see, Herb, the only decent thing you can do is take yourself out of Claire's life?
Look, Sam. Look, I'll tell you something, Sam. I've been laying awake nights thinking about it. That's why I haven't slipped away with Claire and married her. I don't know this instant just what I'm going to do, but look, if I should quietly disappear out of her life, I want you to promise me that you'll explain it to me. Tell her I...
Hi, did you let that brother talk you into leaving her after she waited for you all the time you was in the clink?
Yeah, Phil, I just disappeared out of her life.
Well, if you ask me, I think you did right. She'd only have kept on nagging you to go straight.
Well, I went looking for Eddie. I panhandled my way out to the coast and back, hoping to meet up with him. Last night I saw him.
Where?
Coming out of a nightclub. Who do you think was with him?
Claire?
Yeah, Claire. They got into a taxi before I could get near him. Some night they'll go back to that nightclub again. I want to be there when they come out, too. That's why I've got to have a gun.
Philip Morris, Crime Doctor.
Wait up. Wait up.
I don't know what more I can do, Eddie. I've been to all of Herb's old friends. I found his married sister. None of them has heard a word from him. He disappeared as completely as you did, Eddie.
I don't know what more I can do, Claire. I've had private detectives searching for him. I've advertised in newspapers all over the country. You and I have visited every place in town where he might drop into. I don't know what else to do.
Oh, if you'd only got word to me while Herb was still up in the big house.
I couldn't risk it. How did I know they weren't watching you? I had to wait 5 years before making a move. With no warrant out for me and no indictment against me, I'd have been crazy to take a chance before I was covered by the statute of limitations.
You mean they can't do anything to you now?
No. Not even if they got all the evidence in the world against me.
Funny, isn't it? Herb out looking for you and you looking for Herb.
Yeah. I often thought what he'd say when he found out that the 38 grand I was minding for him had now grown into 51,000.
For all we know, he may be flat broke.
Yeah. Or back in prison somewhere.
I hate to think about it.
See, look, Claire. The chances are all against our ever seeing Herb again. Let's think of us now. You and me. We both played pair with Herb. He may not even be alive.
I've thought of that.
Claire, let's look ahead. Here's a chance for both of us. I know I'm much older than you, but will you marry me?
Eddie. Please. Please, let's wait a little while.
All right, Claire, but you know how I feel.
I think we better be going now. I've got to be back at work tomorrow morning.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
My check, please.
Oh, yes, here it is, sir.
Hey, keep the change.
Oh, thank you, sir. Wait up.
You ready, dear?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
I'll run upstairs and get my coat.
While you're getting it, I'll get a taxi. It'll probably take a few minutes.
Well, I'll be waiting right here for you.
Oh, are you leaving, sir? Yes, George. It was a good dinner. Thank you. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Hey, mister. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Could you lend...
Hey, you moocher. Beat it away from here, I'll run you in. If I ever see you hanging around here again, I will run you in.
Wait right here a minute, taxi.
Driver. Remember me?
You back here mooching again. If that cop catches you around here...
I've been waiting for you to come back to the taxi stand. I wasn't mooching. The guy dropped the key when he came out of the restaurant. I was going to hand it back to him. You know where I could find him?
Oh. Wait till I take a look at my sheet. Let's see. Oh, here it is. You got out in front of 521 Hancock Place.
Okay. Thanks, mister.
What do you want?
Oh, you don't recognize me, huh? Oh, you dirty double-crossing rat.
My men made a thorough search of the apartment, Dr. Ordway.
Mm-hmm.
The only clue they found was the name and address of a girl named Claire Beekman. So I've sent somebody out after her.
Where was the body lying when your officer got here, Inspector?
On the floor of this room, over near the door. Mm-hmm. The position indicated that the man was shot near the door and fell slantwise with his head towards the window facing the street over.
I see.
And the gun was lying in the middle of the room, about 6 feet from the body.
How many shots were fired from it?
Only one, Dr. Ordway. Bullet went straight through the body. It was found in the room on the floor about, 4 feet from the body.
I see the apartment's on the ground floor.
Yeah, that's right. The assassin could have escaped either by the front or the rear window.
Well, he could have escaped through the door, couldn't he?
Yes. The door was open when the policeman on the beat got here. He heard a shot and ran across the street. Saw a man coming out of the house. He stopped him and held him.
Yes?
I've got him in the next room. Some years ago, I sent him up for a robbery.
Oh?
We never did find out who his Confederates were. Wait, I'll see who that is. Yes, Barkley.
Here's the girl, Inspector. Claire Beekman.
Oh. Come in, Miss Beekman.
Is officer told me about Eddie.
Yes. I wanted to... Haven't I seen you before, Miss Beekman?
I was questioned at police headquarters once.
Oh. Dr. Ordway, do you happen to know this girl?
I don't think so.
Tell me, Miss Beekman, how did you come to be mixed up with the dead man, Eddie Brookleaf?
Well, I was with Eddie this evening.
Yes?
After dinner, he drove me home in a taxi. Dropped me at my house, and then he went on in the same taxi.
Look, Inspector, how much longer are you going to keep me stuck away in there?
Herb!
Oh, so you know this man, do you?
Oh, she don't know me, Inspector. I've never seen her before in my life.
Herb, you shouldn't have done it. Eddie was looking for you. He had your money. He did everything he could to
I don't know what
find
you're
you.
talking
I
about.
know very well what she's talking about, Herb. I remember now. She's the girl I questioned after your arrest. Let me see. Yes, more than 5 years ago.
No, Miss Beekman.
No, please, Dr. I can't say anything more.
Herb, I remember you were released on parole. You violated your parole the first day you got out by not reporting to the parole board.
All right, Dr. Ordway. Send me back to serve the rest of my stretch. Nobody's going to pin a murder rap on me.
How did it happen that you were caught coming out of this house at the time of the shooting?
I told the inspector. I picked up a key that somebody dropped coming out of a nightclub. Taxi driver who took the man home told me who he was. I come up here to give him the key.
Did you know Eddie Brookleaf?
No, I didn't.
Miss Beekman, is that true?
Oh, please don't ask me anything more, Dr.
We can wait until later, Dr. Ordway, before questioning her.
Very well, Inspector. Now, Herb, what happened after you got to the house?
When I started down the hallway towards the back to find the stairs going down to the janitor's apartment. I wanted to describe the man who lost the key and asked the janitor if he could tell me who he was from the description.
Where is the key you found?
The inspector's got it.
That's right, but it doesn't fit any door in this apartment, Dr. Ordway.
Well, he might have been carrying the key to some other apartment.
That could be. Now, did you see the janitor?
No, I didn't. As I walked down the hall, the door to this apartment was suddenly opened. The man, I didn't know at the time, but it turned out afterward that he was the one I come to see. He stood in the doorway and shouted to somebody in the room to get out of the place. Then I heard a shot, and I saw the man in the doorway lurch forward and fall on the floor. I heard footsteps running towards the back, and so I ran out of the house.
Herb, it couldn't possibly be, could it, that the dead man was your confederate in the crime for which you were sent to prison?
I told you at the time I was innocent. I was innocent.
I presume you also maintain you're innocent of the killing of Eddie Brookleaf.
I certainly do.
Did you see the man who you say shot him?
No, I didn't. He could have got out through the rear window, couldn't he?
Was there anyone besides you in the hallway at the time the shot was fired?
I didn't see nobody.
That's why you think the story you told can't be contradicted. But let me tell you, in making your explanation, you overlooked one piece of evidence that fastens the crime on you beyond the shadow of a doubt.
We now return you to Dr. Ordway, the Philip Morris crime doctor.
Now, you said, Dr. Ordway, that this suspect, Herb, overlooked one little detail that fastens the crime on him.
Yes, Inspector. He admitted that he was the only one in the hallway when the shot was fired.
I told you. It was fired by somebody in the room.
That's the little detail you overlooked, Herb. By your own admission, you saw Eddie standing in the doorway.
Yeah.
The bullet that went through his body was found in the room, 4 feet from where the dead man was lying. If he had been shot from the room, the bullet would have been found in the hallway. No, Herb, he was shot by someone outside the apartment as he opened the door, and that's why the bullet was found in the room.
Now, look, Inspector.
Now, hold it, Herb, hold it. My duty to warn you, anything you say may be used against you. Because I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
This is Johnny again, returning now for the thousands of store windows and counters all over America. Look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Come in and call for Philip
Goodbye, Johnny. We'll be seeing you in the windows and on the counters during the week, and hearing you over this same station next Sunday at this same time. Be sure to tune in next week for another of Max Marston's thrilling Crime Doctor dramas. Brought to you by Philip Morris. All names and characters used on this program are fictitious, and any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The FBI in Peace and War. Tonight's story, Top Man.
right, Zaretta, let's lay this thing on the line. You want to make book in this town, you cut us in on 10%.
And if I don't cut you in?
If you don't, just go out and start digging yourself a grave. You'll need it.
Uh-huh.
It's a deal?
Yeah, sure. What else? It's always a deal.
Okay.
It's a deal with you. It's a deal with Big Sam. 10% each.
Never mind Big Sam. Just make sure we get ours. My brother Harry will send one of his accountants over to your place of business. This guy will keep your books straight.
I can keep my own books.
This guy is a regular accountant, Zaretta. My brother trained him. You'll like his work.
Okay. Is that all?
That's all. Just keep your business on the up and up. Don't welch on any bets and deliver our cut on time. Oh, and Zaretta.
Yeah?
Good luck.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot.
Very nice, Joe. You handle him just right.
Hey, what's the matter? You gotta listen in all the time. You think I can't do anything myself?
Well, sure, you can do lots of things, Joe. Much better than I can. That's why you're out front here.
All the time snooping, listening in. You want a false front? Go out and hire one.
All right, that's enough. Drop it.
I gotta have a college education to tell off a cheap bookie like Zaretta.
I said drop it, Joe.
And what's the idea of only asking him 10%? We could have had 15 easy.
10 was my figure.
Yeah, your figure, your organization, your brains. Go ahead, explain it to me.
Want to go out for dinner, Joe?
No, I don't want to go out for dinner. I'm busy.
With who?
Look, Harry.
Ruby Williams?
I said...
to keep away from Ruby Williams.
All right, you told me.
I said she's poison. I said she's so crazy for money, she'd sell you out for a plugged nickel.
Harry, I don't have to take this.
Keep away from her, Joe, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Joe.
What?
I built this organization around the idea that people who work for us do what they're told, without asking questions. That goes for the smallest punk in this town right up to the city council. It also goes inside the organization. There aren't any exceptions, Joe. Don't forget it.
In the summer of 1949, the FBI was called in to aid in the investigation of a criminal conspiracy that was undermining the government of one Midwestern city. The conspiracy, through organized control of gambling, had spread its corruption right up to City Hall, and a committee of citizens had demanded that the state's attorney take action. Agent Bailey and I were assigned to the case, and at our first meeting with the state's attorney, we heard certain names that were to figure prominently in our investigation. Among them, the King brothers, Joe and Harry, a city official, Ben Gorman, a notorious underworld leader called Big Sam, and the nightclub singer, Ruby Williams. Ruby? Ruby Williams in there?
Yeah, I'm here.
This is Joe King to see you, Ruby.
Okay, come on in, Joe.
Thanks, Rocky.
Thank you, Joe.
Come in, honey. Be right with you as soon as I get this face on. Victor give you a ringside table?
No, I didn't ask
Throw
him.
that
I figured...
costume someplace. Sit down.
Yeah.
How was that night? Lousy, huh?
Oh, no, you were great, Ruby.
No, I was terrible. Hand me that cold cream, will you?
Look,
It was
Ruby...
lousy, and I know it. Say, listen, honey. One of the boys in the band knows a wonderful coach. They say he charges like crazy, but he's made some of the top vocalists in the business.
Ruby, what I
hate
figured
to ask you all the time, honey, but this would be a real investment. A couple of $1,000 to do it, and if I studied with this guy for 6 months... What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
A couple of $1,000 isn't going to break you. But it is.
Well, no, that won't break me, Ruby. You can have the dough.
Oh, thanks, honey. I knew you'd say that. And you won't be sorry. You'll see. What table did Victor give you?
Well, I've been trying to tell you. He didn't give me any table. I figured we better eat someplace else tonight.
Oh? Someplace else? Why?
Why not?
Harry's been needling you again, hasn't he?
Maybe.
Oh, Joe, how long are you going to take that kind of stuff?
Not too much longer, I'm telling you that.
What do we got, joint?
Well, tonight, maybe, but after that...
Okay, we'll run in a corner and hide. Go out and get a cab and wait for me.
Ruby.
Go ahead, or maybe one of his goons will spot you in here and he'll dock your paycheck.
Now, listen, don't talk to me like that.
Why not? It's the truth, isn't it? You're nothing but an errand boy.
Shut up.
Joe, honey.
Shut up. You want to eat? Get ready. If you don't, I'll get somebody else.
Honey, can't you see it?
Come on, will you get ready?
Joe, you just got to do what you've been telling me all along. You can't wait anymore.
Ruby.
You got to break away from him, like you said. Get out on your own. He doesn't know how much he needs you. Go out by yourself and show him.
It's just what I'm going to do, the big blowhard.
You got to... What?
I'm going out by myself, Ruby. I made up my mind on the way over here.
Joe!
I can do it. You watch and see. An organization of my own. Rocky, Sid, plenty of the boys would come right along with me.
Of course they would.
I don't need Harry. I'm showing him once and for all. All right, come on, Ruby. We're going to go eat.
Now you're talking. This is what I've been waiting for. I knew you wouldn't go on taking that stuff forever. Yeah.
Hey, Ruby, Rocky.
Come in, Rocky.
Sorry to bother you, Ruby, but there's a call at the front desk, Mr. King. It's your brother, Joe.
Well, you said I wasn't here, didn't you?
Sure I did, just like you told me. But he says he knows you're here and he wants to talk to you.
Joe?
Tell Mr. King I'm in Miss Williams' dressing room. If he wants to talk to me, he can come over here and do it.
Sure, Joe, I'll tell him.
Ah, Joe.
I told you, Ruby, I'm going out by myself. I'm showing that brother of mine once and for all.
And as our investigation proceeded, Agent Bailey and I began to realize the extent of the corruption which the King brothers and other gambling elements had fastened on the city administration. Day by day, we went deeper into the tangled mess, and soon our inquiry began to take form and direction. Come in, Mr. Waller. Sit down.
Thank you.
My name is Shepard, Mr. Waller, and this is Agent Bailey. You've been told why we want to talk to you.
Yes, sir. That is my chief, Mr. Gorman, told me. He says you were from the FBI, and...
There's nothing to be nervous about, Mr. Waller. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
You understand, of course, that you don't have to answer any of the questions we're going to ask you.
Oh, yes, I know that. The legal department advised all of us that we didn't have to testify as long as...
Yes?
Well, what I meant was...
The legal department was merely protecting your rights. Isn't that what you meant?
Yes, sir. That's it.
We don't intend to invade any of your rights, Mr. Waller. Now, will you tell us your job, please?
Well, I guess you'd say that I was Mr. Gorman's secretary.
Mr. Gorman's secretary.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gorman is commissioner of licenses.
That's right.
Where's your desk located, Mr. Waller?
Beg your pardon?
The physical location of your desk, Mr. Waller. It's in front of Mr. Gorman's door, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's where it is.
And in line with your work as a secretary, you admit callers to Mr. Gorman's office.
Yes, sir. That's right. They all have to see me first.
Do you know Joseph King, Mr. Waller?
Joseph King.
Well,
This is Mr. King's picture, Mr. Waller. Taken at the races several weeks ago. Maybe this will refresh your memory.
Yes, I know Mr. King by sight.
Has he ever called on your chief, Mr. Gorman?
Well,
Yes?
I think I'd rather not answer that.
All right, Mr. Waller, that's all.
That's all?
We may call on you again, but that's all for the present.
But I thought...
Yes?
That's all you want to ask me?
For the present.
Oh, I see. Well, if that's all for the present, I guess I'd better get back to my desk.
We'll call you when we need you, Mr. Waller. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I'll be in Mr. Gorman's office if you want me again. You're sure?
We're sure. Thank you, Mr. Waller.
Well?
He'll talk if we ever get him on the stand, Frank.
Yeah, I think you will.
Who's next on the list?
Alice Ridley, stenographer.
All right, let's see what we can get out of her. In all, we questioned 24 persons connected in various ways with the city administration. And the sum total of our inquiry made an impressive score against the corrupt elements in the community. But we were still a long way from securing absolute evidence needed by the state's attorney. And several months more of investigation might have been necessary had it not been for a certain break in the case. This break was created inadvertently by one of the King brothers himself, Joe King, when on the 4th day of August he made a special visit to the office of Commissioner of Licenses, Ben Gorman.
Mr. Gorman, there are two gentlemen here to see you, sir.
It's okay, Waller. We'll announce ourselves. Shut the door, Rocky.
Right.
Hello, Commissioner. Don't bother getting up.
Joe, what are you doing here? I told you never to come.
Yeah, sure. I know what you told me. Now, don't blow a fuse, Ben. We're only staying a few minutes. You've met Rocky Norton, haven't you?
Yes. Hello, Norton. Joe.
Only a few minutes, Ben. Rocky and me dropped in to have you do us a little favor. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Rocky?
Sure. A favor?
Uh-huh.
What do you want, Joe?
Light, Rocky.
Yeah, here you are.
What do I want? I want you to crack down on a certain gambling operation in town.
Oh, it can't be done right now, Joe.
Well, I'd say that kind of a favor would be worth about, $5,000 to you, Ben.
No deal. Sorry.
10,000?
Not at any price, Joe. The FBI's been nosing around these days. I'm not lifting a finger until they're gone.
You're not, huh? You hear that, Rocky? Ben is not lifting a finger.
That ain't a healthy way to talk, Mr. Gorman.
Not at all healthy.
Could happen some night you wouldn't come home to your wife talking like that.
Oh, wait a minute, fellas. What a thing to say. You and I are friends, aren't we?
That's up to you, Ben. Strictly up to you.
Who do you want me to crack down on?
That's more like it.
Who, Joe?
Tell him, Rocky.
Sure. Joe wants you to crack down on Sam Rattori.
What? Uh-huh. I've decided to move in on his operation, Ben.
You want me to crack down on Big Sam?
I figure he'll listen to reason if he gets trouble out of the commissioner, don't you?
Now, what is this, Joe? I couldn't do a thing about Rattori, you know that?
You'll do it or you'll never live to do anything else, Ben.
What?
You heard him.
Now, listen, this is crazy. Harry must be out of his mind.
Keep Harry out of this.
No, he's right out of his mind. Why, he knows we can't touch Big Sam. I'm going to call him.
Call him nobody.
Huh?
I said keep Harry out of this. My brother has nothing to do with this.
Joe.
You're taking orders from me from now on, not Harry. Me, Joe King, never mind Harry. I'm top man from now on. You understand that? You're taking orders from me.
You stupid idiot. You really think Big Sam is going to take this lion down?
I don't think, Harry. I know. He's already doing it.
He is.
Uh-huh. Sam called me just before you dropped in. He's cutting me in for 15% of his entire operation.
And you actually believe that?
You don't, I suppose. You're only over here to make conversation.
I'm over here to try and save your thick skull before Big Sam pours slugs into it.
Thanks.
I'm warning you, Joe. Sam's only playing along with you until he finds the right time.
Oh, you're warning me. That's rich. You're the goat in this deal, and you're warning me. You're over here because you're jealous, Harry. Because your uneducated brother doesn't need you after all. Because he's put one over on you, and you're worried that he's really a bigger boy than you are. Huh. You want that drink now?
You're still going through with this.
What do you think?
If you don't, if you let me handle it, I can still square with Sam. Now listen to me, Joe, please.
You don't want a drink? You better run along, Harry. I'm busy. I said I'm busy.
Okay, Joe, you handle it. Only don't say I didn't warn you.
All right, you warned me. Now beat it, Harry. I gotta get dressed for a date.
By the end of that first week in August, the varied pieces of information Agent Bailey and I had gathered began to fall in place, and we were ready to take our first active step of the investigation. This step was an important one, and we had to move cautiously. But the day we dropped in on the Commissioner of Licenses, we felt we finally were on the way to the completion of our assignment.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Waller.
There are some gentlemen here to see you, sir. Mr. Shepard and Mr. Bailey of Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. I was expecting them. Tell them to come in, Waller.
Sir, gentlemen.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner.
Well, come in, gentlemen. We don't want to be disturbed, Waller.
No, sir.
Now, sit down, please. Which one of you is Mr. Shepard?
I am, Commissioner.
Well, this is a pleasure, I assure you. After you phoned some weeks ago, I was wondering when you were going to come in. We always like to cooperate with the FBI.
Thank you.
My secretary told me you people talked with him, among others. I hope everything turned out satisfactorily.
We'll know that better after our visit here today, Commissioner.
I see. Well, as I told you originally over the phone, the full resources of my department are at your disposal.
I think we're going to need them, Commissioner. We want you to arrange for us to go over the books of the King brothers.
The King brothers?
Joe and Harry King. You could arrange that, couldn't you?
Well, certainly. I'll see to it at once. Waller.
Yes, Commissioner.
Look in your directory and locate the telephone number of a Mr. Harry King. Call him and say I want to speak with him.
Whose number, sir?
King. Harry King, and hurry it up, Waller.
Well, this is going to be a big help, Commissioner. Thank you.
No, not at all. Though I don't think King is going to like this. You're sure of jurisdiction in such a matter?
Quite sure. The state's attorney told us if you couldn't arrange it, he would.
Oh, don't worry. I'll handle it. In fact, I'll go along with you when you see him.
Good. We were going to ask you to come along.
You were?
Yes.
Only too glad, Mr. Shepard. Believe me, if we can get something on the King brothers, it'll be a great relief to me. I'm looking forward to the day, gentlemen, when this town is the cleanest spot in the country.
That was step one. Step two was an examination of the books of the King brothers, and we found exactly what we expected. Harry King was most cooperative. He and his brother had nothing to hide, and the books were in perfect order. If anything, too perfect. But we did get the lead we were hoping for, and the name of the nightclub singer, Ruby Williams, at last came into the picture.
Ruby Williams.
Yeah.
Someone here to see you, Ruby.
Okay, Rocky, have him come in.
Hello.
Joe, honey, Ruby. I'm only doing one show tonight. I thought maybe you'd want to get together afterwards.
Oh, sure thing, Ruby. I'll pick you up as soon as you're off. We'll take in a few of the clubs.
No, I'm kind of beat tonight, Joe. I thought I'd come over to your place, have a drink with you there.
Well, fine, Ruby. That's even better.
Unless you wouldn't like an evening alone with me.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I just hate it.
I'll be over around 11 then. Oh, and Joe.
Yeah.
Could it really be alone this time? The two of us? Without Rocky around?
You leave it to me, baby. Rocky won't be here, I promise.
Thanks, Joe. See you at 11.
I'll be waiting. Goodbye, Ruby.
Bye, Joe.
Okay, Ruby. Nice.
Yeah.
Rocky won't be around. Very nice.
I'm going to hate myself for this in the morning.
I don't know. 10,000 cash is pretty good medicine for hate. Right, Max?
The best.
What are you going to do to him, Sam?
Do? What are we going to do to him?
No, Sam.
Let's go, Max.
Sam.
Ruby!
You're on, Ruby.
Sam.
Better get out there, Ruby. You heard the man. You're on.
The name of nightclub singer Ruby Williams finally came into the picture, and with it, the name of the underworld leader, Big Sam.
Okay, Ruby, come in. Come on in, baby.
Evening, Joe.
Sam.
See if he's carrying, Max.
Right. Hey, what is this, Sam? What are you doing here?
Just dropped by. Okay, Max?
He's clean.
Good. We wouldn't want any fireworks here, would we, Joe? Kill your reputation in the neighborhood. What do you got to drink?
Nothing.
Uh-huh. We'll see for ourselves. Max.
Right.
Listen, Sam, I don't talk business in my apartment. Anything you want to take up with
This
me?
isn't business, Joe. Nothing to drink, huh?
Nothing for you. I'm expecting somebody. Isn't business, huh?
Hey, this is nice stuff. You must be expecting somebody important.
Sam.
Somebody very important. Like Rocky Norton, maybe?
Maybe.
Or that club singer, what's her name, Max?
Ruby Williams.
Ruby Williams. Maybe you're expecting her.
Maybe I am.
Why I dropped over, Joe, Ruby's not coming.
Huh?
She's not coming, and Rocky's not coming.
No?
No. You've been had, Joe. For a handful of change, that cheap little canary sold you down the river.
Why, you rotten liar.
Sorry, Joe. Max just don't like for people to talk that way to me.
One small for size, Sam?
I don't think so, Max. I think Joe understands his position now, don't you, Joe?
Get out of here, Sam. Both of you get out of here.
Oh, we're going, Joe. We're all three of us going.
Huh?
All three of us. You didn't think I'd be crude enough to pull the job here.
Job? What job?
You know, Joe, you made a big mistake going out on your own. You'd stuck with your brother, nobody'd ever have guessed how big a sap you are. Let's move, huh?
Where?
What do you care? You won't be coming back.
What?
You still don't get it, Joe?
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
You don't mean...
Yeah, I mean. I knew you'd catch on sooner or later.
Come on.
I'm not going anyplace.
Max.
Keep away from me.
For size,
Keep away
Joey.
from me.
Come on, what's for...
Keep his mouth shut, Max. I'll get rid of whoever it is.
Right.
Rocky.
Shut up, Joe. I'll break your arm off. Okay, sir.
Yeah, what is it?
It's me, Sam, Harry King.
Harry?
Let me in, Sam. I know Joe's in there. It's okay. I'm not carrying.
All right, Harry. Only it won't do Joe any good. Let him go, Max.
Right.
Harry, thank God you're here. You gotta help
Shut
me.
up, Joe.
You don't understand, Harry. You don't know what they're gonna do.
Of course I know. Shut up.
Listen, Harry. You stay out of this. You and me have always got along. You want to keep it that way, stay out.
I want to make a deal, Sam.
No deal, Harry. Not this time.
Harry.
Joe, will you shut up? Sam.
No deal. I'm sorry.
So am I, but I can't stay out.
You can't. The way I look at it, Harry, you don't have any choice. Right, Max?
Right. Wrong, Sam. You're the one who hasn't any choice.
Yeah?
Ever since Joe moved in on you, I've had you watched. When you had Ruby put through that call tonight, I did the only thing I could to save Joe's stupid hive.
I'm listening. But it better be good.
I called the FBI, Sam. I told them Joe was the one who bribed Ben Gorman. I'll be here any minute now.
Hold it, Max. The FBI, huh?
Is that good?
You called them?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be pulling a fast one, would you, Harry?
Wait and find out.
Sam, just let me...
No. What's the deal?
You walk out of here. Joe waits with me. When the FBI arrives, he admits to the bribery charge. 5 years is the rap for bribery. Joe's out of your way for 5 years.
Suppose he don't admit to it.
He will. He hasn't any choice either.
Okay, Harry. You got yourself a deal. Let's go, Max.
You're letting him get away with this, Sam?
Like the man says, Max, we haven't any choice. Joe, you're a lucky boy. You know who you can thank for it. Come on, Max.
Harry,
Save the words, Joe. Pour us a drink, will you? I think we both could use one.
When we arrived at Joe King's apartment, he readily admitted to the bribery charge, and as his brother predicted, he went to prison for 5 years. The incident at his apartment, coupled with the evidence gathered by Agent Bailey and myself, were sufficient for the state's attorney to take court action. With juries of honest citizens, Harry King, Sam Rattori, and the lesser members of both organizations all were sent up for long terms, and an end was finally put to the corrupt city administration and the important names behind it, including the low character who wanted to be top man.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.